Chapter 1, The Secret Indulgence System. Tunghai University, June, basketball court. Fuck on, those AJ hook lightnings of yours are taking off. They must be worth tens of thousands of dollars, right? Keep a low profile, keep a low profile. It's just over 10,000, a drop in the bucket. Zhao Ziyan lifted his foot and deliberately shook the pair of brand new limited edition sneakers, with 3 parts of pride and 7 parts of disdain on his face. His family runs a small factory and earns $1 million a year. In the eyes of ordinary students, he is indeed a rich second generation. Lin Feng watched the scene expressionlessly. Next to Zhao Ziyang stood Xiao Wanqing, the class beauty from the management department. She was wearing a pure white dress, long straight black hair, and clear makeup, a standard first love face. At this moment, Xiao Wanqing was covering her mouth with her hands and laughing softly, looking at Zhao Ziyang with sparkling eyes. "Ziyang, you are really amazing. You can even grab such a limited edition." Zhao Ziyang enjoyed the flattery very much. He put his arm around Xiao Wanqing's shoulders and glanced at Lin Feng, who was holding a bottle of mineral water beside him. "Lin Feng, what are you looking at? You've never seen such expensive shoes before?" Zhao Ziyang deliberately raised his voice. "Oh, by the way, I heard you're still working part-time in the cafeteria? TSK, you've been working hard. This is about shrimp and pork heart." Lin Feng didn't respond. He knew why Zhao Ziyan was targeting him. Because he had sent a message to Xiao Wanqing before, and although Xiao Wanqing replied politely, Lin Feng understood the sense of alienation that we are not from the same world. Xiao Wanqing seemed a little embarrassed. She glanced at Lin Feng with a hint of apology in her eyes, but quickly turned around and continued chatting with Zhao Ziyang about which new Michelin restaurant they were going to eat at this weekend. Lin Feng clenched the mineral water bottle in his hand. He admitted that he was broken. It wasn't because of Xiao Wanqing's rejection, nor because of Zhao Ziyang's ridicule. But because of poverty. Poverty is the original sin. Lin Feng is not bad-looking. He is 1.83 meters tall with well-defined facial features. If he changes his clothes, he will definitely be the most handsome boy in the school. But now, he was wearing a washed-out t-shirt from a street stall, and compared with Zhao Ziyang's trendy brand clothes, he really looked like a background board. "Forget it, let's go play basketball." Lin Feng turned around, too lazy to watch the two people's performance. "Tisk, poor bastard." Zhao Ziyang cursed behind his back. Lin Feng paused, but finally left. There is no need and no point in getting angry with such people. At 9 o'clock in the evening, outside the school, at Lao Zhang's barbecue stall, Lin Feng sat alone in the corner, with a few almost empty bottles of snow beer on the table. 10 more skewers and 2 bottles of beer. Lin Feng shouted. He didn't want to go back to the dormitory today. He didn't want to see Zhao Ziyang's smug face, nor did he want to listen to Lu Zhuang's De Zhuang heartless fitness theory, and he didn't want to deal with Chen Rui's academic-style questioning. He just wants to be alone. Damn, money, money, money. Lin Feng took a big gulp of beer, and the numbness brought by the alcohol made him temporarily forget the frustration he had felt during the day. He comes from an ordinary family and his parents are both working class, and it is already difficult for them to support him to go to college. His living expenses are 1,500 yuan a month. In Donghai City, where the per capita consumption level is extremely high, he has to budget carefully to survive. Work-study program? That little bit of money is just a drop in the bucket. Was Xiao Wanqing's choice wrong? It is human nature to seek benefits and avoid harm. Who doesn't want to live a better life? Although Zhao Ziyang is annoying, he is rich and can bring Xiao Wanqing things that Lin Feng cannot give. If I had money. Lin Feng's eyes were blurred and he smiled self-deprecatingly. What are you daydreaming about? At this moment, a cold, emotionless electronic sound suddenly rang in his mind. Detected the host's extreme desire for indulgence and pleasure. Conditions meet. Ding. Ecstasy indulgence system is binding. Lin Feng suddenly shuddered and became half sober. What the hell? Are you hallucinating? He looked around and saw that the barbecue stall was crowded with people and no one noticed his abnormality. System binding successful. Host, Lin Feng. Level 1. Rebate rate, 10 times. Current rebate limit daily, 100,000 yuan. System core mechanism. This system is designed to help the host experience a life of ultimate indulgence. Any consumption determined by the system to be indulgence, extravagance, and enjoyment will receive a corresponding cash rebate. Note, pure investment, non-showy charity, and the purchase of fixed assets in the initial stage are not counted as indulgent consumption. Lin Feng was completely confused. System? Rebate? Isn't this a plot that only exists in novels? He pinched his thigh hard. Hiss, it hurts. This isn't a dream. Lin Feng took a deep breath. He was a calm person and quickly calmed down. 10 times rebate? As long as the money is spent on enjoyment, it can be returned tenfold? Lin Feng asked silently in his heart. Yes, host. Oh my god, this wave of pattern has opened up. Lin Feng's heart began to beat wildly. If this was true, then his life. Newbie mission release, first experience the taste of indulgence. Task requirements, please complete an indulgent consumption of no less than 1,000 yuan within 24 hours. Task reward, activate the system's official function and immediately receive a 10x rebate on the purchase. Mission failed, the system will automatically unbind and erase related memories. 1,000 yuan? Lin Feng's excitement was instantly extinguished. He immediately took out his mobile phone and opened the bank app. Balance, 1,123.5 yuan. This is all the living expenses he has left this month, and it will last until the 15th of next month. Now the system makes him spend 1,000 yuan? If the system is fake or some high-tech scam, then he will have to starve for the next half month, and may even have to shamelessly borrow money to survive. For a person with a strong sense of self-esteem, this is more painful than killing him. But what if you don't spend it? The system will unbind. This may be his only chance in his life to change his destiny and achieve class transition. If he missed it, he would still be the poor student who was stepped on by Zhao Ziang and ignored by Xiao Wanqing. Lin Feng stared at the balance on the mobile phone screen, his eyes changing from hesitation to determination. Fortune and wealth are achieved through risk. Let us fight. Take a chance and turn your bicycle into a motorcycle. Damn, it's just 1,000 yuan, right? Lin Feng stood up suddenly, his eyes flashing with a desperate madness. The question now is, how to spend this 1,000 yuan to be considered indulgence? Buying books? Not really. Buying clothes? Too common. Since it is a system of extreme indulgence, the money must be spent on things that you would never dare to think about in normal times. Lin Feng's eyes swept across the brightly lit M Grand International Club across the street. He had heard Zhao Ziang brag that the place was the top den of money in Donghai City, and the minimum cost to get a booth there was several thousand. Oh, usually I have to go around it when I pass by, but today, I'm going there. Chapter 2: A 1,000 yuan gamble. Lin Feng stood under the neon lights of M Grand International Club but stopped. Zhao Ziang had boasted that the minimum spending to open a card here was 5,000 yuan. He only had 1,000 yuan in capital. The novice mission requirement was to spend at least 1,000 yuan, but he had to make sure he could pay the bill. If he spent 3,000 yuan and the system judged him as a failure, he would be done for. To be on the safe side, you must find a place where you can precisely control your spending limit. Lin Feng turned around and fixed his eyes on a high-end Western restaurant called Symphony in the next block. This restaurant is very famous among Donghai University students, and its reputation lies in its high prices. It is said that the average cost per person is over 1,000 yuan, making it a popular date spot for the wealthy second generation. That's it. Lin Feng took a deep breath and pushed open the heavy glass door. The restaurant is dimly lit, with sophisticated lighting and violin music floating in the air. What was out of tune with the environment was Lin Feng's street stall clothes and the smell of barbecue. Hello, sir. How many people are there? The receptionist came over with a professional smile, but her eyes lingered on Lin Feng's cheap t-shirt for a second. 1. Lin Feng's face was calm. Please come this way. The receptionist led him to a seat near the corner. Lin Feng sat down and took the gold-plated menu. His palms were slightly sweaty. The waitress stood by, waiting for orders, and she clearly didn't think this student-looking young man was her target customer. Lin Feng's eyes quickly scanned the menu. Australian M9 Wagyu Tomahawk Steak, 888 yuan. I want this, medium rare. Lin Feng pointed at the menu. The waiter was stunned for a moment, then confirmed, Sir, are you sure it's an M9 Tomahawk? Sure. Just a little bit more. Lin Feng looked at the drink list. Have another glass of this, Lafite Legend. He pointed to a red wine priced at 120 yuan. 888 plus 120, a total of 1008 yuan. Perfect card line. Okay, please wait a moment. The waiter put away the menu and turned around. Lin Feng clearly saw her pouting. Lin Feng didn't care. His heart was beating very fast now. He wasn't enjoying a delicious meal, he was taking a gamble. Win, and the world would be yours; lose, and you'd have to eat dirt for the rest of the month. The steak and red wine were served quickly. The aroma of M9 Wagyu beef fat was very rich. Lin Feng picked up his knife and fork and began to eat. To be honest, he couldn't taste the goodness of this nearly 1,000 yuan steak. He had no idea how to savor it the entire time. But he had to finish it, to show he was enjoying it, so the system would acknowledge his purchase. Half an hour later, Lin Feng put down his knife and fork. Waiter, please pay the bill. Hello, sir. The total bill is 1,008 yuan. The waiter handed over the bill. Lin Feng took out his phone and clicked on the payment code. This was the most critical moment. The balance of his bank card is 1,123.5 yuan. Drop. Payment successful. The bank app popped up a deduction notification, and the remaining balance was 115.5 yuan. Lin Feng's heart almost stopped beating. He stared at the screen of his mobile phone, waiting. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Just when he thought he had lost the bet, the cold electronic voice in his mind rang again. Ding. Detected that the host has completed an indulgent consumption, 1,008 yuan. Novice mission completed. Level 1 rebate 10x activated. Rebate amount, 10,080 yuan, being distributed. Almost at the same time, the phone vibrated. ICBC, 10,080 yuan was transferred into your savings card account with the last number 6686. The current balance is 10,195.50 yuan. Done. It really worked. Lin Feng clenched his fists tightly, a huge sense of ecstasy and release rushing over his head. He had to suppress his laughter in the restaurant. 10 minutes ago, he was still a poor student worried about living expenses. 10 minutes later, he became a millionaire. At this time, the system prompt sounded again. Tip: by completing your first indulgence, you'll receive the unfettered aura as a newbie reward. As long as the host's account has sufficient balance, you can pay or transfer money at will, with no upper limit, and the funds will arrive in seconds. This system is fucking awesome. Lin Feng stood up, his back straight. He once again scanned the luxurious restaurant, this time with a completely different mindset. This place is no longer a place he needs to look up to. He walked out of the restaurant door, and the night breeze blew on his face, making him feel extremely refreshed. Being poor is no longer a sin. Now, he is a hunter. Just then, the WeChat group on my phone rang. It is the dormitory complex Tokai F4 Dormitory 404. The person who sent the message was Zhao Ziyang. Zhao Ziyang at all members, brothers, 8 p.m., Mais KTV, Brother Ang Street. You all have to come. Lu Zhuang De Zhuang, Brother Ong V5. Any good news? Zhao Ziyang posted a smug emoji, celebrating my breakthrough in pursuing Wan Qing. She's coming tonight too. At Lin Feng, don't say I don't take care of you. Come and broaden your horizons and learn how to pick up girls. Lin Feng looked at Zhao Ziyang's smug face on the screen and smiled coldly. Eye-opening? Okay, let us go and have a look. See how long your little money can last. Chapter 3 KTV Undercurrent. Lin Feng put away his phone and returned to the dormitory. It was 8 o'clock in the evening, still early for Zhao Ziyang's appointment. He needed to change his clothes. The barbecue-smelling cheap clothes she was wearing at the Western restaurant just now are really not suitable for a place like Mais KTV. He opened the closet and saw a few wrinkled t-shirts and jeans hanging inside. Lin Feng shook his head and pulled them off and threw them into the trash can. A real man is born between heaven and earth. How can he be depressed and inferior to others for long? Since the system has given us the opportunity, we must stand up to it. Lin Feng, with the 10,000 yuan he had just earned, headed straight for Wanda Plaza near his school. He didn't have time to choose carefully, so he went straight into an Armani AX store. This black shirt and these casual pants, please give me the size. Lin Feng pointed at the outfit on the model. Quick decision, paid by credit card, 2,800 yuan. Ding. Detected that the host has completed an indulgent consumption, 2,800 yuan. Level 1 rebates 10x are being distributed. Industrial and Commercial Bank of China, 28,000 yuan was transferred into your savings card account with the last number 6686. The current balance is 35,395.50 yuan. Lin Feng changed into new clothes in the fitting room and looked at himself in the mirror. The fitted tailoring highlighted his broad shoulders and narrow waist, and the black shirt made his already handsome features appear even more severe. It is true that clothes make the man. Lin Feng's temperament now is completely different from what he was a few hours ago. 9:30 p.m., Maysay KTV, VIP Box 888. When Lin Feng pushed the door open, the room was already bustling with activity. Zhao Ziang was hugging Xiao Wanqing, singing Love Until Death with a ghostly howl. Lu Zhuang and Chen Rui from the dormitory sat in a corner, drinking and playing dice. There were also a few of Zhao Ziang's followers and Xiao Wanqing's roommates. Hey, Brother Feng is here. Lu Zhuang was sharp-eyed and was the first to see Lin Feng. He asked him to come over and sit down. Zhao Ziang's singing suddenly stopped. He cut off the song and picked up the microphone. Lin Feng, why did you come so late? You left so many of us waiting for you. He looked Lin Feng up and down, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Lin Feng's outfit didn't look cheap. Axe? Lin Feng, you're amazing. You even bought some fake clothes just for this KTV? Zhao Ziang said with a sarcastic smile, don't try to be so arrogant. We're all brothers, no one's laughing at you. Lin Feng was too lazy to explain and walked straight to the corner and sat down. Xiao Wanqing's gaze lingered on Lin Feng for a few more seconds. She noticed that Lin Feng's temperament seemed to have changed. His calmness and composure even overwhelmed Zhao Ziang's flamboyance. But she quickly retracted her gaze and leaned against Zhao Ziang obediently. After all, it was Zhao Ziang who paid for the evening. Zhao Ziang was very satisfied with Xiao Wanqing's obedience. He deliberately pinched Xiao Wanqing's cheek in front of Lin Feng, declaring his sovereignty. Baby, are you thirsty? Let's order something to drink. Brother Ong, it's up to you to decide. Xiao Wanqing's voice was sweet. Zhao Ziang snapped his fingers and called the waiter. Come, order. He took the drink menu, flipped through a few pages, and frowned. The bill at Maysay KTV was quite high, especially for the foreign liquor. It was true that Zhao Ziang's family earned $1 million a year, but his own monthly allowance was only 20 or 30,000. To show off in front of Xiao Wanqing today, he had chosen this VIP room, spending several thousand on minimum consumption. Ahem, well, let's go for the passionate drinking combo, 2 packs of Budweiser and a large fruit plate. Zhao Ziang closed the menu. A follower started to jeer, Brother Ong, just drinking beer? Why not something Western? Zhao Ziang's face turned serious. Why drink foreign liquor? Beer is the right atmosphere. Besides, we have to take care of students who are in financial difficulties. He looked at Lin Feng with a forced smile. Lin Feng, Brother Ong understands that it's not easy for you to work and study. Although this Budweiser is not expensive, you should drink less. Don't get drunk and miss your job in the cafeteria tomorrow. After these words were spoken, the box was silent for a few seconds. This humiliation is too direct. Lu Zhuang frowned and wanted to say something, but was held down by Chen Rui. Xiao Wanqing's face also flushed slightly. Zhao Ziang's words made her feel very embarrassed, but she glanced at the Langin's watch on his wrist and chose to remain silent. The atmosphere was extremely depressing. Everyone looked at Lin Feng, waiting to see him embarrassed, angry or forbearing. Lin Feng smiled. He stood up and took the drink menu from Zhao Ziang's hand. Without even looking at Zhao Ziang, he said directly to the waiter. Which is the most expensive set meal here? The waiter was also stunned by Lin Feng's sudden momentum. She worked in this KTV and had seen many rich second generations, but this was the first time she had seen Lin Feng's calm yet fierce look. Sir, our most expensive package is the Supreme King package, priced at 38,888 yuan. It includes 8 bottles of Spade champagne, a bottle of Louis XIII, and... Okay, this is it. Lin Feng interrupted the waiter's introduction decisively. As soon as these words were spoken, the box fell silent. 38,888? Zhao Ziang's eyes widened, he thought he had misheard. His budget for tonight was only 10,000 yuan at most, and Lin Feng asked for nearly 40,000? Lin Feng, are you crazy? Zhao Ziang snatched the drink menu and pointed at the price. Look carefully, it's 38,000, not 380. Don't try to be so arrogant. If you can't pay later, we'll be the ones in the dormitory who will be embarrassed. Xiao Wanqing also frowned slightly. She felt that Lin Feng was a little too much. Poor people who suddenly became rich. She thought Lin Feng might have won a small lottery were most likely to lose control. This kind of unstable behavior was very demeaning. Lin Feng didn't even look at Zhao Ziang. He said to the waiter, "Swipe the card now." "Yes, sir." "This way, please." The waiter said respectfully. "Wait." Zhao Ziang was anxious. He stopped the waiter. "He's a poor student, where does he get the money? If he can't pay, I won't be the one who takes advantage of him." The waiter was a little embarrassed. Lin Feng sneered, took out his mobile phone, and directly opened the balance interface of the bank app and showed it to the waiter. Balance, 35,395.50 yuan. Although it is not enough for 38,888, the balance of 35,000 is enough to prove that he has the ability to spend. The waiter's eyes changed, and he immediately said respectfully, "Mr. Lin, the price difference of the set meal can be paid later. I will place the order for you first." Zhao Ziang was stunned when he saw the number. Over 30,000? Where did Lin Feng get the money? "Brother Feng, what are you doing?" Lu Zhuan was also confused. Lin Feng didn't explain and directly entered the password on the POS machine. Ding, payment successful. 35,000 yuan, prepayment successful. Lin Feng's bank card balance instantly dropped to only 3 digits. Zhao Ziang's face turned pale. He wanted to see Lin Feng make a fool of himself, but Lin Feng actually took out the money. At the moment when the POS machine issued the ticket, a system prompt sounded in Lin Feng's mind. Ding. Detected that the host has completed extravagant and indulgent consumption KTV Supreme Package prepaid, 35,000 yuan. Level 1 rebates 10x are being distributed. ICBC, 350,000 yuan was transferred into your savings card account with the last number 6686. The current balance is 350,395.50 yuan. 350,000. Lin Feng's breathing quickened slightly. In a few minutes, his assets increased from 10,000 to 350,000. The speed of this wealth explosion is so exciting. The atmosphere in the box has completely changed. Less than 5 minutes later, the KTV's marketing manager personally led a team of 6 waiters in a row, carrying bottles of shimmering Ace of Spades champagne. On the leading tray, a crystal bottle of Louis XIII sparkled. "Hello, distinguished guest. Thank you for choosing Maisei KTV. Have a nice evening." The manager smiled and directed the waiters to fill the entire crystal table with drinks. This scene left Zhao Ziang and his group of followers dumbfounded. The Budweiser beer ordered by Zhao Ziang was politely moved to the corner by the waiter and was not even on the table. Lin Feng, have you made a fortune?" Chen Rui pushed his glasses, and his logical brain was a little out of order. Zhao Ziang's face flushed and paled. He was the star of the show tonight, the sponsor of the dinner. But now, Lin Feng had used over 30,000 yuan worth of drinks to crush him, the host, into nothing. He felt that everyone's eyes were full of ridicule. What upset him the most was Xiao Wanqing's reaction. Xiao Wanqing, who had just leaned against him like a little bird, now had completely turned towards Lin Feng. She looked at the table full of glittering champagne, her eyes sparkling. That is the most primitive desire for money. Lin Feng opened a bottle of Ace of Spades, poured himself a glass, then leaned back on the sofa, his posture relaxed, taking control of the situation. He looked at Zhao Ziang and raised his glass. "Brother On, didn't you say you wanted me to come and broaden my horizons? Why are you silent?" Zhao Ziang's teeth were chattering, and he couldn't utter a single word. At this time, a fragrant breeze blew by. Xiao Wanqing had already picked up a glass of champagne and sat down next to Lin Feng very naturally. The distance between her and Zhao Ziang instantly widened like a galaxy. "Lin Feng, you're so good at hiding it," Xiao Wanqing's voice was sickeningly sweet. She tilted her head slightly and looked at Lin Feng with admiration. "I never realized you were so charming before." Chapter 4: The Class Beauty's Invitation. Lin Feng smiled slightly and said nothing. "But I feel so good inside, the feeling of being rich is so fucking awesome." That's all. The KTV party lasted until 2 in the morning. That bottle of Louis XIII and 8 bottles of Ace of Spades were eventually finished. Zhao Ziang left with a grim face in the middle of the class, using the excuse that he had classes in the morning, but in reality he was just embarrassed. As soon as he left, his followers also dispersed in shame. Xiao Wanqing stuck to Lin Feng the whole time. She was drunk, her eyes were blurry, and the frequency of physical contact was ridiculously high. Lin Feng didn't refuse, but he also wouldn't take the initiative. He was a hunter, and he enjoyed the process of his prey coming to him. Finally, Lin Feng called 2 special cars, one to take Xiao Wanqing and the others back to the girls' dormitory, and one to take him back to school. The next day, dormitory 404, Tunghai University. Lin Feng was woken up by Lu Zhuan's loud voice. "Fuck! Brother Feng, you're famous. The news that you ordered the supreme meal at Meisei KTV last night has even spread to the school forum." Lu Zhuan held up his phone with an excited look on his face. Lin Feng rubbed his temples. He didn't feel hungover at all. It seemed the expensive wine hadn't gotten to him. He picked up his phone and the first thing he looked at wasn't the forum, but his bank app. Balance, 350,395 renminbi and 50 cents. Looking at this string of numbers, Lin Feng's mouth curled up. This is confidence. Chen Rui also came over, pushed up his glasses, and began to analyze with the rationality of a top student. "Lin Feng, tell me the truth, did you buy a lottery ticket? Or are you actually the heir of a hidden family, and now the family trial period has passed?" Lin Feng smiled and said, "What are you thinking about? I've just been lucky recently and made a little money." He answered perfunctorily, his eyes glancing at the bed opposite. Zhao Ziong was pretending to sleep under the quilt. Lin Feng knew he was awake. After being slapped in the face in public last night, this arrogant rich second generation probably didn't sleep well the whole night. "Tisk, why are you pretending?" Lu Zhuan was also annoyed with Zhao Ziong and deliberately said loudly, "Some people brag about how rich they are every day, but in the end, when the critical moment comes, they can't even afford a bottle of good wine." "It's so funny." Zhao Ziong's quilt moved, but he didn't dare to say anything. Lin Feng didn't bother to pay attention to him and got up to wash up. His time was very precious now and he didn't have time to waste it on such a small character. I had just finished washing my face when WeChat on my phone rang. "Xiao Wanqing, Lin Feng, good morning, catstretching.gif. Xiao Wanqing, I drank too much last night and have a headache. Thank you for taking us back." Lin Feng looked at the message and understood. The fish had taken the bait. Before yesterday, Xiao Wanqing had replied to his messages with "yeah, okay," and "busy." Today, not only did she reply instantly, she also sent him a cute emoji and asked about his well-being. The speed at which a woman changes her face always depends on the thickness of a man's wallet. Lin Feng replied slowly, "It's okay." Xiao Wanqing replied almost instantly, "Are you free at noon? To express my gratitude, I'd like to treat you to a meal." Carrot. Treat me to dinner? Lin Feng smiled. This was an excuse, a test. She wanted to know whether Lin Feng's arrogance last night was just a flash in the pan or if he really had the strength. "Okay." Lin Feng replied. He also wanted to see how many tricks this class beauty had. At noon, in a beautifully decorated Western restaurant near the university town. Xiao Wanqing had clearly dressed up meticulously. She wore a tea dress, minimal makeup, and her hair held a subtle fragrance. Her every gesture exemplified the marriageable look. "The environment here is nice, right? My classmates recommended it to me." Xiao Wanqing smiled sweetly and pushed the menu to Lin Feng. Lin Feng took a quick look and saw that the average price per person was 200 to 300 yuan, which was considered high-end for students, but for him right now, it was just a drop in the bucket. After ordering, Xiao Wanqing held her chin with both hands and looked at Lin Feng with sparkling eyes. "Lin Feng, don't take it to heart what Zhao Ziong did to you last night. He's just a bad mouth, but he's actually not a bad person." The classic green tea opening line, first suppress and then praise, distance oneself from the relationship, and demonstrate kindness. Lin Feng drank a sip of lemonade and said lightly, "I don't take it to heart." He didn't take Zhao Ziong seriously at all. Xiao Wanqing observed Lin Feng's expression and found that he really didn't care. This calmness made her even more curious. "Lin Feng, we're classmates, so I'm just asking." Xiao Wanqing lowered her voice and leaned forward slightly. "Have you encountered any good things recently? I feel like you've changed a lot." Now comes the meat of the show. It's starting to hit rock bottom. Lin Feng put down the water cup and looked directly into her eyes. "I guess so." "Why, are you interested in me?" His question was too direct, catching Xiao Wanqing off guard. "No, it's just concern between classmates." Xiao Wanqing's cheeks flushed slightly, and she quickly lowered her head to drink water to hide her panic. Why doesn't Lin Feng play by the rules? The atmosphere entered a delicate push and pull situation. Lin Feng sat on the Daiyutai, while Xiao Wanqing was eager to find out his strength. After chatting for a while, Xiao Wanqing took out her mobile phone and pretended to casually browse Zaya Hongshu. Wow, Chanel's new CF bag this season is so beautiful. Xiao Wanqing exclaimed, then turned the phone screen towards Lin Feng. Look at this white gold buckle, isn't it very elegant? Lin Feng took a glance and saw the price tag was over 50,000. Xiao Wanqing sighed, her eyes filled with longing. It's a pity it's too expensive, and I heard that they have to match the goods, so it's hard to buy. After saying that, she secretly observed Lin Feng's reaction. If you are an ordinary bootlicker, you should pat your chest and say buy it this time. But Lin Feng just smiled and commented, not bad. Good. Xiao Wanqing was stunned. This reaction was wrong. Did he not get the hint, or did he look down on me? At this moment, a system prompt sounded in Lin Feng's ears. Ding. New mission released, luxurious touch. Task, experience the indulgent pleasure of luxury shopping. Please complete a cumulative luxury purchase of 100,000 yuan within 48 hours. Task reward, unlock the daily rebate limit to 500,000 yuan. 100,000? Lin Feng smiled. The bag Xiao Wanqing wants costs 50,000. System task, 100,000. He is determined to spend this money. But whether he spends it on her depends on his mood. Chapter 5, The Trial of Luxury Stores. Okay. Lin Feng put down his fork and wiped his mouth with his napkin. Then let's go and take a look now. Xiao Wanqing was stunned for a moment, her heart skipping a beat. Now? What else? Lin Feng stood up and walked directly to the cashier to pay. Then he turned around and looked at Xiao Wanqing, who was still sitting there, with a playful smile on his face. Let's go. Didn't they say it's hard to buy? Let's go and see for ourselves. Xiao Wanqing was surprised and happy. The good news was that Lin Feng really understood her hint, and it seemed that he really intended to take her to buy it. What is surprising is that he looks so confident. Could he really just buy a bag worth over 50,000 yuan? With mixed feelings, she followed Lin Feng in a taxi and came to the top shopping mall in Donghai City Plaza 66. This is a palace of luxury, and ordinary students need courage even to walk in. The two went straight to the Chanel counter on the second floor. The security guard at the door politely opened it for them. The air conditioning in the store was turned up high, and the air was filled with the mixed smell of leather and perfume. A salesgirl in a professional suit and delicate makeup glanced at them. When her eyes fell on Lin Feng's Armani AX, the enthusiasm in her eyes quickly cooled down. In her eyes, 99% of the people who come in wearing these light luxury brands are there just to look and not buy, or they have asked an agent to buy the genuine products and come here to inspect them. Please take a look around. The salesgirl said in a flat tone. After saying this, she turned around to entertain another lady who was dressed in jewels. This feeling of being ignored made Xiao Wanqing's face burn instantly. She dressed up specially today to be suitable for this occasion. But the salesgirl's contemptuous glance was like a needle, piercing all her pride. Lin Feng, how about, let's just go? Xiao Wanqing tugged at the corner of Lin Feng's clothes, her voice as low as a mosquito's buzz. It seems like everything here is sold out. She began to feel a little regretful. What if Lin Feng was just bragging? That would be so embarrassing. Lin Feng acted as if he didn't hear anything and ignored the snobbish salesgirl completely. He walked straight to the window and locked his eyes on the white CF bag with gold buckle that Xiao Wanqing had shown him on her phone. Then he casually pointed to a men's black bomber jacket and a pair of neatly tailored casual trousers on the model next to him. He called out to the salesgirl who was busy flattering the lady, "Hello." The salesgirl turned around impatiently, "What's the matter?" Lin Feng pointed at the items and said calmly, as if he was buying vegetables at the market, "That bag, this jacket, and these pants. No need to try them on, just pack them up." The salesgirl's expression froze. Everyone in the box, including the lady, looked over at once. The salesgirl was stunned for a few seconds before she came over and asked with a hint of doubt, "Sir, do you want all three?" "Yes, both." The salesgirl's calculator was working rapidly. The white CF bag was 58,800, the bomber jacket was 32,000, and the pants were 15,000. "Sir, these three items add up to a total of 105,800 yuan." She deliberately emphasized the pronunciation of the word 100,000. Xiao Wanqing's heart was in her throat. She clenched her fists nervously, and her palms were full of sweat. 100,000 yuan, this is almost her parents' annual income. Lin Feng didn't even blink as he pulled out the ICBC card from his wallet. Swipe the card. 2 words, powerful and resounding. The salesgirl no longer dared to be negligent and immediately put on a professional, even somewhat flattering smile. Okay, sir. Please wait a moment. She took the bank card respectfully with both hands and trotted to the cashier. Drop. The crisp sound of the POS machine is particularly clear in the quiet counter. Payment successful. The moment the receipt was printed out, the long-awaited voice sounded in Lin Feng's mind. Ding. Detected that the host has completed a luxurious indulgence consumption, 105,800 yuan. Mission luxury touch completed. Cumulative consumption has reached the target. Rebate 10x is being distributed. Industrial and Commercial Bank of China, 1,058,000 yuan was transferred into your savings card account with the last number 6686. The current balance is 1,302,595.50 yuan. 1,300,000. Looking at the text message on his phone, Lin Feng's heart was filled with excitement. This was the feeling of wealth exploding. The salesgirl has packed the 3 items in exquisite boxes and gift bags as quickly as possible. She handed the bank card and shopping bag back to Lin Feng with both hands, her waist bent almost 90 degrees. Sir, this is your merchandise, please take it. If you need anything in the future, you can always contact me. This is my business card. Lin Feng took the things without even looking at her. He casually handed the largest and most exquisite bag containing the CF bag to the stunned Xiao Wanqing. Here, your bag. Chapter 6 Hormonal Effects and First Confrontation. Xiao Wanqing stared at the white gift box, her eyes full of light. The Chanel CF worth more than 50,000 yuan, the bag she had always dreamed of owning, is now right in front of her. Lin Feng, this is too valuable, how can I accept it? Xiao Wanqing bit her lip, her voice trembling. He said no, but his eyes were glued to the bag and he couldn't move an inch. Lin Feng saw through her little trick. Green tea girls are like this, both self-righteous and self-righteous. He was too lazy to play along with her and just stuffed the bag into her arms. Just take it, why are you talking so much? The tone was overbearing and brooked no refusal. Xiao Wanqing immediately hugged the bag tightly, fearing that Lin Feng would change his mind. A smile completely blossomed on her face, completely shedding her previous reserved and distant look. Thank you, Lin Feng. She naturally took Lin Feng's arm and pressed her body against him, the softness of her chest rubbing against Lin Feng's arm intentionally or unintentionally. Lin Feng, you are so nice. I really like this bag. Her tone was so sweet that it could be drawn. Lin Feng enjoyed this feeling of conquest. Yesterday she was ignoring him, but today she threw herself at him. Money is such a good thing. The customers and salesgirls around her all looked at her with envy and jealousy. Lin Feng ignored them and walked out of the Chanel counter with Xiao Wanqing. Just as he was enjoying Xiao Wanqing's gentleness, a special reminder sound suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host enjoyed a high-quality luxury indulgence experience, triggering a low-probability event. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the magical item, Hormone Fragrance Card 24 Hours 1. Effect, within 24 hours after use, the host's attraction to the opposite sex will be max. Lin Feng paused. Holy shit, the system can actually drop equipment? He thought and checked the system space. A card with a faint golden light was lying there quietly. Hormone Fragrance Card? Max attraction? This stuff sounds interesting. What's wrong, Lin Feng? Xiao Wanqing noticed his pause, looked up and asked with concern. Lin Feng looked down at her and found that the way she looked at him was more intense than before, even with a hint of infatuation. It's okay, let's go back to school. After getting in the taxi, Xiao Wanqing finally couldn't hold back anymore. She took out her cell phone, found a good angle, put the Chanel gift bag on her lap, and took a photo. In the photo, the white gift bag complements her fair thighs, and a corner of Lin Feng's Chanel jacket is faintly visible in the background. She edited a circle of friends and wrote, "Thank you for the surprises in life, love," and then set it to be visible to a group, including Chu Xiaoxiao from the dance department and her group of girlfriends. At the same time, in the college girls' dormitory 305. Because it gathers several top beauties, it is privately called the Goddess Dormitory by all the boys in the school. Look! Xiao Wanqing, this green tea girl, is showing off on WeChat moments again. Xiaoyi, the sweet anchor from the Department of Media, put her phone in front of Chu Xiaoxiao. Although they appear to be very close in front of outsiders, they look down on each other in private. There are even a few girls in a dormitory, but they have opened more than a dozen private groups. Chu Xiaoxiao, the beauty of the dance department, recognized the Chanel bag in the photo at a glance. It was very eye-catching. Isn't this the platinum version of CF? The one with 58,000? Where did she get the money? Where else could it have come from? Xin Bing, a graduate student reading nearby, pushed up her glasses and said calmly, "Didn't you hear about the guy named Lin Feng from the management department who spent a fortune at Meisei KTV last night?" Xiao Wanqing was there. Xu Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up, and she instantly became interested. I was wondering why this green tea girl Xiao Wanqing suddenly changed her tactics. It turns out she's hooked up with a rich man. She put down the yoga mat in her hand, and her hot body was particularly eye-catching in the dormitory. Oh, how can she take such high-quality stocks all by herself? No, I have to go meet this Lin Feng. The other side. When Lin Feng returned to the boys' dormitory 404, Lu Zhuang and Chen Rui's reactions were as shocked as expected. Fuck, brother Feng, you're wearing Chanel? Lu Zhuang jumped up from his chair. It's confirmed. Brother Feng, you're definitely a hidden rich man. Chen Rui also put down his book and walked around Lin Feng, his eyes behind his glasses full of inquiry. That's unscientific. This suit is worth tens of thousands of dollars, right? Lin Feng, your wealth is growing at such a rate that even Buffett would be speechless. Lin Feng smiled and didn't explain. Let's eat in the cafeteria tonight, it's my treat. While going to the bathroom, he silently said in his mind, use hormone fragrance card. Ding. Item successfully used. Countdown, 23 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. An indescribable feeling of freshness instantly spread throughout his body. Lin Feng looked in the mirror. His facial features and figure hadn't changed, but his eyes and temperament seemed to have an inexplicable aggressiveness. In the evening, Lin Feng walked towards the cafeteria with his two roommates. Along the way, he clearly sensed something was amiss. He was getting ridiculously many heads turning. Passing women, whether they knew him or not, would glance in his direction, some even stopping to whisper to their companions. Brother Feng, what's going on? Lu Zhuan was a little confused. Are all the girls at school going crazy today? Why are they all staring at you? Chen Rui pushed his glasses up, his CPU a bit cranky. From a probabilistic point of view, this isn't normal. Lin Feng, did you spray some special perfume? Lin Feng was secretly pleased. This item was incredibly effective. The three of them arrived at the cafeteria, got their food, and found an empty table to sit down. But not long after Lin Feng sat down, a tall figure carrying a tray walked straight towards their table. The person who came was the beauty of the dance department, Chu Xiaoxiao. She was wearing a short white t-shirt today, revealing her tight waistline, and light blue denim hot pants. Her long legs were dazzlingly white. Chu Xiaoxiao ignored everyone's gaze, with a clear goal in mind, and sat down directly in the empty seat opposite Lin Feng. You're Lin Feng, right? Chu Xiaoxiao lifted her hair, her movements fiery and natural. She propped her chin up, her eyes fixed on Lin Feng. My name is Chu Xiaoxiao, from the dance department. I saw the moments of one of my good friends and I'm a little curious about you. The spare ribs in Lu Zhuan's mouth fell onto the table with a click. Holy crap! Chu Xiaoxiao, the school beauty? That's too direct a pick-up line. Lin Feng was very calm. He knew that this was the effect of the props and also a bonus to his wealth. Lin Feng. He gave his name with a lukewarm attitude. Chu Xiaoxiao smiled. She liked boys who were a bit challenging. Lin Feng? Nice name. Add me on WeChat? She showed her QR code very directly. Just as Lin Feng was about to take out his cell phone, another voice interrupted. Lin Feng, why are you eating so fast? You don't even wait for me. Xiao Wanqing walked over quickly with a tray of food. She had obviously put on her makeup carefully. When she saw Chu Xiaoxiao sitting opposite Lin Feng, her smile froze for a moment, but quickly recovered. She sat down next to Lin Feng very naturally, leaning slightly towards him to assert her sovereignty. Chu Xiaoxiao shook her phone first, showing that she had successfully added Lin Feng as a friend. Then, he glanced at Xiao Wanqing's empty hands and said in feigned surprise, Hey, Wanqing, where's your new Chanel bag? Why didn't you carry it out? It's such an expensive bag, you have to carry it every day to be worthy of the person who gave it to you. Xiao Wanqing's heart skipped a beat and her expression changed slightly. Xu Xiaoxiao is declaring war on her. The atmosphere in the cafeteria was extremely tense. Two beautiful girls from the department started fighting in public for a boy? Lin Feng, however, sat back and enjoyed the spectacle of female competition. One is pure green tea, the other is fiery rose, each has its own merits. Just as the two girls' eyes were fighting in the air, Lin Feng's cell phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the caller ID and raised his eyebrows slightly. Counselor Gu. It was his counselor, Gu Qingying. Lin Feng picked up the phone. Hello, Teacher Gu. A gentle and slightly tired voice came from the other end of the phone. Lin Feng, are you free now? Come to my office. Chapter 7: The Dilemma of the Beautiful Instructor. Teacher Gu, I'll be there right away. Lin Feng hung up the phone and stood up calmly. The tense atmosphere in the cafeteria was instantly broken. Lin Feng, are you leaving? Xiao Wanqing immediately became nervous, fearing that Lin Feng was scared away by Xu Xiaoxiao. Xu Xiaoxiao raised an eyebrow, her interest in Lin Feng growing stronger. This boy, facing the competition between her and Xiao Wanqing, could remain so calm. The instructor wants to talk to me about something. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he picked up the dinner plate and left, leaving the two beauties standing there, exchanging glances and sparks flying. Administration Building, Office 302. Lin Feng knocked on the door. Come in. A gentle but obviously tired voice came from inside. Lin Feng pushed the door open and went in. The office was small and cozy. Behind the desk by the window sat a woman. Gu Qingying, a new counselor at Tunghai University, had recently joined the university after graduating from graduate school. She was wearing an off-white sweater and khaki trousers, her long hair simply tied back, and a pair of thin-framed glasses. She is not very old, only about 25 or 26 years old, but she has a very mature and intellectual temperament. She is very popular among students and is the white moonlight sister in the eyes of many boys. But at this moment, the condition of Bai Yueguan was obviously not very good. Lin Feng keenly noticed that although Gu Qingying's makeup was exquisite, it still couldn't hide the dark circles under her eyes and the deep fatigue. Her face was pale and her lips were a little chapped. Teacher Gu. Lin Feng greeted him. When Gu Qingying saw Lin Feng, she quickly stood up and forced a professional smile. Lin Feng, you are here, sit down. She poured a glass of water for Lin Feng, but when she turned around, her body seemed to sway slightly, and she had to hold on to the corner of the table to keep steady. Thank you, teacher. Lin Feng sat down and observed her calmly. Gu Qingying sat back in her chair, rubbed her temples, and spoke with all her strength. Lin Feng, I called you here today mainly to understand your recent situation. Your attendance record this semester has a lot of absences. She opened the student management system on her computer, but her eyes were obviously distracted and her attention was not focused. Lin Feng nodded. I have some things going on at home recently. I will go to class as usual after I finish it. That's good. Gu Qingying breathed a sigh of relief. She really didn't have the energy to deal with problem students right now. She looked up at Lin Feng, and her gaze suddenly stopped. She didn't know if it was an illusion, but she felt that Lin Feng today was very different from the taciturn, slightly self-deprecating, poor student he used to be. He was wearing high-quality clothes, had a calm demeanor, and he seemed to have a strong masculine aura that made her heart beat faster. Gu Qingying's cheeks felt slightly hot and she quickly looked away. The hormone fragrance card is taking effect. Also, Teacher Gu heard that you've recently. Gu Qingying hesitated, as if choosing her words. Your spending has increased quite a bit. The school doesn't interfere with students' private lives, but I hope you can spend within your means and avoid going astray, like taking out online loans. She heard some rumors about Lin Feng spending a lot of money in KTV last night and was a little worried. Lin Feng smiled and said, Thank you for your concern, teacher. My money comes from a legitimate source, so don't worry. That's good, that's good. Gu Qingying nodded. She was really tired and just wanted to end the conversation as soon as possible. Teacher, you don't look well. Are you sick? Lin Feng asked with concern. Ah, it's nothing, I just haven't slept well recently. Gu Qingying's eyes dodged for a moment, and she stood up. Okay, that's all for today. You can go back and pay attention to your attendance. Okay, goodbye, Teacher Gu. Lin Feng stood up and walked towards the door. Just as he grasped the door handle and was about to open the door, the cell phone on Gu Qingying's desk suddenly rang sharply. Gu Qingying glanced at the caller ID, her face turned pale instantly, and her body trembled. She thought Lin Feng had already gone out, so she hurriedly grabbed her cell phone, turned around and walked to the corner by the window with her back to the door. Lin Feng stopped moving. Instead of going out, he gently closed the door a crack. He didn't mean to eavesdrop, but Gu Qingying's reaction was too abnormal. "Hello, Brother Wang." Gu Qingying's voice came from the corner, with suppressed crying and trembling, completely different from her usual gentle and intellectual self. "Brother Wang, please, can you give me a few more days? I'm really trying to collect the money for my mother's surgery. I know it's been delayed for half a month, but the hospital is pressing for payment, and I just started working, so I really can't come up with so much money. Don't come to my house. Please. I'll pay the interest next week. I'll find a way to pay the principal later." There was a rough roar coming from the other end of the phone. Even though he was at a distance, Lin Feng could vaguely hear words like "pay your debts" and "don't be shameless." Gu Qingying covered her mouth tightly, tears streaming down her face. She begged humbly, and her mature and intellectual shell was completely shattered at this moment, leaving only a helpless woman who was driven to despair by debt. Lin Feng stood behind the door, listening quietly. "I see. The dilemma faced by the beautiful counselor is money." The image of Gu Qingying forcing a smile just now and crying humbly now emerged in his mind. This huge contrast made him feel a strange desire to conquer and protect. The phone was hung up, and Gu Qingying seemed to have been drained of all her strength. She leaned softly against the wall, covering her face and sobbing softly. Lin Feng gently opened the door and walked out without disturbing her. Money can make the class beauty fall into your arms, but it can also make the intellectual counselor break down and cry in the corner. Lin Feng walked in the corridor, thinking about a question in his mind. If he helped Gu Qingying pay back the money, would it be considered indulgence? Enjoying the gratitude and submission of a mature and beautiful instructor, this should be the ultimate enjoyment, right? He waited expectantly for the system's response. Chapter 8: An Unexpected Helping Hand. After coming out of the administrative building, Lin Feng did not go back to the cafeteria, but went straight back to the dormitory. Gu Qingying's final breakdown and crying were in stark contrast to her usual intellectual and gentle image. Lin Feng sat on the chair, thinking in his mind. System, if I help Gu Qingying pay off her debts, would that be considered indulgent spending? Lin Feng asked himself. The system was silent for 2 seconds. Judging. If the host makes a charitable donation out of pure compassion, it will not be counted. However, if the host is seeking to experience the superiority of a savior, enjoying the other party's gratitude, admiration, or even submission, it is considered spiritual indulgence. Lin Feng was happy. System, you understand me very well. He did sympathize with Gu Qingying, but it wasn't pure chastity. He enjoyed the feeling of being high above others and changing their fate with a wave of his hand. Since the system has given the green light, this can be done. But first, we need to know how much she owes and how to give her the money. Giving it directly would be too abrupt. A woman with a strong sense of self-esteem like Gu Qingying might not accept a student's charity. We have to think of a way. Lin Feng looked at Lu Zhuan, who was doing pull-ups. "De Zhuan, let me ask you something." "Brother Feng, please say." Lu Zhuang stopped panting. "Coach Gu, how much do you know? I feel like she hasn't been in a good state recently." Lin Feng asked casually. When Lu Zhuang heard this, he immediately perked up. "Brother Feng, have you noticed too? Teacher Gu has been really miserable lately. I heard from the student union that her mother seems to be seriously ill and is in the ICU. It's costing her money every day. It seems like she borrowed a lot of money and has been being harassed by debt collectors every day recently. Alas, Teacher Gu is such a good person, but she is so beautiful but has a tragic fate." Lin Feng asked, "Do you know how much she is missing?" "I don't know the exact amount, but I heard it was a large sum. Someone seemed to have seen her post a link to the Shuidiko fundraising campaign on the school forum, but she probably deleted it quickly out of fear of embarrassment." "Water drop fund? That's easy." Lin Feng opened his phone and searched for keywords on the school forum. Although the original post had been deleted, the internet had memories, and he quickly found a screenshot of a repost. Click on the link in the screenshot and you will be redirected to the fundraising page. Target amount, 300,000. Amount raised, less than 50,000 in total. For a newly employed university counselor, the remaining 250,000 yuan can really drive him crazy. Lin Feng looked at the haggard photo of Gu Qingying's mother on the page with calm eyes. He switched to the bank app and didn't use the Shuidiku platform, which takes a cut and is slow to process. He directly found Gu Qingying's bank account listed on the page. 200,000. Lin Feng clicked with his finger and transferred the money directly. He did not transfer 300,000 yuan, but only the amount that could solve her urgent needs. A pinch of rice is a favor, a peck of rice is a grudge. He didn't want this favor to be taken for granted, what he wanted was Gu Qingying's gratitude and curiosity. Transfer completed. Meanwhile, in Office 302 of the administration building, Gu Qingying wiped away her tears and forced herself to calm down. Crying was useless, she had to find a way to get the money. She looked at the pitifully small donation figures on the Shuidico page, and her heart sank. The debt collection call could come at any time. She even thought desperately about going to those greasy social bosses to borrow money, but when she thought about the possible price she might have to pay, she felt sick. Just then, the phone suddenly vibrated. It's a bank account arrival text message. Gu Qingying thought it was her salary coming in, or maybe a relative chipped in a few hundred yuan. She numbly clicked on the message. ICBC, 200,000 yuan summary, medical expenses was transferred into your savings card account ending in 9527 on XX. The current balance is 203,578.20 yuan. Gu Qingying's eyes suddenly widened. She counted the numbers one by one. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000. 200,000? Gu Qingying's hands began to tremble violently and her phone almost fell to the ground. She stood up suddenly, breathing rapidly, and her chest heaving violently. Who transferred 200,000 yuan to her? She immediately logged into her mobile banking app and double-checked. Sure enough, 200,000 yuan had indeed arrived. This money solved her urgent problem and pulled her back from the edge of the cliff. Gu Qingying covered her mouth and tears welled up in her eyes again, but this time, they were filled with joy and excitement of having escaped a desperate situation. After calming down, she immediately started checking the remitter's information. But the other parties seemed to have used some kind of anonymous transfer service, and the remitter column only had 3 words, Good Samaritan. Kind-hearted person. Gu Qingying murmured to herself. Who would be so kind as to transfer 200,000 yuan to her at one time? Dormitory 404. Lin Feng's phone received 2 messages almost at the same time. Ding. Detected that the host has completed a spiritual indulgence consumption experiencing the sense of superiority of salvation, 200,000 yuan. Level 1 rebates 10x are being distributed. Industrial and Commercial Bank of China, 2 million yuan was transferred to your savings card account ending in 6686. The current balance is 3,302,595.50 yuan. 2 million has arrived. Lin Feng's assets officially exceeded 3 million. He leaned back in his chair, the corners of his mouth curled up. It felt really good to do good things without leaving a name. But he knew that Gu Qingying would definitely investigate. Administration building. Gu Qingying paced anxiously in the office. She had to know who this benefactor was. She thought back to the people she'd interacted with recently. Friends and relatives? No way, they'd all been drained dry. Bosses in society? They wouldn't be so kind as to ask for nothing in return. Suddenly, a figure flashed through her mind. The boy who just sat opposite her an hour ago and was reminded by her not to overspend. Lin Feng. There have been rumors in school recently about a student who has suddenly become rich. Is it him? Chapter 9 The Counselor's Test. Dormitory 404. Lin Feng leaned back in his chair, watching the balance on his bank app surpass 3 million, his lips curled up. It felt really good to do good deeds anonymously. Zhao Ziong huddled in bed, scrolling through his phone with a grim expression. Although he was crushed to pieces by Lin Feng in KTV last night, he still held a glimmer of hope in his heart. He felt that Xiao Wanqing was just temporarily intimidated by Lin Feng's nouveau riche behavior, and when Lin Feng's hype passed, Xiao Wanqing would still return to him. Until he saw Xiao Wanqing's recently posted circle of friends. Thank you for the surprises in life, love. In the accompanying picture, the white Chanel CF bag is lying quietly on Xiao Wanqing's white thigh. Zhao Ziong's breathing stopped instantly. Chanel CF. 58,000. His own monthly pocket money is only 20,000 to 30,000 yuan. He has been pursuing Xiao Wanqing for so long, and the most expensive gift he has given her is a necklace worth 1,000 yuan. He simply couldn't bear to and couldn't afford to buy a bag worth more than 50,000 yuan to give to others. What was even more eye-catching was the corner of the black jacket vaguely visible in the background of the photo. He recognized it as Chanel's new model of the season, the same one Lin Feng was wearing today. Grass. Zhao Ziyan's jealousy and humiliation instantly overwhelmed his rationality. He suddenly threw away the quilt and punched the iron frame beside the bed, making a loud bang. "Fuck, brother Ong, what's wrong with you?" Lu Zhuan was shocked. Zhao Ziyan's eyes were red and he stared at Lin Feng like a wounded beast. His eyes were full of jealousy and unwillingness. He had been pursuing the class beauty for half a semester and was about to win her over, but she was snatched away by the poor guy he had always stepped on? How the hell can I bear this? Lin Feng glanced at him, as if he was looking at a clown in impotent rage, and then looked away indifferently. An opponent of this level is not worthy of him wasting his emotions. Meanwhile, in Office 302 of the administration building, Gu Qingying hung up the call to the bank's customer service, her palms sweaty. "I'm sorry, Ms. Gu, to protect customer privacy, we cannot disclose the specific information of the remitter." The bank customer service's answer was very official, but under Gu Qingying's questioning, the other party still revealed a key piece of information. The money was an anonymous express remittance initiated through the local ICBC counter in Donghai City at 5:15 p.m. 5:15. Gu Qingying clearly remembered that Lin Feng left her office at about 5:10. It takes exactly 5 minutes to walk from the administrative building to the nearest ICBC. The timing matches perfectly. Add to that the recent rumors about Lin Feng suddenly becoming wealthy, and the look of him wanting to say something but holding back before he left. Gu Qingying took a deep breath and her heart rate soared to 180. There is no mistake, that kind-hearted person is 99% likely Lin Feng. This is so magical. An hour ago, she was still advising the student as a teacher not to go astray and not to overspend. An hour later, the student gave her 200,000 yuan and rescued her from the desperate situation. This feeling of identity reversal made Gu Qingying's brain CPU burn out. She must find Lin Feng to confirm. But how should she bring it up? Should she just ask, "Did you give her the money?" That would be too embarrassing. If it wasn't, she would be humiliated. Gu Qingying paced back and forth in the office, finally gritted her teeth, picked up her phone, and sent a WeChat message to Lin Feng. "Student Lin Feng, I have some details about your studies that I would like to confirm with you. Is it convenient for you to come to my office again?" It was a lame excuse, but her mind was in a mess and that was all she could think of. Dormitory 404. When Lin Feng saw the message sent by Gu Qingying, a smile appeared on his lips. The fish took the bait faster than he thought. "Okay, Teacher Gu, I'll be there right away." Lin Feng put down his phone, put on his newly bought Chanel jacket, and got up to go out. "Brother Feng, are you going to see the counselor again?" Lu Shuang asked curiously. "Well, I'll be back soon." When I came to Office 302 again, the atmosphere was completely different from last time. Gu Qingying had already adjusted her mood, but the look she gave Lin Feng was incredibly complicated. There was inquiry, gratitude, and a hint of embarrassment in front of her benefactor. "Lin Feng, sit down." Gu Qingying's voice was a little gentler than usual. She personally made a cup of tea for Lin Feng, which was the Westlake Longjing tea that she usually didn't want to drink. Lin Feng sat down calmly, picked up the teacup and took a sip. He could feel Gu Qingying's eyes fixed on him. The effect of hormone fragrance card is still lasting. The office was small, and the strong masculine scent made Gu Qingying's breathing a little unnatural. She found that from a close distance, Lin Feng's facial features were very attractive, and he had a calmness that transcended his age. "Teacher Gu, you are looking for me because you have any problems with your studies?" Lin Feng took the initiative to speak, breaking the silence. Gu Qingying took a deep breath and decided to hit it from the side. "Lin Feng, the teacher talked to you about the issue of consumption last time." She spoke carefully. "Teacher, what I'm saying is that no matter your current financial situation, you should still be cautious when making large expenditures. For example, don't lend money to others easily, especially for amounts like hundreds of thousands." She stared at Lin Feng's eyes, trying to find a trace of fluctuation in his expression. Lin Feng's expression was flawless. He met Gu Qingying's gaze and smiled faintly. "Teacher Gu is right, I will remember it. However, if it is to help those who deserve help, I think the money is worth spending." This statement is almost a clear statement. Gu Qingying's heart skipped a beat. It's really him. Her hands under the table were tightly clutching the corners of her clothes. A mature and intellectual female instructor was so nervous that she was at a loss in front of a junior student. Lin Feng. Gu Qingying opened her mouth, her voice trembling. She wanted to thank him, but she felt it was inappropriate to say so in the office. Lin Feng looked at her awkward expression, and a sense of control rose in his heart. He stood up and said, "Teacher Gu, if there is nothing else to do academically, I will leave first." He deliberately didn't say anything definite, enjoying the process of making the other party guess and confused. "Wait." Gu Qingying hurriedly called him. She stood up, walked in front of Lin Feng, and mustered up the courage to look him in the face. "Lin Feng, no matter what. I want to treat you to a meal." Gu Qingying's cheeks flushed slightly. "Tonight, are you free? It's like a teacher thanking you for listening to my teachings." Lin Feng looked at the mature, gentle, and slightly embarrassed female instructor in front of him and smiled slightly. "Okay, Teacher Gu is treating, so of course I'm free." Chapter 10: The Class Beauty's Sense of Crisis. Outside the school, there is a private restaurant with a quiet environment. The place Gu Qingying chose was very quiet and suitable for conversation. The atmosphere in the box was a little subtle. Gu Qingying had changed out of her business suit and put on a light blue dress, which made her look much gentler. She would occasionally glance at Lin Feng, her eyes filled with gratitude and embarrassment. "Lin Feng, the food in this restaurant is pretty good, try this." Gu Qingying took the initiative to pick up some food for Lin Feng, and her movements were even a little cautious. The teacher picks up food for the students, which completely reverses the roles. Lin Feng accepted it calmly. He knew that the effect of the hormone fragrance card was still there, and coupled with the savior aura worth 200,000, Gu Qingying now looked at him with a 10-level filter. "Teacher Gu, you are too polite." Lin Feng smiled. Gu Qingying's cheeks flushed slightly. She took a deep breath and picked up the teacup. "Lin Feng, I really want to thank you for today's meal. There are some things that are not convenient to say at school, but I toast you with this cup of tea." She didn't mention the 200,000 yuan explicitly, but her meaning was clear. Lin Feng clinked glasses with her and drank it all in one gulp. He enjoyed this feeling. A mature and intellectual beauty counselor showed this mixed emotion of gratitude and dependence because of his help. The meal lasted 2 hours. Gu Qingying completely let go of her teacher's airs and spoke with a bit more reliance and trust towards Lin Feng. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Lin Feng sent Gu Qingying back to the staff dormitory. "Lin Feng, thank you so much today. In the future, if you need any help from the teacher, just let me know." Gu Qingying stood downstairs of the dormitory building, the light from the street lamp shining on her face, her eyes so gentle that they could squeeze water out of them. "Okay, Teacher Gu, go to bed early." Lin Feng nodded, turned, and left. He didn't notice that a figure was staring at them under the tree-lined avenue not far away. Xia Wanqing. She originally wanted to ask Lin Feng to have supper in the evening, but Lin Feng said he had something to do. She was worried, so she wandered around the boys' dormitory. Unexpectedly, she saw Lin Feng and the beautiful counselor Gu Qingying coming back from outside the school, talking and laughing. The way Gu Qingying looked at Lin Feng was definitely not the way a teacher looks at a student. Xia Wanqing's sense of crisis instantly reached its maximum. He just had a head-on confrontation with Chu Xiaoxiao in the cafeteria during the day, and now an intelligent and mature counselor shows up in the evening? What is Lin Feng doing? She clutched the chain of her Chanel compact bag tightly. She had the bag, but the man seemed about to flee. No, she had to take the initiative. The next day, afternoon, Tunghai University Library. Lin Feng found a quiet corner to sit down. He now had over 3 million in cash and needed to learn some financial management knowledge. Making money was the kingly way, and he couldn't just rely on system rebates. He had just opened a book called Fundamentals of Financial Markets when a familiar fragrance wafted over. "Lin Feng, what a coincidence, you are also studying in the library." Xia Wanqing held a few books and sat down opposite Lin Feng with a look of surprise on her face. She wore a tight white sweater today, which outlined her graceful curves. Her makeup was very light, a typical fake natural makeup. Lin Feng glanced at her. Coincidence? The library was so huge, and she could pinpoint this corner with such precision. It was a complete coincidence. Yeah. Lin Feng responded and continued reading. Xia Wanqing wasn't embarrassed. She put the book down, leaned forward slightly, and said in a soft voice, Lin Feng, I don't know how to do this macroeconomics question. Can you teach me? She pushed the book over and moved her body closer to Lin Feng. The distance was so close that Lin Feng could smell the scent of shampoo on her hair and the breathing sounds she deliberately made. Lin Feng glanced at the question. It was very simple. Xiao Wanqing was in the management department, so there was no way she didn't know it. Poor excuse. Lin Feng didn't expose him and just casually explained his solution to the problem. So that's how it is. Lin Feng, you're so awesome. Xiao Wanqing had a look of admiration on her face. While reading a book, her arm accidentally touched Lin Feng's arm. Soft to the touch. Lin Feng remained calm. Seeing that Lin Feng didn't respond, Xiao Wanqing became anxious. She had to take some drastic measures. By the way, Lin Feng. Xiao Wanqing pretended to mention it casually, are you familiar with that Chu Xiao Xiao? Lin Feng raised his eyebrows, what's wrong? Xiao Wanqing bit her lip, revealing an expression that said, I'm doing this for your own good, and lowered her voice to say, Lin Feng, I'm reminding you because we're classmates. Chu Xiao Xiao, she doesn't have a good reputation. Oh? What's wrong with it? Lin Feng closed the book and looked at her with interest. The female competition has begun. She often doesn't return to the dormitory at night. I heard she hangs out with a lot of people outside of school. Xiao Wanqing stopped there, her eyes full of hints. Girls in the dance department have very open private lives. You're such an outstanding person, don't let her fool you. Discrediting the opponent and elevating oneself. A standard green tea operation. Lin Feng smiled. He looked at Xiao Wanqing's innocent yet anxious expression. He knew Xiao Wanqing was anxious. She was afraid that her position would be taken away. Lin Feng leaned back and looked at her playfully. What about you? How's your reputation? Xiao Wanqing was choked and her face instantly turned red. She quickly explained, of course I'm different from her. Lin Feng waved his hand and interrupted her, okay, I get it. He stood up and prepared to leave. Xiao Wanqing was anxious and grabbed Lin Feng's wrist. Lin Feng, I really do this for your own good. Lin Feng looked down at her with a half smile. He enjoyed the feeling of having his prey presented to him, and he was eager to win her favor. I appreciate your kindness. Lin Feng pulled his hand away, turned around and left the library. Back to dormitory 404. Lu Zhuan was shirtless, lifting dumbbells with a throbbing, the air reeking of sweat. Chen Rui was playing games with headphones on, occasionally cursing. Zhao Ziang wasn't there, probably out fooling around. The whole dormitory was in a mess, and the air was filled with a complex smell that was a mixture of sweat, instant noodles, and smelly socks. Lin Feng frowned. A few hours ago, he was having dinner with his beautiful instructor in a high-end private restaurant, spending lavishly in luxury stores and enjoying the attentions of the class beauty in the library. Now, he has to live in this pigsty-like dormitory. The contrast is too great. He is now worth 3 million, and living in a place like this is really unfair to himself. Just as Lin Feng had this thought, the system voice in his mind immediately sounded. Ding! The host is detected to be strongly dissatisfied with the current living environment. System tip: a high-quality, indulgent life requires a high-quality living environment. New mission: moving to a new home. Within 72 hours, find a luxurious residence that matches your status, either purchase or long-term rental, and enjoy the indulgence that comes with moving. Quest reward: depends on the luxury of your residence. Minimum reward: 1 energy potion. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Is it finally time to buy a house? Chapter 11: Moving out of the dormitory. Lin Feng didn't want to stay in dormitory 404 for even a second. A real man can bend and stretch, but if he is rich but still lives in a pigsty, then he is mentally ill. Since the system has issued the task, it must be completed in one step. The most upscale apartment building near Donghai University town is called Zifeng No. 1. It is said that the developer's son is studying at Donghai University, so the positioning of this apartment building is extremely high-end, and the target customers are those wealthy second generations and top international students. Lin Feng took a taxi and went straight to the rental center of Zifeng No. 1. The rental center is decorated more luxuriously than the lobby of a 5-star hotel. When Lin Feng walked in, several salesmen in professional suits were surrounding a middle-aged customer and introducing the sand table. A young male agent, Li Chang, saw Lin Feng come in and looked him up and down. Although Lin Feng was wearing a Chanel jacket, his face looked too young and still had a student-like look. "Classmate, are you here to look at the house?" Li Chang walked over and said perfunctorily, "We also have small apartments here, but the rent is quite expensive, starting at 5,000. He has seen many poor students who come to high-end apartments to check in and take photos or ask the price and then run away." Lin Feng glanced at the sand table model in the center of the hall, and his eyes were directly fixed on the top-floor apartment with a terrace at the highest point. "I want the best one." Lin Feng pointed at the model. "Want to rent this one on the top floor?" Li Chang was stunned for a moment and almost laughed out loud. This kid really dares to ask. "Classmate, this is the top-floor apartment in our building. It's 300 square meters and comes with a private terrace." Li Chang said with a forced smile, "The monthly rent is 15,000 yuan. 1 month's deposit and 3 months' payment. No negotiation." He deliberately raised the price very high, hoping that Lin Feng would give up. A monthly rent of 15,000 yuan is an astronomical figure for ordinary students. Lin Feng nodded, "Okay, show me." Li Chang's smile faded. "Is this guy really stupid or just pretending to be cool?" "You can look at the house, but we need to verify your funds first." Li Chang put away his smile. "That's the rule." Lin Feng was too lazy to talk nonsense, so he took out his cell phone and showed his bank balance. The number of more than 3 million made Li Chang's eyes hurt. He swallowed hard, and the contempt on his face instantly turned into flattery. "Oh, distinguished guest. Please come this way. I'll take you upstairs right away. Top floor, 32nd floor. The elevator door opens and you enter the house directly. The huge floor-to-ceiling windows offer a panoramic view of the entire Donghai University town. The decoration is top-notch modern luxury, and all appliances and furniture are imported brands. Mr. Lin, look at this apartment. It has an unbeatable view and top-notch decoration. There is no other apartment better than this in the entire university town." Li Chang nodded and bowed, his tone extremely respectful. Lin Feng walked around the living room and was very satisfied. This environment is worthy of his current status. That's it. Lin Feng walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and overlooked the city below. "Okay. Then let's go down and sign the contract. The rent is 15,000 yuan a month, with a deposit of 1/3 and a payment of 3/3. You need to pay 60,000 yuan. Lin Feng waved his hand and interrupted him, "It's too troublesome." Li Chang's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that this young man had changed his mind? "How much is the annual rent?" Lin Feng asked. 180,000. I'll pay for a year." Lin Feng took out his bank card. "Swipe it. I'm moving in today." Li Chang was completely dumbfounded. Pay the 180,000 yuan rent in one lump sum? Without blinking an eye? Who is this super rich second generation who came out to experience life? "Okay. Mr. Lin. Please wait a moment, I'll go get the POS machine right away." Li Chang's voice was trembling with excitement. The commission from this order would be enough for him to live on for half a year. Swipe card, sign, and hand over the keys. Done in one go. The moment 180,000 yuan was deducted from Lin Feng's card, the system prompt sounded on time. Ding. Detected that the host has completed extravagant consumption luxury apartment annual rent, 180,000 yuan. Level 1 rebates 10x are being distributed. ICBC 1,800,000 renminbi transferred to your savings card account ending in 6686. At the same time, a task completion prompt popped up. Mission housewarming completed. Rating, S rank extremely luxurious. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, Energy Potion 1. Lin Feng felt happy as he looked at the balance in his bank card, which was approaching 5 million. This is life. He stood on the terrace, enjoying the evening breeze, and sent a WeChat message to Lu Zhuang. De Zhuang, help me pack up my things in the dormitory. I'll come get them tonight. I'm moving out. At this moment, dormitory 404. When Lu Zhuang saw this WeChat message, the dumbbell in his hand fell to the ground with a bang. Fuck. Brother Feng is moving out? Chapter 12, I want to go straight to the table. In dormitory 404, the atmosphere was frozen. Lu Zhuang's dumbbell hit the floor with a loud bang, but he didn't care. Brother Feng is moving out? Lu Zhuang stared at the phone screen as if he saw the end of the world. It's only been a few days? Is Brother Feng really taking off? Chen Rui also put down his book, a look of "this isn't scientific" written all over his face. He pushed his glasses up and said, Lin Feng's spending has been increasing exponentially lately. From paying for KTV tickets to wearing Chanel, and now moving out of the dorm. His source of funds is extremely suspicious. Suspicious ass. Zhao Zion, who had been lying in bed pretending to be dead, suddenly sat up, his face livid. He'd been feeling incredibly frustrated these past few days. Ever since Lin Feng crushed him at the KTV that night, his status in the dormitory had plummeted. Even Xiao Wanqing barely paid any attention to him anymore. Where could his funds come from? I think he's just trying to be rich. Zhao Ziang gritted his teeth. Maybe he borrowed some high-interest loan or a loan shark and is pretending to be rich now. Just wait, the debt collectors will be coming to our door in a few days. Lu Zhuang couldn't stand it any longer. Angzi, you're boring now. Brother Feng has made a fortune, why are you jealous? I'm jealous of him? What a joke. Zhao Ziang said stubbornly, but the jealousy in his eyes was about to overflow. Just then, the dormitory door was pushed open. Lin Feng walked in, followed by two professional workers wearing ant-moving uniforms. Brother Feng, do you really want to move? Lu Zhuang came forward. Lin Feng nodded and pointed to his bed and cabinet. Not much, mainly some books and a few old clothes. Master, thank you for your help. He is now worth nearly 5 million, and his time is precious, so he naturally doesn't need to do physical work such as moving himself. The two movers were quick and efficient, and in less than 10 minutes they had packed up Lin Feng's meager belongings. Lin Feng looked around the dormitory he had lived in for 3 years, feeling a surge of emotion. This place carried his memories of poverty and forbearance, and now, it was time to say goodbye. De Zhuang, Chen Rui, I'm leaving first. Come to my new home when you have time. Lin Feng greeted them. Okay, Brother Feng. Send me the address. Lu Zhuang said excitedly. The moving master handed over a delivery note and asked Lin Feng to confirm the address and sign it. Lin Feng took the pen and signed on it. Zhao Zion, who had been watching coldly, caught a glimpse of the address on the list out of the corner of his eye when his master turned around. Purple Peak number 1? Zhao Zion's voice instantly rose 8 octaves. Although his family made $1 million a year, they were only above average. He knew Zifeng number 1 very well. It was the top-tier apartment complex in University Town, with ridiculously high rents. Only the wealthy or the nobility lived there. Lin Feng, you rented Zifeng number 1? Zhao Zion's facial expression was completely out of control, with shock, jealousy, and disbelief all written on his face. Lin Feng glanced at him with a calm expression. Yeah. Zhao Zion was completely devastated. With only 20,000 or 30,000 yuan in monthly allowance, he couldn't even think of renting Zifeng number 1. Why should Lin Feng, a poor student, have such a chance? Lin Feng, stop pretending. Zhao Zion blurted out, the monthly rent for Zifeng number 1 is over 10,000. Where did you get the money? Did you really take out an online loan? I'm warning you, don't let this drag down our dormitory. He tried to maintain his pitiful sense of superiority in this way. Lin Feng smiled. He looked at Zhao Ziang as if he was looking at a clown jumping up and down. Explaining to such people is a waste of time. He didn't even bother to reply, he just turned around and said to the mover, let's go. Lin Feng walked out of dormitory 404 without looking back, leaving Zhao Ziang with a dashing back. Zhao Ziang stood there, his face flushed purple. He felt like he was slapped hard by an invisible hand. The news that Lin Feng moved out of the dormitory spread throughout the management department in less than half an hour. Zifeng number 1, penthouse. Lin Feng had just put his luggage away when WeChat on his phone rang. Xiao Wanqing, Lin Feng, I heard you moved out of the dormitory? Surprise.jpg. Xiao Wanqing, moving alone must be tiring. Is the new house ready? Lin Feng replied, just finished. Xiao Wanqing replied immediately, even with a hint of taking credit, do you need to warm up the pot when you move into your new home? I'll call a few classmates tonight and go celebrate your move. Carrot. Warm the pot? Celebrate? Lin Feng looked at the phone screen and smiled. This isn't just warming the pot, it's meant to be served directly on the table. Chapter 13 No Reason to Reject. Lin Feng looked at Xiao Wanqing's suggestion to warm the pot and replied with a message, "Don't call others, it's too noisy. If you want to come by yourself." When Xiao Wanqing saw this reply, her heartbeat instantly accelerated. Done. What she wanted was a chance to be alone. As for those classmates, they were just a cover for her to get close to Lin Feng. Xiao Wanqing immediately began to prepare. She spent 2 hours putting on makeup and changed into a carefully chosen black slip dress with a short hem and a perfectly cut V-neck. She even went to an off-campus import supermarket and bought a bottle of expensive French red wine. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Xiao Wanqing appeared outside the door of the top-floor apartment of Zifeng number 1 on time. Ding dong. The door opened. Lin Feng was wearing comfortable home clothes and looked lazy. "I'm coming." Lin Feng stepped aside to let her in. When Xiao Wanqing walked into the entrance hall, she was stunned by the scene in front of her at first sight. This is not an apartment, this is a castle in the air. The large space of 300 square meters has panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows with a dazzling night view of the entire Donghai city. There is an expensive wool carpet under your feet and an artistic crystal chandelier above your head. The air was filled with a faint scent of high-end aromatherapy. She knew that Lin Feng was rich, but she didn't expect him to be so rich. For an apartment of this level, a second-generation rich man like Zhao Ziang is not even qualified to enter. "Lin Feng, your place is so big." Xiao Wanqing's voice was a little dizzy, she felt like she was walking on clouds. "It's okay, just stay here." Lin Feng walked to the bar and poured himself a glass of water. Xiao Wanqing handed over the red wine in her hand. "Congratulations on moving into a new house. I didn't know what you like, so I brought a bottle of red wine." Lin Feng took it, took a look at it, and put it on the bar. "Sit down." The two of them walked to the sofa in front of the French window and sat down. Xiao Wanqing opened the red wine and poured a glass for each of them. "Lin Feng, cheers to you." Xiao Wanqing raised her glass and looked at Lin Feng with a dazed look. The light from the window reflected on her face, and the atmosphere began to heat up. Lin Feng clinked glasses with her and took a sip of wine. He didn't say much, just watched Xiao Wanqing perform quietly. Xiao Wanqing took a few sips of wine and her cheeks flushed. She started looking for topics to talk about, from interesting things at school to future plans, and her words were full of admiration and flattery. As they chatted, she got closer and closer to Lin Feng. Oops. Xiao Wanqing's hand suddenly shook, and the red wine in the glass spilled out, splashing right onto her fair chest and black skirt. The wine slid down the collarbone, and the scene was extremely eye-catching. "Oh no! How could I be so careless?" Xiao Wanqing immediately stood up, her face full of apology and panic. "Lin Feng, I'm sorry. Did I stain your sofa?" Lin Feng glanced at the wine stains on her chest and then looked at the sofa. "The sofa is fine, but she is in serious trouble." "Fine." Xiao Wanqing looked down at her wet skirt, biting her lip, looking pitiful. "It's so sticky and uncomfortable." "Lin Feng, can I borrow your bathroom? I'll take a quick shower." Lin Feng looked at her poor acting skills and understood everything clearly. But he didn't expose it. The prey was cleaned and delivered to his door, so he had no reason to refuse. "The bathroom in the master bedroom is available." Lin Feng pointed in the direction. "Thank you." Xiao Wanqing immediately trotted into the master bedroom. Soon the sound of water was heard in the bathroom. Lin Feng leaned back on the sofa and continued drinking. He knew what was going to happen next. 20 minutes later, the sound of water stopped. The bathroom door opened and steam filled out. Xiao Wanqing came out wrapped in a white bath towel. The towel was short, just enough to cover her private parts, revealing her slender legs and round shoulders. Her hair was wet and draped over her shoulders, and her cheeks were flushed an attractive pink due to the heat. She walked barefoot in front of Lin Feng, her eyes blurred, with a hint of shyness and determination. "Lin Feng, I couldn't find any clothes to change into." Her voice was soft and trembling. She slowly approached Lin Feng and sat down beside him. The moisture from her body and the scent of shower gel went straight into Lin Feng's nose. Lin Feng put down his wine glass and turned to look at her. Xiao Wanqing's heart was beating like thunder. She mustered up her courage, took the initiative to move forward, and kissed Lin Feng on the lips. Lin Feng did not refuse. He put his arm around Xiao Wanqing's waist and pressed her down on the sofa. A night of wind and rain. The next morning, sunlight poured into the master bedroom through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Xiao Wanqing woke up on the soft big bed. She looked at the unfamiliar ceiling, then at Lin Feng who was sleeping beside her, and a smug smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. She succeeded. She finally won over the new rich man on campus. The Chanel bag is just the beginning. What she wants is the position of hostess beside Lin Feng. Xiao Wanqing turned sideways and looked at Lin Feng's profile. This man is hers now. But she didn't notice that although Lin Feng's eyes were closed, his breathing was steady and he had woken up a long time ago. Chapter 14, Fast and Furious. Xiao Wanqing wrapped her arms around him and she rested her head on Lin Feng's shoulder. Her voice was filled with the laziness and coquettishness that only came with the incident. Lin Feng, good morning. Lin Feng opened his eyes, his gaze was clear, without any trace of infatuation. Awake? He said in a flat voice. Xiao Wanqing pouted slightly, drawing circles on Lin Feng's chest with her fingers, and began to test. We are together now, right? You are my boyfriend, right? She looked up at Lin Feng with sparkling eyes, waiting for a positive response. This was the most important step in her plan, to lock the relationship with her body. Lin Feng smiled. He sat up and took away Xiao Wanqing's hands that were wrapped around his body. His movements were natural, but revealed an unmistakable sense of alienation. He got out of bed, threw on his bathrobe, and walked to the French window, overlooking the city in the early morning. Xiao Wanqing's heart skipped a beat. This wasn't the right reaction. She quickly got up and wrapped herself in the quilt, her voice carrying a hint of grievance. Lin Feng, what do you mean? We were like that last night. Lin Feng turned around, leaned against the window, and looked at her calmly. Xiao Wanqing, you were willing to do that last night. As an adult, don't be so naive. Xiao Wanqing's face turned pale instantly. Lin Feng continued, his tone without any accusation, only the indifference of stating the facts. I like you, I can buy you a bag, spend money on you. I can give you anything you want. He paused, his eyes sharpening. But don't try to kidnap me by calling me your girlfriend. I like my freedom. That's too blunt. Xiao Wanqing was stunned. She always thought that as long as she offered herself voluntarily, she could secure the position of first wife with her beauty and means. But Lin Feng's attitude was like a basin of cold water, pouring over her from head to toe. She got Lin Feng in the Chanel bag, but Lin Feng didn't give her the status she wanted most. Lin Feng is not a bootlicker like Zhao Ziang. He will not be trapped just because he sleeps with a woman. He is the hunter and the rule maker. Xiao Wanqing realized that she had seriously underestimated Lin Feng. Although she was at the table, it seemed like she might be kicked off at any moment. A strong sense of crisis and insecurity came over me. She bit her lip, her eyes slightly red, trying to save the situation by showing weakness. Lin Feng, I don't want to kidnap you, I just... Lin Feng waved his hand, interrupting her green tea spell. Okay, get up and wash up. I have something else to do later. He enjoyed the feeling of control. Eat everything, but never make any promises. Since the system wants to indulge him, the goal is very clear. What he wants is submission, not bondage. Just as Xiao Wanqing was still sitting on the bed with her mind in a mess, Lin Feng's cell phone on the bedside table vibrated twice. The screen lit up and a WeChat message popped up. Lin Feng picked up the phone, took a look at it, and a playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Xiao Wanqing was close enough to see the message on the lock screen clearly. Zhu Xiaoxiao, I heard you moved to a new house? Send me the address, I'll come over to visit you now. Xiao Wanqing's pupils suddenly shrank. Zhu Xiaoxiao. This fierce competitor is so quick. Lin Feng picked up the phone and started replying to the address. Xiao Wanqing's expression changed instantly. Although she succeeded in taking the position last night, she knew that her position was not stable. If she were to run into Zhu Xiaoxiao, this strong rival, the situation would be very ugly, and she didn't want to confront her love rival head-on under such circumstances. Her green tea instinct made her quickly weigh the pros and cons. Maintain her dignity, there is still a long way to go. She bit her lip, took Lin Feng's hand, and said in a voice with just the right amount of grievance and understanding, Lin Feng, since you have friends coming, then I'd better go back to school first. She paused and added, it would be bad for you if someone saw you. Lin Feng glanced at her. This woman is very sensible. Okay. You can take a taxi back. Although Xiao Wanqing was extremely unwilling in her heart, she could only force herself to force a smile. She quickly stood up, rushed into the bathroom, and dressed as quickly as possible. She didn't even bother to put on delicate makeup and walked out in a hurry. Then I'll leave, Lin Feng. Xiao Wanqing looked back at the entrance, her eyes full of nostalgia and reluctance. Yeah. Lin Feng's expression was calm. Xiao Wanqing turned and left. The moment she closed the door, the smile on her face completely disappeared, replaced by a strong sense of crisis. She hadn't been gone 5 minutes when the doorbell rang. Lin Feng walked over and opened the door. Standing outside the door was the beauty of the dance department, Xu Xiaoxiao. She wore a tight sportswear today, which perfectly outlined her hot figure. With her hair tied into a high ponytail, she looks full of energy. Hey, handsome Lin, won't you invite me in? Come in. Xu Xiaoxiao walked into the apartment and was immediately shocked by the 300 square meter apartment. Wow! Lin Feng, this place of yours is amazing. Xu Xiaoxiao didn't hide her amazement. She walked around the living room like a curious baby. This view is amazing. She walked to the French window, overlooking the university town, her eyes flashing with desire for money. Not bad. Lin Feng walked to the bar and poured 2 glasses of water. Xu Xiaoxiao turned around and finally her eyes fell on the sofa. She walked over, her fingers gently slid across the sofa, then suddenly leaned over and pinched out a long hair from the gap in the sofa. Woman's hair. Xu Xiaoxiao twisted her hair around her fingers twice, then turned to look at Lin Feng with a playful look in her eyes. Handsome Lin, it looks like there have been guests in your new home? Lin Feng came over with water, his expression calm. Yeah. He didn't deny it. Xu Xiaoxiao smiled. She knew that a high-quality stock like Lin Feng would definitely be snatched up by others. Xiao Wanqing, that green tea girl, was really quick. Do you mind if I use the bathroom? I want to touch up my makeup. Xu Xiaoxiao asked. Casual. Xu Xiaoxiao walked into the bathroom and the master bedroom. There was still a lingering scent of water vapor and shower gel in the bathroom. Her eyes swept across the sink and found a loose YSL lipstick in an inconspicuous corner. Color number, male killing color. Xu Xiaoxiao picked up the lipstick and a sneer appeared on the corner of her mouth. Xiao Wanqing, you are still too naive to leave so hastily. She walked out of the bathroom and waved the lipstick in front of Lin Feng. Lin Feng, you still use lipstick? Lin Feng glanced at it and said calmly, someone else left it behind. Hearing this, Xu Xiaoxiao was instead aroused with a strong fighting spirit. What Xiao Wanqing can do, she can do too, and she can do it better. Lin Feng, I recently learned a new set of yoga moves, which are said to be very good for shaping the body. Can you help me check if I am doing it correctly? Xu Xiaoxiao walked to the open space in the middle of the living room and took off her coat, leaving only her sports bra. She began to stretch. Downward dog, cobra pose. Her body is extremely flexible, and every movement shows off her S-shaped curves to the extreme. Sweat slides down her waistline, full of power and temptation. She deliberately did it slowly, her eyes drifting towards Lin Feng from time to time, with naked teasing. She was demonstrating her value to Lin Feng in her own way, and also declaring war on Xiao Wanqing, who had already left. Lin Feng sat on the sofa, admiring the scenery in front of him. One is pure green tea, the other is fiery rose. The drama of the female competition had just begun. He really enjoyed being a referee. Just as Xu Xiaoxiao was doing a difficult handstand, a system prompt suddenly sounded in Lin Feng's mind. Ding! It has been detected that the host's living environment has been upgraded, but the means of transportation is too backward. New mission released, Speed and Passion. Mission, experience the indulgent pleasure of a top-tier transportation vehicle. Please purchase a vehicle worth at least 1 million yuan within 48 hours. Mission reward, Absolute Feel Kart Racing version 1. 1 million to buy a car? Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Chapter 15 The Ultimate Enjoyment. Lin Feng continued to sit on the sofa, admiring Xu Xiaoxiao's yoga performance. It has to be said that the dance department's body management is indeed in place. Every move of Xu Xiaoxiao is full of temptation. But Lin Feng was not in the mood to have an in-depth conversation with her right now. When the system task comes, making money is the first priority. You have a nice figure. Lin Feng stood up and interrupted Xu Xiaoxiao, who was posing. But I have something to do now. Xu Xiaoxiao paused, her sweat making her look even sexier. She was a little surprised. What's the rush? I haven't finished my performance yet. Buy a car. Lin Feng picked up the mobile phone on the coffee table. Buy a car? Xu Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up. I'll go with you. I know a lot about cars and can be your advisor. She immediately came over and tried to hold Lin Feng's arm. This is a great opportunity to show your value and taste. Lin Feng moved aside to avoid her hand and said calmly, "No need, I'll go by myself." You are free to do as you please. Some dishes are not suitable to be eaten immediately after they are served because they will burn you. You need to let it cool for a while, and then pick up your chopsticks when the taste is just right, so that you can experience the ultimate enjoyment. And Chu Xiao Xiao is exactly this type of dish. At the same time, watching Lin Feng turn around and leave, Chu Xiao Xiao stood there in a daze. This was the first time she met a man who was completely indifferent to her hot body and her advances. This Lin Feng is either extremely cold or his rank is terrifyingly high. She bit her lip and became more determined. Porsche Center, Donghai. Lin Feng took a taxi here with a clear destination. Although he was wealthy now, he was still a student. Buying a Lamborghini or a Ferrari would be too conspicuous and could easily lead to unnecessary trouble. Low-key luxury is the most appropriate choice at this stage. The Porsche Panamera has a coupe shape and powerful performance. Most importantly, it has 4 doors and is highly practical. It looks like a serious sedan and meets the upper limit of student status. Lin Feng walked into the spacious and bright exhibition hall. Sales manager Wang Jianhua glanced at Lin Feng. Although he was wearing Chanel, his face looked too young and student-like. He has seen many customers like this. Most of them have some money at home and come to take a look, or they bite the bullet and take out a loan to buy an entry-level Makung. "Hello sir, would you like to see the car?" Wang Jianhua walked over with a professional but distant smile. Lin Feng didn't waste any time and walked directly to the volcanic gray Panamera Executive Extended Edition in the center of the exhibition hall. "Is this car available?" Wang Jianhua was stunned for a moment. This kid had a sharp eye, and he had set his sights on the million-level PAMI. Yes. This Executive Extended Edition costs around 1.3 million renminbi after options. Wang Jianhua quoted the price and then launched into his standard sales pitch. "Sir, you look very young. Are you starting a business? We at Porsche have a financing program specifically for young elites. The down payment is 30%, and the interest rate is very low." In his opinion, at Lin Feng's age, he would most likely need a loan. Lin Feng interrupted him, "No need for a loan." He took out his bank card and placed it on the table in front of Wang Jianhua. "Full payment, credit card. I want the car now." Wang Jianhua's smile froze. "Full payment? 1.3 million? He has been working in sales for many years and has seen many rich second generations, but it is rare to see someone as decisive as Lin Feng, who would take away the full amount of PAMI without even blinking an eye. "Are you sure you want to pay in full?" Wang Jianhua's voice trembled a little. "Hurry up, I'm in a hurry." Lin Feng urged. Yes. Please wait a moment." Wang Jianhua's attitude instantly changed from a professional fake smile to humble respect. He took the bank card with both hands and trotted to the finance office. A big customer. He paid in full for the car, and the commission is enough for him to live on for 3 months. Half an hour later, all the formalities were completed. Ding! Detected that the host has completed a luxurious and indulgent consumption buying a luxury car, 1,300,000 yuan. Level 1 rebates 10x are being distributed. Industrial and Commercial Bank of China, 13 million yuan has been transferred to your savings card account ending in 6686. The current balance is 17,982,595.50 yuan. 13 million has arrived. Lin Feng's assets instantly exceeded 10 million, approaching 20 million. At the same time, a task completion prompt popped up. Mission Fast and Furious completed. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, Absolute Feel Kart Racing version 1. Wang Jianhua personally handed the car keys to Lin Feng, bending his waist 90 degrees. "Mr. Lin, the car has been washed for you and the gas is full. If you need anything in the future, please feel free to contact me." Lin Feng took the key, nodded, and sat in the driver's seat. The Panamera's interior is luxurious yet technologically advanced. Lin Feng gripped the steering wheel and stepped on the accelerator, and the V6 engine emitted a deep and pleasant roar. He drove his new car out of the Porsche Center, his destination being the administrative building of Donghai University. "Now that I have moved out, it's time to go to school again." He didn't want to be called to the office again for attendance issues. Chapter 16, Luxury Cars Attract Attention. 5 p.m., Donghai University Main Road. At this time, students had just finished classes and there were a lot of people on the road. A volcanic gray Porsche Panamera slowly drove into the school gate. Low-key, but not to be ignored. The sound of the V6 engine is deep and pleasant, which is completely different from those modified cars that are popular on the streets. Holy shit! Padme. Volcanic Ash Executive Extended Edition, that's over $1 million, right? Whose teacher's car is this? No, the one driving it is a student. Students on the street stopped and saluted, the boys' eyes filled with envy and the girls with curiosity. Everyone is guessing who this hidden rich second generation is. Lin Feng gripped the steering wheel with one hand, his expression calm. He enjoyed being the center of attention, but he didn't want to be overly conspicuous. The Panamera was just right. The car was parked steadily in the parking space in front of the administrative building. Lin Feng pushed the door, got out of the car, and locked it in one go. The surrounding eyes focused instantly. Is it him? Lin Feng from the management department? The guy who's been rumored to have suddenly become rich recently? Holy crap, the rumors are true. He can really afford a Porsche. Not far away, Zhao Ziang was walking arm in arm with a few followers, bragging about how his father had recently made another big deal. He saw the Panamera. At first, he shrugged it off, it's just a Pamela. My uncle has one too. But when he saw Lin Feng get out of the driver's seat, the smile on his face completely froze. Lin Feng? That poor roommate who was stepped on by him was driving a Panamera worth more than 1 million yuan? Zhao Zian's brain CPU instantly dried up. If driving a KTV with a Shenlong suit might be a pretense, and buying Chanel might be done with online loans, then this real Panamera is irrefutable proof of financial strength. A car worth more than 1 million yuan cannot be bought with online loans. Lin Feng really took off. Zhao Ziang stood there in a daze, completely withdrawn. Administration Building, Student Affairs Center. Lin Feng walked in and prepared to go through the procedures for attending school. Student, what business do you want to do? The staff member asked without raising his head. To go to school as a day student. Lin Feng handed over the application form. Just then, a cold voice came from the side. Teacherly, these are the application materials for the student union's activities next month. Please review them. Lin Feng turned his head to look. A girl stood next to him. She wore a simple white shirt and black trousers, a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, and her hair was neatly tied back. She had an intellectual and capable temperament, and her eyes revealed a maturity and sharpness that surpassed her peers. Shen Bing. A graduate student at Tunghai University and the president of the student union, she is also the best friend and roommate of Hua Chuxiaxio, a student in the dance department. The dormitory 305 where they live is privately called the Goddess Dormitory by all the boys in the school because it gathers several top beauties. This is an ambitious woman. Xin Bing also noticed Lin Feng. She looked at Lin Feng calmly. Is this the boy who has been making Xiao Wanqing and Chu Xiaoxiao jealous recently, Lin Feng? The Panamera that caused a sensation downstairs just now should be his. Student Lin Feng? Xin Bing took the initiative to speak, her voice calm and restrained. I'm Xin Bing, the president of the student union. Lin Feng nodded, hello. He had a calm attitude and didn't show any courtesy just because the other party was the student union president. Xin Bing pushed up her glasses, and a gleam of light flashed in her eyes behind the lenses. Rich, calm, and very charming. It seems that your application for part-time study is still missing one piece of material. Xin Bing glanced at Lin Feng's form and said in a businesslike manner. Lin Feng frowned. Xin Bing smiled slightly. It's okay, I just happened to be going to the academic affairs office, I can take you there on the way. Thank you. The two walked out of the business center one after the other. Xin Bing walked in front, and the sound of her high heels hitting the ground was crisp and powerful. Her mind was analyzing rapidly. Lin Feng, a mysterious tycoon who suddenly rose to prominence, has immense financial resources. Xiao Wanqing has already made her move, and her roommate Chu Xiaoxiao is also ready to make her own move. She must have first-hand information about this high-quality resource. She decided to investigate Lin Feng's background thoroughly. At the same time, Goddess Dormitory 305. The third member of the dormitory, the sweet anchor from the Department of Media, Xiao Yi, is interacting sweetly with fans in front of the camera. Xiao Yi has a sweet and cute appearance and a soft voice, and is a typical straight man killer. Thank you for the rocket from Big Brother Bang. Love you guys. Just then. She suddenly heard a noise coming from downstairs. And I also vaguely heard a few keywords: Portia, Panamera, Shinbing's senior sister. Xiao Yi's eyes lit up instantly. Luxury cars, super rich people, campus beauties, these keywords combined together are a surefire traffic bomb. Hey babies, it seems like there's a big commotion downstairs. Yi will take you to see it. Xiao Yi smiled sweetly at the camera, grabbed the selfie stick and rushed downstairs. She must grab the first touch of popularity. At the entrance of the administration building, Lin Feng and Shinbing had just returned from the academic affairs office with the materials, and were walking towards the volcanic gray Panamera. Thank you for showing me the way, Lin Feng said politely, pressing the key. The Panamera's daytime running lights flickered. You're welcome. Shinbing glanced at the luxury car with a calm look. Where are you going? I'll give you a ride. Lin Feng opened the driver's door and asked casually. Although he didn't need to please anyone, he still had to show some basic courtesy since the other party had just helped him. Shinbing was a little surprised. She had thought Lin Feng was the type who kept people at a distance. This was a good opportunity to get to know him better in the privacy of the car. Okay, then please take me back to the graduate student dormitory. She walked towards the passenger seat and just grasped the door handle. Just then, a sickly sweet voice interrupted. Oh, Sister Bingbing. What a coincidence. Xiao Yi ran over like a butterfly, holding a selfie stick. She was wearing a pink JK uniform today, with her twin ponytails swinging back and forth, giving off a pure and sexy vibe. Shinbing's fingers gripping the door handle tightened slightly, her eyes slightly cold. Here it comes, I came because of the smell. The means are still so direct and not presentable. Are you broadcasting live? Shinbing let go of her hand, turned around and looked at her with a calm tone. Yes. It's just nearby. Xiao Yi's gaze quickly passed Shinbing and locked onto Lin Feng in the Panamera behind him. Wow, even more handsome than in the photo. The car is handsome, and the guy is handsome too. This must be the legendary senior Lin Feng, right? I've heard of you for a long time. Xiao Yi gave Lin Feng the sweetest smile, and at the same time subtly adjusted the angle of the camera to ensure that both Lin Feng and the Porsche were in the frame. The barrage in the live broadcast room exploded instantly. Fuck. Pamela. Volcano ash. Top notch. That's fine. You're hooking up with a rich second-generation guy already? Who's that senior girl with glasses next to her? She's got a stunning vibe. Was she about to get in the car? Lin Feng looked at Xiao Yi. He knew what this woman was up to. It was just to get some traffic, not bad at all. Hello. Lin Feng nodded, his attitude neither cold nor hot. Xiao Yi's purpose was clear. She pointed at the Panamera, her eyes sparkling. Senior Lin Feng, your car is so cool. Can I go in and take a picture? Everyone in the livestream wants to see the interior of this luxury car. Her eyes were fixed on the passenger seat, the seat where Shinbing was about to get on. Shinbing sneered inwardly, are they starting to fight for a spot now? They're being so humble just for a little traffic. Lin Feng didn't care. When you just buy a car, making others envious is also a kind of spiritual indulgence. Xiao Yi was extremely surprised. She immediately looked at Shinbing with a sweet but obviously protesting smile. Sister Bingbing, do you mind letting me take a picture first? It will be quick. Shinbing's expression was calm. She wouldn't compete with Xiao Yi in such an occasion that would be too cheap. She took a step back, her posture elegant. You take the photo. Xiao Yi immediately opened the passenger door and got in. Wow. Babies, look. The interior of a Porsche. Xiao Yi pointed the camera at the center console and the Shield logo on the steering wheel, her tone excited. She sat on the leather seat and deliberately adjusted her sitting posture to ensure that her white thighs and the hem of her JK skirt formed a perfect absolute area. The barrage went completely crazy. Host, can you please give me a 50% V from this handsome guy? I want to have a good meal tonight. The anchor has made it to the shore. The previous top guy on the list fainted in the bathroom crying. I'm so jealous. I want to sit in the passenger seat of a Porsche too. Xiao Yi looked at her soaring popularity and gifts, and her vanity was greatly satisfied. She knew that she had found the real traffic password Lin Feng. Shinbing stood outside the car, watching coldly. She noticed that Lin Feng's expression was calm, even a little playful. He was very clear-headed and knew that Xiao Yi was taking advantage of him, but he didn't care. This man has a strong desire for control. Okay. Lin Feng knocked on the car window. Xiao Yi got out of the car reluctantly and bowed repeatedly to Lin Feng. Thank you, senior. You are such a nice person. Lin Feng ignored her and turned his gaze to Shenbing. Senior sister, get in the car? Shenbing glanced at Xiao Yi, who was still holding her phone, and smiled and shook her head. No need. I suddenly remembered that I have something to do at the student union. It's not far from here, I can go there myself. You go ahead and do your thing. She needs to maintain her composure and not be as impatient as Xiao Yi. Lin Feng nodded, didn't say anything more, got into the driver's seat and started the car. Panamera roared and disappeared into the distance. Xiao Yi held the hot phone in her hands, her face flushed with excitement. Shenbing walked up to her and said in a cold tone, "Yi, you have gained a lot today." Xiao Yi smiled sweetly, but there was a hint of provocation in her eyes. I was just lucky. I can't compare to Sister Bingbing, you could have sat up there anyway. Shenbing pushed up her glasses. Are you declaring war on me now? It's just the co-pilot. You can sit there for a while, but you may not be able to sit there steadily. The two looked at each other, and the air was filled with the smell of tension between fake sisters. Chapter 17 Unnoticed Feelings. Time flies. It was already evening. In the Goddess Dormitory 305 of Tunghai University. There was a subtle smell of gunpowder in the air. Xiao Wanqing was taking a shower in the bathroom, and the sound of water splashing was heard. She needs to calm down. Lin Feng's words "don't be too naive" were a big blow to her. In the dormitory outside the bathroom, 3 other goddesses were having a small meeting. Xiao Yi held the phone, the excitement on her face still not gone away. During the few minutes she was live streaming in Lin Feng's Panamera today, the popularity of the live streaming room exploded, gifts were flying in, and even the top guy on the list sent her a private message asking if she was going to make it. You've enjoyed a lot of traffic today. Chu Xiaoxiao sat on the chair with her long legs crossed, her tone sour. She specially wore yoga clothes to show off her figure today and went to Lin Feng's apartment. However, Lin Feng went out to buy a car halfway through the look, and she didn't get anything. Xiao Yi proudly raised her phone. I'm lucky. Senior Lin Feng is really nice, no airs at all. That Panamera, it just feels different when I sit in it. Oh, is the passenger seat really that comfortable? Chu Xiaoxiao sneered, not hiding her jealousy. Relying on live streaming to gain popularity, isn't that a bit too lowbrow? The sweet smile on Xiao Yi's face froze for a moment. She put down her phone, her voice growing colder. It's better than some people showing up at your door wearing yoga clothes, only to have them go out and buy you a car without even looking at it, right? Chu Xiaoxiao's anger immediately flared up. Xiao Yi, what do you mean? Okay, everyone, stop talking. Shenbing, who had been silent the entire time, spoke up. She pushed her glasses up and said calmly, "It's fun for us to start a fight over a man." Shenbing saw it clearly. Lin Feng's appearance completely disrupted the balance of dormitory 305. Sister Bingbing, you also met Lin Feng today. What do you think of him? Xiao Yi immediately put on a well-behaved expression, trying to win over Shenbing. Shenbing analyzed, Lin Feng is a man of unfathomable depth. The fact that he bought the Panamera without blinking an eye shows that his financial resources far exceed our imagination. Moreover, he is very smart and knows what we want, but he is in no hurry to give it to us. She glanced in the direction of the bathroom and said, although Wanqing got there first, do you think she's happy now? People like Lin Feng won't be trapped so easily. Chu Xiaoxiao and Xiao Yi were both silent. Shenbing continued, Lin Feng's value isn't just about money, it's also about the resources behind him and the class leap he can bring. We all want to monopolize these top-tier resources. But at this stage, our first priority is to ensure we get a seat at the table, rather than sabotaging each other. Shenbing's words calmed the other two down. They all understood that Lin Feng was a huge cake, and whoever could eat it could change their destiny. The sound of water in the bathroom stopped. The 3 of them immediately stopped talking about this topic tacitly, and put on the smiles of good sisters on their faces again. Plastic sisterhood is fragile and vulnerable in the face of money and interests. At the same time, in the counselor's office in the administrative building, Gu Qingying received a call from the hospital. Ms. Gu, your mother's surgery was a great success. Thanks to the timely arrival of the 200,000 yuan advance payment, we were able to use the best imported medicine and equipment. The patient has now been transferred to a general ward. Thank you, doctor. Thank you so much. Gu Qingying hung up the phone and burst into tears of joy. The huge stone that had been weighing on her heart for more than half a month finally fell to the ground. She knew that all this was because of Lin Feng. Those 200,000 yuan are life-saving money. Gu Qingying looked at Lin Feng's WeChat profile picture on her phone, and her heart beat faster. She had to thank him in person. This favor was too great. She bit her lip, mustered up her courage, and sent a message to Lin Feng. Lin Feng, my mother's surgery was successful. Thank you. A few minutes later, Lin Feng replied. Just thank you? Seeing this message, Gu Qingying was stunned at first, then smiled and typed and sent the message. Okay, then when are you free? I'll treat you to a nice meal as a sincere token of my gratitude. This time Lin Feng responded quickly. Forget about the meal. See you at the Night Color Bar at 9 tonight. Bar? Gu Qingying was stunned. She was a university counselor, and she was meeting a male student in a bar? This was totally inappropriate. But thinking of Lin Feng's kindness, she hesitated. 8:50 p.m. Downstairs of the faculty and staff dormitory of Tunghai University. Gu Qingying stood under the streetlight, glancing at her phone from time to time, looking a little anxious. She changed into a beige dress and put on light makeup, but she felt nervous when she thought about going to the bar with a male student. This is really crossing the line. But the favor of 200,000 yuan weighed on her heart, and she had to go. 8:55. A volcanic gray Porsche Panamera slowly stopped in front of her. The car window rolled down, revealing Lin Feng's calm profile. Teacher Gu, get in the car. Gu Qingying took a deep breath and opened the passenger door. As she got into the car, she was immediately surrounded by the luxurious interior, Bordeaux red leather seats, an exquisite center console, and a faint scent of high-end fragrance. This was her first time riding in such an expensive car. Gu Qingying seemed very reserved, with her hands placed neatly on her knees, her back straight, and her eyes staring straight ahead. Lin Feng glanced at her, said nothing, started the car and drove out of the school. The car was very quiet, with only soothing jazz music flowing from the speakers. Gu Qingying secretly looked at Lin Feng. He held the steering wheel with one hand, looking calm and confident, completely in control of this million-dollar luxury car. This boy is really different from the poor student who sat in her office a few days ago and was told by her not to spend money indiscriminately. This huge contrast made Gu Qingying's heart beat faster. Night bar. This is a quiet bar with good privacy. Lin Feng chose a booth in the corner. What would you like to drink? Lin Feng handed her the wine list. I don't usually drink alcohol. How about a glass of juice? Gu Qingying was a little nervous. Lin Feng smiled and said, Teacher Gu, come to the bar to drink juice? Relax. You are here to thank me today, not to hold a class meeting. He addressed the waiter directly, give her a Long Island iced tea. I'll have a Macallan 18 on the rocks. Since it is indulgence, there is no need to restrain yourself. Don't drink and drive, and hire a designated driver when driving. This is the basic operation of rich people. The drinks arrived quickly. Gu Qingying picked up the wineglass, took a deep breath, and looked at Lin Feng solemnly. Lin Feng, you really transferred the 200,000 to me, right? Although she had already guessed it, she had to confirm it. Lin Feng nodded and did not deny it. Gu Qingying's eyes instantly turned red. She raised her glass. Lin Feng, I really don't know how to thank you. This money saved my mother's life and also saved my life. I toast to you. After she finished speaking, she tilted her head back and drank most of the Long Island iced tea. Lin Feng raised his whiskey and clinked glasses with her. Looking at her, a sense of satisfaction rose in his heart. Saving a mature, intelligent, and beautiful counselor this kind of spiritual indulgence was truly refreshing. Teacher Gu, you don't have to be so polite. Money is just a number to me. Lin Feng's tone was flat, but the weight of his words made Gu Qingying's heart tremble. Although Long Island iced tea is called tea, it has a strong aftertaste. Coupled with the joy of her mother's successful surgery and the relaxation after being released from long-term stress, Gu Qingying soon became overwhelmed. Her cheeks flushed and her eyes began to blur. She began to talk about the pressure she was under during this period, and how she, a girl who had just started working, felt desperate when faced with huge debts. You know, I even thought about asking those greasy middle-aged bosses for money. Gu Qingying smiled bitterly and poured herself another glass. It was you who pulled me back from the edge of the cliff. At this moment, Gu Qingying completely cast off her counselor airs. She was no longer the intellectual and restrained teacher Gu, but a fragile woman who needed support. The look she gave Lin Feng was filled with gratitude, dependence, and a hint of affection that she herself was not even aware of. Lin Feng didn't say much, just listened quietly, handed her tissues from time to time, and drank whiskey slowly. He enjoyed the feeling of being in control. 11 o'clock at night. Gu Qingying was completely drunk. Lin Feng paid the bill and took out his cell phone to call a designated driver. A few minutes later, the designated driver arrived. Lin Feng helped Gu Qingying out of the bar and let her sit in the passenger seat. The designated driver took the keys and drove the Panamera steadily on the streets of Donghai City. It was very quiet in the car. Gu Qingying leaned back in her seat, the effect of alcohol making her bolder. She turned her head and stared at Lin Feng's profile unscrupulously in the light of the neon lights outside the window. This boy is so handsome and makes me feel safe. Gu Qingying's eyes became more and more gentle. She looked at Lin Feng with drunken eyes, and a smile unconsciously appeared at the corner of her mouth. Chapter 18: The Scrutiny of the Intellectual Senior. The Panamera stopped smoothly downstairs of the faculty dormitory. Mr. Lin, we're here. The designated driver respectfully handed the keys back to Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded and looked at the co-pilot. Gu Qingying had fallen asleep, her breathing even and her cheeks flushed. Lin Feng pushed her. Teacher Gu, wake up, we're home. Gu Qingying opened her eyes dazedly, her eyes blurry. Lin Feng. She seemed to be still unconscious. Suddenly, she reached out and hugged Lin Feng's arm, leaned her head on his shoulder, and murmured to herself, "Thank you." A soft touch came from the arm, with a faint aroma of wine and body fragrance. Lin Feng's expression remained calm. He pulled his arm away, speaking in a gentle but resolute tone, "Teacher Gu, you're drunk. Go upstairs and get some rest." Gu Qingying finally reacted, sat up straight, and her face instantly turned red to her ears. "I'm sorry, I lost my composure." She hurriedly unbuckled her seatbelt, not daring to look Lin Feng in the eye. I'll get in first. Be careful on the road." After saying that, she got out of the car as if running away and staggered into the dormitory building. Lin Feng looked at her back and shook his head. He had already received the gratitude and reliance of his mature mentors. As for the rest, he was not in a hurry. He asked the designated driver to take him back to Zifeng number 1, took a shower and lay down on the bed. The balance of nearly 20 million in his bank card made him sleep particularly soundly. The next day came in the blink of an eye. Lin Feng had just finished working out, showered, and stood in front of the French window wrapped in a bathrobe. With nearly 20 million yuan in his bank account, he felt quite at ease. Money is a man's courage. Now he is full of confidence. But no matter how much money the system gives you, you still need brains to keep it. Lin Feng is not the kind of fool who only knows how to squander. Ding! The host's wealth level has been detected to have increased, but their knowledge reserves are seriously insufficient. System prompt: mastering advanced knowledge and enjoying the thrill of intellectually overwhelming others also falls under the category of extreme indulgence. New task: the weight of knowledge. Please complete a high-quality knowledge intake within 24 hours, e.g., purchasing expensive courses, reading professional books, or paying for consultations with industry leaders. Task reward depends on the degree of indulgence. Lin Feng was amused. Was the system urging him to study? Okay, let us go to the school library. Donghai University's collection of economics and management books is nationally renowned, and some of the books are rare and cannot be found elsewhere. Lin Feng changed into low-key casual clothes and drove the volcanic ash Panamera straight to the school library. Library, 5th floor, economics and finance reading area. There are not many people here and it is very quiet. Most of the students were in the study area downstairs preparing for the postgraduate entrance exams in CET 4 and CET 6. Lin Feng went straight to the section of foreign language books. What he needed to understand was the underlying logic of capital operation, not those common textbooks. He pulled out a copy of Barbarians at the gate and found a seat by the window. I had just read a dozen pages when I heard light footsteps approaching from afar. Lin Feng looked up and saw a familiar figure. Student Union President, Shen Bing. Today she was wearing a well-tailored beige suit, gold-rimmed glasses, and holding a folder in her hand. She was whispering something with several student union officials. Shen Bing soon noticed Lin Feng sitting in the corner. She said to the staff, "You guys go ahead and do your work first," then straightened her collar and walked towards Lin Feng. Her steps were steady and her expression was calm. She didn't have Xiao Wanqing's feigned innocence, nor Qiao Yi's exaggerated enthusiasm. Classmate Lin Feng, what a coincidence. Xin Bing sat down opposite Lin Feng, her voice restrained and polite. Lin Feng closed the book and nodded, "Senior Xin." Xin Bing's gaze swept across the original book in Lin Feng's hand, and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. It seemed that no one expected that he could handle such professional financial books. Barbarians at the Gate, a classic story about a hostile takeover. Xin Bing pushed up his glasses and began to probe. "Are you interested in leveraged buyouts?" This is a professional question. If Lin Feng was just pretending, he would definitely not be able to answer. Lin Feng leaned back and said calmly, "It's a game of capital. There's no harm in understanding it." Xin Bing smiled. But seeing Lin Feng lowering his head and continuing to read the book, she knew what to do and didn't say anything more. He turned around and left, continuing to direct the work of the student union. Lin Feng looked at her back. He understood Xin Bing's thoughts. This woman is very ambitious. What she wants is not just money, what she wants is to achieve class leap through Lin Feng. An hour later, Lin Feng stood up and left the library. Ding! Intellectual indulgence mission completed. Rewards being calculated. Congratulations to the host for receiving a rebate of 50,000 yuan. 50,000 yuan, a drop in the bucket. Lin Feng no longer feels anything for this kind of small amount of money. At the same time, 305 Goddess Dormitory. Xiao Yi was sitting in front of the computer, reviewing the live broadcast data of the chance encounter with Portia 2 days ago. The data is explosively good. After just sitting in Lin Feng's Panamera for a few minutes, the popularity of the live broadcast room directly reached its highest level in history. The barrage was full of keywords like rich second generation, Pamei, and school beauty comes ashore. Xiao Yi looked at the gift proceeds in the backstage, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She was keenly aware that as long as she could bind herself to Lin Feng, she could leap from a small campus anchor to a top V on the platform. However, a huge problem lay before her. She didn't have Lin Feng's contact information. Last time at the entrance of the administrative building, she was so busy doing live streaming to gain popularity that she forgot the most crucial step, adding WeChat. Xiao Yi scratched her hair in annoyance. No, I have to get the contact information. She began to think. Look for Xin Bing? No, Sister Bingbing is too brooding and obviously has feelings for Lin Feng. It's impossible for her to help. Looking for Chu Xiao? What's worse is that the hot girl wants to monopolize Lin Feng, and she will definitely sneer at her if she knows she wants WeChat. As for Xiao Wanqing, that green tea character is too high in level, and Xiao Yi doesn't want to confront her head-on for the time being. Since the resources within the school cannot be used, we can only start with the people around Lin Feng. Xiao Yi opened the school forum and began searching for Lin Feng's information. Soon, she locked onto Lin Feng's dormitory and roommate, Lu Zhuang. Xiao Yi's eyes lit up when she saw the photos of Lu Zhuang working out that she had secretly taken on the forum. This kind of boy with a simple mind and strong limbs is the easiest to deal with. 4 p.m., Tunghai University Gym. Lu Zhuang was doing bench press, sweating profusely. Classmate, how do you use this equipment? I don't really know how to use it. A sickeningly sweet voice sounded beside him. Lu Zhuang put down the barbell, turned around, and was stunned. Xiao Yi was wearing a pink sportswear and had 2 ponytails. Her little face was flushed and she was looking at him innocently. You are Xiao Yi from the broadcasting department? Lu Zhuang recognized her. Yes, it's me. Xiao Yi smiled sweetly. Classmate, you have such a great figure. Can you teach me? Lu Zhuang was flattered by the campus beauty and said, Oh, no problem. Where do you want to practice? In the next half hour, Xiao Yi fully demonstrated her green tea attributes and coaxed Lu Zhuang into a trance. By the way, Lu Zhuang, you are Lin Feng's roommate, right? Xiao Yi wiped the non-existent sweat from her forehead and asked casually. Yes. Brother Feng is my brother. Lu Zhuang patted his chest. Last time when I was live streaming, I took a picture of Senior Lin Feng's car without his consent. I feel really embarrassed. Xiao Yi said apologetically, I want to add him on WeChat and apologize to him in person. Can you send me a message? After hearing this, Lu Zhuang finally understood. After all this time, it turned out that this campus beauty from the broadcasting department was coming for Lin Feng. But it makes sense when you think about it. If they really came here for this poor loser like him, then that would be really weird. Hey, it's no big deal. I'll give you his business card. Done. Xiaoyi added Lin Feng on WeChat and politely sent a message, "Hello, senior, I am Xiaoyi." After a few minutes, Lin Feng accepted the friend request but did not reply. Xiaoyi didn't care. As long as she adds it, she will have a chance. The time came to 8 o'clock in the evening. Tiger Shark Live platform, the key PK of the annual ceremony preliminaries. Xiaoyi deliberately wore a short skirt that showed off her figure, with delicate makeup, and acted coquettishly in front of the camera. Family, tonight's PK is too important for E. Please protect her. The PK bar appeared, and the person on the other side was a big anchor named Sexy Little Wildcat Mimi. Mimi's style is completely different from Xiaoyi's. She wears heavy makeup and revealing clothes, and she looks like a veteran. Hey, isn't this our innocent school beauty? Mimi started mockingly. Why, you act innocent during the day and beg for food at night? Xiaoyi's expression changed slightly, but she still forced a smile. Sister Mimi, you're joking. It's fair competition. PK begins. Xiaoyi's fans are pretty supportive, sending small gifts continuously, and her health bar is temporarily ahead. Mimi laughed disdainfully, it's just a small fight. She flirted with the camera. Brother Dragon King, are you there? I've been bullied. As soon as he finished speaking, an imperial aristocratic account with the ID Dragon King entered the live broadcast room. The next second, the special effects exploded. Dragon King sent out 10 super rockets in Sexy Little Wildcat Mimi's livestream. One super hot one costs 2,000 yuan, and 10 of them costs 20,000 yuan. Mimi's health bar skyrocketed instantly, crushing Xiaoyi to the point where not even a fraction of her health remained. Thank you, Brother Dragon King. Moa. Mimi was very proud and looked at Xiaoyi provocatively. Little sister, did you see that? This is what we call strength. The comments in Xiaoyi's live broadcast room were filled with wailing. The big brother on the opposite side is too powerful. Don't cry. We tried our best. Xiaoyi's top brother also sent out a few rockets, but compared with the Dragon King on the opposite side, it was completely inadequate. The Dragon King seemed to be aroused and fired another 10 super rockets. There was only 1 minute left in the PK, and the gap between the two sides had widened to dozens of times. Mimi, confident of victory, began announcing the punishment in advance. Xiaoyi, if you lose, you will lick a cucumber in the live broadcast room, and while you do so, you will yell at the number 1 guy on the list, "Hey, that's awesome." Do you dare? This is a naked humiliation. Xiaoyi's eyes instantly turned red. As a sweet campus beauty anchor, if she really did that, her image would be completely ruined. She bit her lip, tears welling up in her eyes, but she didn't dare to offend the other person's eldest brother. What to do? In desperation, she thought of the WeChat person she had just added that afternoon. Lin Feng. She didn't care about that and immediately cut off the live broadcast interface and sent a message to Lin Feng for help. Senior Lin Feng, help me. Crying.jpg. Zfeng number 1. Lin Feng had just come out of the shower when he saw the message and live broadcast link sent by Xiaoyi and clicked on it. He looked at Xiaoyi's face on the phone screen, which looked like she was about to cry, and then looked at the arrogant Mimi opposite him. He had no interest in getting involved in such petty online fights. But just as he was about to exit the live broadcast room, the system voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host is facing an indulgence opportunity. System judgment: spending money lavishly online and enjoying the thrill of being the center of attention is considered high-level mental indulgence. Temporary mission: win this PK and make your opponent feel the despair of being crushed by money. Task reward: Truth Spray 1. Chapter 19: The Crisis of Live PK. Lin Feng looked at the task prompt that popped up from the system, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Indulgence? Crush? He is familiar with this. He clicked on the top-up interface. The top-up limit on the Tiger Shark Live streaming platform was very high, so Lin Feng directly topped up 500,000 yuan into his account. He gave himself an ID, Wind. Very simple and casual. In the live broadcast room, there are only 30 seconds left in the PK countdown. Xiaoyi's health bar was reduced to a mere sliver of blood. Mimi on the other side had already started celebrating. Little sister, don't cry. I'm willing to accept the bet and admit defeat. Is the cucumber ready? Nini laughed so hard that her whole body shook. Xiao Yi bit her lip, tears welling up in her eyes. She knew she was finished. Dragon King typed on the public screen, "Little anchor, don't overestimate your abilities. You are too young to fight me." The barrage was full of ridicule. The pure character collapses. Wait and lick the cucumber. Just when the countdown jumped to 10 seconds, a golden banner suddenly floated across the entire platform. The Imperial Noble Feng entered Xiao Yi's live broadcast room. Then, in the center of the screen, special effects exploded. Feng, send a super rocket 1 in Xiao Yi's live broadcast room. Feng, send out 10 super rockets in Xiao Yi's live broadcast room. Feng, send out 50 super rockets in Xiao Yi's live broadcast room. 1 second, 50 super fire rounds, $100,000. The screen was completely covered by dense rocket special effects, and the host's face could not be seen at all. Xiao Yi's health bar suddenly soared, directly overtaking and pushing Nini's health bar to the bottom. The entire live broadcast room was silent for a second, and then the barrage of comments completely exploded. Holy crap! 666, 6666. Where did this super rich guy come from? He just fired 50 rounds at once? The Dragon King was killed instantly? Xiao Yi covered her mouth, her eyes widened, and her mind went blank. Feng? It's Senior Lin Feng. He's really here. The smile on Nini's face opposite froze instantly, as if she had been slapped in the face. Brother Dragon King. Hurry! Defend the tower. Nini was anxious. Dragon King was also enraged. His tower was stolen in his own home turf. Where was his dignity? Dragon King sends out Super Rockets 20. He bet 40,000 yuan. Nini's health bar recovered a little. Thank you, Brother Dragon King. We were so close. But Lin Feng didn't give him any chance at all. He tapped his fingers rapidly on the screen. Feng, send out 100 super rockets in Xiao Yi's live broadcast room. Feng, send out 100 super rockets in Xiao Yi's live broadcast room. Another 200 super hot rounds, 400,000. Simple and crude, I will kill you with money. The PK countdown is over. Xiao Yi's health bar crushed Nini's at an exaggerated proportion. Nini's face darkened completely. She looked at the ID of Dragon King in her live broadcast room, which had turned gray. The eldest brother ran away. Dragon King left a message on the public screen, "Brother Feng is awesome, I admit defeat." Lin Feng's ID instantly topped Xiao Yi's list, with a contribution value of up to 500,000. The entire Tiger Shark platform was discussing this wealthy man Feng who suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Xiao Yi was so excited that she was shaking all over, tears streaming down her face. She spoke incoherently to the camera, "Thank you. Thank you, Brother Feng. Thank you, Brother Feng, for protecting me." Lin Feng looked at Xiao Yi's grateful face on the screen with a calm expression. He exited the live broadcast room. In my mind, the system prompt sounded on time. Ding! Detected that the host has completed mental indulgence consumption live broadcast reward, 500,000 yuan. Level 1 rebates 10x are being distributed. ICBC, 5 million yuan has been transferred to your savings card account ending in 6686. The current balance is 22,982,595.50 yuan. 5 million has arrived. At the same time, the mission rewards also popped up. Temporary mission completed. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, Truth Spray 1. Truth Spray forces the target to speak their truest thoughts within 5 minutes. A key tool for exposing scheming women. Lin Feng looked at the spray in the prop column and smiled. This thing is interesting. At this moment, his WeChat rang. The message sent by Xiao Yi was filled with a strong sense of trembling. Senior. Thank you. Thank you so much. Crying, crying, crying. I don't know how to thank you. Senior, I can do anything you want. Zifeng number 1, penthouse. Lin Feng looked at the WeChat message from Xiao Yi that said you can do anything with a calm expression. A reward of 500,000 is just a drop in the bucket for him. In exchange for the surrender of a school beauty level anchor, this deal is worth it. Xiao Yi is very smart. She knows that the rich man didn't spend so much money to do charity. She must show enough sincerity to keep this big brother by her side. Lin Feng replied directly, "You know the address, come over now." 305 Goddess Dormitory. When Xiao Yi saw Lin Feng's reply, her heart started beating wildly. Done. 500,000, smashed open the door to the top world. She must seize this opportunity to completely bind Lin Feng. She immediately jumped up, rushed to the wardrobe and began to choose a battle robe. The atmosphere in the dormitory suddenly became tense. Xiao Wanqing was sitting at the table applying a facial mask. Seeing Xiao Yi's excited look, she had a bad feeling in her heart. Although Xiao Yi usually likes to dress up, it is obviously unusual for her to make such careful preparations so late at night. It's so late, why are you still going out? Xiao Wanqing asked casually, but her eyes were fixed on the sheer dress that Xiao Yi had chosen. Xiao Yi was in a very good mood and said without turning her head, "Well, I'm going to meet a very important friend." Important friend? Chu Xiao, who was doing yoga nearby, sneered, "You're dressed like this, wearing perfume and makeup. Are you going to meet some handsome guy in a Porsche?" Xiao Wanqing's face, which was covered with a facial mask, froze instantly. Porsche? She immediately thought of the news she had just heard today, that Lin Feng had bought a new Porsche. In an instant, I have a bad feeling in my heart. Xiao Yi had already changed her clothes. She turned around and smiled sweetly at Xiao Wanqing and Chu Xiaoxiao. I deliberately sprayed some expensive man-attracting perfume in front of them. Sisters, I'm leaving now. I won't be back tonight. Xiao Yi carried her bag and walked out of the dormitory with her head held high, like a victorious peacock. The moment the door closed, Xiao Wanqing fiercely tore off the mask on her face. She felt a strong sense of crisis. Chu Xiaoxiao crossed her arms and sneered meaningfully, "Oh, each one is more resourceful than the other." Half an hour later, on the top floor of Zifeng number 1. Ding dong. Lin Feng opened the door. Xiao Yi stood outside the door with her hands behind her back, her head slightly tilted, and a standard anchor-style sweet smile. "Hello, senior. I hope I didn't disturb your rest." Her voice was soft and sweet, with just the right amount of cuteness. Lin Feng moved aside to let her in. "Come in." Xiao Yi walked into the apartment and was once again shocked by the luxury of this 300 square meter apartment. Especially when she thought that Xiao Wanqing had already spent the night here, she felt a strong desire to win. "Senior, your place is so big." Xiao Yi put on slippers, walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, and looked at the night view outside. Lin Feng walked to the bar and poured a glass of water. "What would you like to drink?" "I drink whatever my senior drinks." Xiao Yi answered obediently. She walked to Lin Feng, looked up at him, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "Senior, thank you so much for the PK tonight." Xiao Yi's voice trembled slightly. "Then the 500,000. Lin Feng took a sip of water and interrupted her, "It's just a small amount of money." Xiao Yi bit her lip. To the wealthy, it was just a small amount of money, but to her, it was the bargaining chip that could change her destiny. She must make Lin Feng feel that the money is worth it. "Senior, you've been so good to me. I don't know how to repay you." As Xiao Yi spoke, she leaned forward slightly, getting closer to Lin Feng. The dress she wore today had a low neckline, and this angle allowed Lin Feng to see a hint of white. Lin Feng looked down at her with a playful look in his eyes. He knew what Xiao Yi was thinking. Unlike Xiao Wanqing's pure green tea style, Xiao Yi is more direct and knows how to use her advantages better. Seeing that Lin Feng did not refuse, Xiao Yi became bolder. She reached out her hand and gently tugged at the corner of Lin Feng's clothes, her voice so sweet it was sickening. "Senior, there are too many people in the live broadcast room. Right now, I just want to thank you alone." She stood on tiptoe, leaned close to Lin Feng's ear, and said in a sweet voice, "Big brother, do you want any special benefits?" "Special benefits?" Lin Feng raised his eyebrows and looked at the sweet and harmless face in front of him. Xiao Yi's rank was much higher than Xiao Wanqing, who deliberately spilled red wine. She positioned their relationship as super rich brother and grateful anchor, which made everything seem natural. It is only natural for the anchor to provide benefits since the big brother has spent money. That's right. Xiao Yi blinked, put her arms around Lin Feng's neck, and pressed herself against him. "Whatever Brother Feng wants to see, Yi will show you. It's custom made." Her body is soft and her voice is sweet. Lin Feng didn't push her away. Since it is an indulgence encouraged by the system and the prey is delivered to your door, there is no reason to refuse it. He put his arms around Xiao Yi's waist and lowered his head to kiss her. Xiao Yi responded enthusiastically. She knew that this was a critical moment for her to ascend to the top. She had to be more proactive and enthusiastic than Xiao Wanqing in order to occupy a place in Lin Feng's heart. Lin Feng picked her up and walked towards the master bedroom. A night of passion. Xiao Yi fully demonstrated her talent, trying her best to please and flatter others. In the early morning, sunlight shines into the bedroom. Xiao Yi woke up in Lin Feng's arms. She looked at Lin Feng's sleeping profile, and a huge sense of satisfaction and security surged in her heart. She succeeded. From today on, she is also Lin Feng's woman. A PK of 500,000 in exchange for a long-term meal ticket is totally worth it. Xiao Yi carefully picked up her phone, took a picture of Lin Feng's sleeping face, and quickly saved it in her private photo album. This is her trophy and also her trump card. Lin Feng opened his eyes, his gaze clear. He had actually been awake for a long time, and he was aware of Xiao Yi's little movements. Awake? Lin Feng's voice was a little hoarse. Xiao Yi immediately snuggled into his arms like a kitten, and said in a delicate voice, "Brother Feng, good morning." She followed Xiao Wanqing's lead and began to test the waters. "Brother Feng, can I come to see you more often in the future?" Lin Feng sat up, took away her hands that were wrapped around him, and said lightly, "It depends on your performance." Xiao Yi's heart tightened. Lin Feng's attitude was very clear. What was going on between them was an exchange of interests, not a romantic relationship. If you want to stay with him, you have to continue to provide value. However, Xiao Yi was not disappointed. She hadn't expected Lin Feng to fall in love with her. What she wanted was Lin Feng's resources and money. "Don't worry, Brother Feng, Yi will definitely be obedient." Xiao Yi also sat up, hugged Lin Feng from behind, and rubbed his back with her soft chest. Just then, Lin Feng's cell phone rang. It was a WeChat message from Xiao Wanqing. "Lin Feng, good morning. It's getting colder today, remember to wear more clothes. Love." Xiao Yi glanced at the content on the screen and her eyes instantly turned cold. Xiao Wanqing. This green tea girl really thinks she is the main wife? Xiao Yi hadn't forgotten how defenseless she looked in the dormitory last night. A sneer appeared on Xiao Yi's lips. She is now on the same starting line as Xiao Wanqing. The fake sisterhood in dormitory 305 has completely entered a state of war because of this man. The good show has just begun. Chapter 20: Fire in the Backyard. Lin Feng looked at the good morning message sent by Xiao Wanqing on the phone screen and threw the phone aside. His action was clearly seen by Xiao Yi in his arms. Xiao Yi was secretly pleased. It seemed that Xiao Wanqing's position in Lin Feng's heart was just that. "Brother Feng, who is she? She sent you a message so early?" Xiao Yi asked, deliberately pretending to be curious, her voice sweet. Lin Feng glanced at her and said, "Don't ask questions that you shouldn't ask." Xiao Yi immediately shut up and changed the subject. "Brother Feng, I'll be back to school soon. Can I still find you for the next live PK?" She knew her place clearly. Xiao Wanqing wanted to be a girlfriend, but Xiao Yi only wanted to be the most useful tool. As long as she was useful, she wasn't afraid of being discarded. It depends on the situation. Lin Feng got up from the bed. "You can go back." Although Xiao Yi was a little reluctant, she also knew not to be greedy. She quickly put on her clothes and kissed Lin Feng on the cheek. "Goodbye, Brother Feng." 305 Goddess Dormitory, 10 a.m. The dormitory door was pushed open. Xiao Yi walked in humming a little tune, her face beaming with joy. She had changed back into her clothes from yesterday, but she exuded a kind of sated laziness. Xiao Wanqing sat at her desk, having not slept well all night. Seeing Xiao Yi like this, her nails dug deep into her palms. "Yi is back? Where did you go last night? You seem to have a lot of fun." Xiao Wanqing tried to make her voice sound calm. Xiao Yi glanced at her and smiled sweetly, saying meaningfully, "I'm quite happy. I met a big client and discussed a big project." She walked to her seat, took out a brand new TF lipstick from her bag, and started to touch up her makeup. Xiao Wanqing's heart sank suddenly. The more Xiao Yi downplayed it, the more her heart was in turmoil. At the same time, Xiao Yi glanced at Xiao Wanqing's face, which was trying to remain calm, and laughed inwardly. "Xiao Wanqing, you've come to this day? You're too young to argue with me." Just when Xiao Wanqing was in inner torment and overwhelmed by a sense of crisis, her cell phone buzzed. She picked it up and saw that it was a WeChat message from Zhaoxiang. "Zhaoxiang, Wanqing, are you free tonight? My dad's friend gave me 2 VIP tickets for a concert. would you like to go together? Xiao Wanqing looked at the message and felt annoyed and disdainful. Concert? After seeing Lin Feng's financial resources and skills, Zhao Ziyan, a second-generation rich man, was nothing in her eyes. Her mind is now full of Lin Feng, so she has no mood to pay attention to him. Xiao Wanqing typed directly on the screen, Zhao Ziyan, don't bother me anymore. We are not from the same world. Send, then block and delete directly. At this time, Xin Bing sat at her desk, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, watching all this quietly. She pushed her glasses up and sneered in her heart. In her opinion, Xiao Wanqing and Xiao Yi's tactics were too low level. One relied on her green tea acting skills, the other on live streaming to sell sweet things. What they were fighting for was nothing more than Lin Feng's favor. But Xin Bing wanted more. She wanted the qualification to stand shoulder to shoulder with Lin Feng, a leap in social status. Xin Bing had been busy these past few days. She used her position as the student union president to mobilize some connections and indirectly investigate Lin Feng. Panamera, pay in full for the car. Top floor of Zifeng number 1, long-term rental. The KTV night consumption was 50,000. He received 500,000 yuan in tips during the live broadcast without blinking an eye. Conclusion: Lin Feng's cash flow is terrifyingly strong, and his background is extremely mysterious. Xin Bing closed the information in front of her. Lin Feng wasn't some small-time rich kid like Zhao Ziyan, he was a true tycoon. When dealing with such people, showing off your charm is the worst option, while demonstrating your value is the best option. Xin Bing picked up her phone and found Lin Feng's contact information. The last time they met in the administration building, she had asked for his WeChat ID under the pretext of working for the student union. Student Lin Feng, I'm Xin Bing. The student union is planning a large-scale Donghai University Student Entrepreneurship Festival and is looking for a strong title sponsor. Are you interested in learning more? The message was sent in a business-like tone, without a hint of ambiguity. Zifeng number 1. Lin Feng had just finished exercising when he saw the message from Xin Bing. Sponsor? Lin Feng smiled. Xiao Wanqing wants status, Xiao Yi wants traffic, and Chu Xiaoxiao wants excitement. Now, the student union president is asking for money. However, Xin Bing's approach was very interesting. She did not act like a spoiled child, but directly talked about business. Interesting. Lin Feng replied, time and place. Xin Bing replied immediately, 3 p.m., quiet time cafe on the Bund. 3 o'clock in the afternoon, quiet time cafe. This is a high-end membership cafe with a private environment suitable for chatting. Xin Bing arrived early. She was wearing a well-tailored women's suit, her hair was tied up, and she wore gold-rimmed glasses, looking very elite. Lin Feng arrived on time. He was dressed casually, but his aura was very strong. Student Lin Feng, this way. Xin Bing stood up and extended her hand politely. Lin Feng shook hands with her and sat down opposite her. Senior, are you looking for me just to get sponsorship? Lin Feng went straight to the point. Xin Bing smiled slightly, took out a beautifully bound plan from her bag and handed it to Lin Feng. This is the detailed plan for the Entrepreneurship Festival. We've invited more than a dozen well-known entrepreneurs from Donghai City to serve as judges, and we expect to cover over 30,000 students on campus. The title sponsor will receive. Xin Bing's voice was calm, clear, and logically coherent. She analyzed in detail the return on sponsorship, including brand exposure, campus influence, and so on. Lin Feng casually flipped through the plan. He wasn't interested in the Entrepreneurship Festival. He was focused on Xin Bing. It had to be admitted that Xin Bing was different from other girls. She was smart and knew how to show off her abilities. She was proving to Lin Feng that she was not only beautiful but also smart. She could be a qualified good wife. Are you done? Lin Feng closed the plan. That's it. Xin Bing looked at Lin Feng confidently. How much does it cost? Sponsorship fee, 500,000. Xin Bing quoted a figure. This figure was a stratospheric sum for a student union event. Lin Feng smiled. He looked at Xin Bing's ambitious eyes behind her glasses. 500,000 is too little. Lin Feng took out his phone and tapped a few times. I'll give you 1 million. I want to see that all the universities in Donghai City know about this campaign. Xin Bing was stunned. She had expected Lin Feng to bargain or make some extra requests. But she didn't expect Lin Feng to directly double the sponsorship fee. Student Lin Feng, you. Money is not a problem. I just want the appearance. Lin Feng leaned back on the sofa and looked at Shin Bing calmly. Chairman Shin, don't let me down. At this moment, Lin Feng is the financial backer and the one in a higher position. Shin Bing took a deep breath. She knew that her bet was right. Lin Feng admired her ability, but he also used this method to tell her who was in control. Don't worry, I will definitely get it done. Shin Bing's eyes became hot. Ding. Detected, host engaging in enjoying a sense of superiority type of indulgent consumption expensive sponsorship, 1 million yuan. Level 1 rebates 10x are being distributed. ICBC, 10 million yuan has been transferred to your savings card account ending in 6686. The current balance is 31,982,595.50 yuan. 10 million arrived. Lin Feng's assets exceeded 30 million. At the same time, the system pops up a prompt again. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully impressing a highly intelligent woman. Extra reward, Truth Spray 1. Lin Feng looked at the new spray that appeared in the prop bar, and then glanced at Shin Bing, who was trying hard to restrain her excitement across from him. This smart senior is indeed more interesting than others. Chapter 21 Chu Xiaoxiao's Straight Ball. After leaving the Quiet Time Cafe, Lin Feng sat in the Panamera. Dealing with smart people is easy. Shin Bing, the student union president, is truly something. She doesn't play tricks, but directly discusses interests and demonstrates her abilities, hoping to use the image of a good wife to bind Lin Feng. Lin Feng remained non-committal. He was willing to spend $1 million, firstly for the system rebate, and secondly to see how big a deal Shin Bing could pull off. The account balance has exceeded 30 million. This speed of wealth explosion is very cool. Lin Feng checked the time. It was 4 in the afternoon. He started the car and headed straight to the school gym. Indulgence requires physical strength. The body is the capital. Tunghai University, Student Union Office. Shin Bing walked in briskly, with an excitement that was hard to conceal on her face. Chairman, you're back? How did the sponsorship talks go? An officer asked hurriedly. Shin Bing placed the proposal on the table. Her voice was calm, yet revealed a strong sense of confidence. It's settled. The sponsorship fee is 1 million. 1 million? The whole office exploded in an instant. For a student union event, getting 50,000 in sponsorship is considered a success. 500,000 is unrealistic. 1 million? Is this a movie? Who invested? Which big group? Shin Bing pushed up his glasses and said calmly, Lin Feng. This name once again caused a stir in a small circle. The news spread quickly from the student union to the entire campus forum as if it had wings. Shocking. The Student Union Entrepreneurship Festival receives $1 million sponsorship. The sponsor is the mysterious wealthy young man who runs Pamela. Dance department, training room. Chu Xiaoxiao had just finished practicing a high-intensity dance and was sitting on the ground to rest, browsing her phone. When she saw the post in the forum about Shin Bing and the 1 million sponsorship, she was completely stunned. Shin Bing also made a move? And the first move was a business worth 1 million? Chu Xiaoxiao stood up suddenly, a strong sense of crisis surged in her heart. She was anxious. Really anxious. Xiao Wanqing, that green tea girl, was the first to climb into Lin Feng's bed. Xiaoyi, the little anchor, is now very popular thanks to Lin Feng's 500,000 yuan reward. Shin Bing, a highly intelligent senior, quietly secured Lin Feng's $1 million investment. Of the 4 goddesses in dormitory 305, 3 have successfully made it to the table and reaped the benefits. Only Chu Xiaoxiao, who demonstrated yoga in the apartment last time, was left aside by Lin Feng. She has completely fallen behind in this female competition. Putting down the phone, Chu Xiaoxiao took a deep breath as she looked at her hot body in the mirror. In terms of scheming, she admitted that she couldn't beat Shin Bing and Xiao Wanqing. But when it comes to body management and athletic ability, Chu Xiaoxiao is unique in Donghai University. It's not that she doesn't have advantages, she just didn't use them at the right time. Chu Xiaoxiao bit her lip and her eyes became firm. If she is as eager to show herself as she was last time, it will only make Lin Feng look down on her. She must wait for the right opportunity to demonstrate her irreplaceability in the most direct way. A straight ball is fine, but it has to be hit beautifully. Chu Xiaoxiao whispered to herself in the mirror, her eyes full of fighting spirit. Chu Xiaoxiao thought about it for a long time and finally figured it out. Xiao Wanqing relies on being a green tea to get ahead, Xiaoyi relies on being sweet on live broadcasts, and Shen Bing relies on her brain to be a good wife. They all try to play a role in front of Lin Feng. But I am different. My capital is this body tempered by sweat, and the athletic genes and vitality engraved in my bones. This is the unique value. Xu Xiaoxiao opened Lin Feng's WeChat and edited a message. Handsome Lin, you seem quite busy lately. Do you want to go to the gym together to relax? I'll be your free personal trainer, champion level instructor. Sly smile. She didn't beat around the bush and directly revealed her strengths. After sending the message, she waited nervously. Lin Feng had just finished a set of bench presses in his luxurious apartment. At this time, the cell phone rang. It's Zhu Xiaoxiao's WeChat. Free private lessons? Lin Feng imagined Zhu Xiaoxiao's hot body. It seems interesting. Just then, the system prompt sounded. Ding. The host is detected to be performing inefficient exercise, which is a disgrace to their status. New mission released, Physical Indulgence. Mission, purchase the most expensive private training courses and a full set of equipment at a top-tier gym, and enjoy the ultimate pleasure brought by sweat and hormones. Task reward, depends on the degree of indulgence. Lin Feng smiled. This mission came at the right time. He replied directly to Zhu Xiaoxiao, sure. You decide the location. Zhu Xiaoxiao was so excited when she received the reply that she almost jumped up. She immediately chose a high-end fitness club called Strength and Beauty near Zifeng No. 1. The annual fee of this club starts from 6 figures, and it is the real circle of wealthy people in Donghai City. Half an hour later, we arrived at the Strength and Beauty Fitness Club. As soon as Lin Feng parked the car, he saw Zhu Xiaoxiao waiting for him at the door. She changed into a gray Adidas tight sports suit today, which perfectly wrapped her curvy figure. With a high ponytail behind her head, she looked full of energy. Handsome Lin, you're here. Zhu Xiaoxiao came up to him with a bright smile. The two walked into the club, and the luxurious hall and top-notch equipment came into view. When the account manager saw Zhu Xiaoxiao, his eyes lit up, and when he saw Lin Feng beside her, his attitude immediately became extremely respectful. Hello, how may I help you? Lin Feng didn't waste any words and took out his bank card directly, apply for an annual card. After saying that, he pointed to the equipment area next to him and said, give me the best equipment here. Okay. I'll arrange it for you right away. In less than 10 minutes, Lin Feng spent more than 100,000 yuan. Ding. Detected that the host has completed the physical indulgence consumption, rewards are being calculated. Zhu Xiaoxiao was watching in amazement. Is this how rich people exercise? It's outrageous. Lin Feng changed his equipment and walked to the equipment area. Zhu Xiaoxiao quickly took on the role of personal trainer. She wanted to let Lin Feng see her professionalism. Let's do a set of squats to warm up. I'll show you the moves. Zhu Xiaoxiao walked to the squat rack and easily lifted an empty bar. Look, keep your back straight, core tight, and hips back, like this. She gave a perfect demonstration, and the curve of her hips formed a breathtaking arc under the tights. Many men in the gym glanced over secretly. Lin Feng nodded, I understand. He walked over and added 20-kilogram plates on each side of the barbell. Zhu Xiaoxiao was a little surprised, are you sure? This is not light. Lin Feng didn't say anything. He picked up the barbell and did 10 standard squats easily without blushing or getting out of breath. Zhu Xiaoxiao was stunned. She walked forward and helped Lin Feng adjust his posture. Open your knees a little more, yes, lower your waist a little more. Her hands were on Lin Feng's waist, and she could clearly feel the outline and strength of his muscles. The warm body temperature transmitted through the thin sportswear made her heart skip a beat. The envious and jealous eyes of the men around her greatly satisfied Zhu Xiaoxiao's vanity. She worked even harder to guide Lin Feng, and her body came into close contact with him intentionally or unintentionally. Sweat slid down Lin Feng's forehead, mixed with the strong smell of hormones. Zhu Xiaoxiao felt like she was about to get drunk. However, the subsequent training completely overturned her cognition. Bench press, deadlift, rowing. Lin Feng's strength and endurance are completely unlike that of an ordinary student. He did set after set, increasing the weights more and more, but his breathing remained steady. An hour later, Zhu Xiaoxiao felt a little tired and was sweating profusely. Lin Feng only had a little sweat on his forehead, and it seemed that he even had some energy left. Is this guy a monster? Xu Xiaoxiao looked at Lin Feng's calm face and his bulging muscles. She suddenly realized that she had been wrong. She was not here to guide Lin Feng, but to be conquered. A strong desire to completely possess this man grew wildly from the bottom of her heart. Chapter 22 Hormones in the Gym. I didn't expect you to be so strong. Xu Xiaoxiao put down the towel in her hand, with a hint of shock in her eyes. She originally thought she was here to be a coach, but she found that Lin Feng's physical fitness was beyond her expectations. Lin Feng took the cup of water she handed him and took a sip. It's okay. The surrounding fitness equipment sparkled under the lights, and the air was filled with the faint smell of sweat and the fragrance of disinfectant. Several members secretly glanced at them out of the corner of their eyes. Xu Xiaoxiao could feel those gazes, full of envy, jealousy, and curiosity. She enjoyed the feeling of being noticed. Then let's go to the stretching area and relax. There was a hint of anticipation in Xu Xiaoxiao's voice. The stretching area is relatively private and a great place to show off your flexibility. Lin Feng nodded. They walked to the stretching area in the corner of the gym, which was covered with soft yoga mats and surrounded by frosted glass partitions. Xu Xiaoxiao first demonstrated the movements. She spread her legs and slowly bent forward, the tights outlining the perfect curve of her waist. This movement is very good for the waist muscles, you should try it. Lin Feng did it just like her, and his movements were so standard that Xu Xiaoxiao was surprised again. You're also very flexible. She walked behind Lin Feng and gently stroked his shoulders with both hands. Relax a little, I'll help you adjust your posture. With her warm palm pressed against Lin Feng's back, Xu Xiaoxiao could feel the firmness and elasticity of his muscles. Her breathing became a little rapid. This close physical contact made her heart beat faster. Lin Feng did not push her away and let her fingers wander on his back. Is that right? Lin Feng's voice was very calm, but Xu Xiaoxiao could hear a special charm in it. Yes, that's it. Xu Xiaoxiao's voice became a little hoarse. Her hand slowly slid towards Lin Feng's waist and stayed there. Your muscles are really perfect. When Xu Xiaoxiao said this, she blushed a little. But she did not withdraw her hand, instead she moved closer to Lin Feng more boldly. Thank you for the compliment. Lin Feng turned around, and the distance between them instantly shortened. Xu Xiaoxiao could see every ray of light in his eyes and smell the faint scent of male hormones on him. Her heart was beating wildly and an inexplicable impulse surged in her blood. Lin Feng. She called his name softly, her voice trembling slightly. Just then, Lin Feng's cell phone rang. It's a WeChat message. Lin Feng glanced at the screen and saw that it was a message from Xinbing. The promotional plan for the Entrepreneurship Festival has been released. We'll be discussing it in the Student Union office tomorrow afternoon. Do you have time to attend? Xu Xiaoxiao also saw the message, and an indescribable complex emotion surged in her heart. Shen Bing. The highly intelligent student union president, the woman who received $1 million investment from Lin Feng. Are you going to reply to her? Xu Xiaoxiao tried hard to make her voice sound indifferent. We'll talk later. Lin Feng put away his phone and turned his gaze back to Xu Xiaoxiao. Continue stretching? Xu Xiaoxiao nodded, but her mind was no longer on training. She realized that she was not the only woman around Lin Feng. Xiao Wanqing, Xiao Yi, Xin Bing, each one is a strong opponent. But Xu Xiaoxiao is not an easy person to deal with either. She has a figure that is unmatched by any other woman here, and she has athletic ability and vitality ingrained in her bones. This is her weapon. Let's do a couple stretch. Xu Xiaoxiao rekindled her fighting spirit. She lay on the yoga mat and raised her long legs. You help me stretch my legs, it will be more effective. Lin Feng walked over and held her ankles with both hands. Xu Xiaoxiao's legs are very straight, her muscles are smooth, and her skin is as smooth as silk. Push harder, I can handle it. There was a hint of teasing in Xu Xiaoxiao's voice. Lin Feng increased his strength, and Xu Xiaoxiao's legs were almost touching his chest. Your flexibility is really amazing. Lin Feng's praise made Xu Xiaoxiao very happy. Of course, I'm from the dance department. She winked triumphantly. My body is my capital, I can't let it slack off even a little bit. This sentence is very meaningful. Lin Feng heard the subtext in her words. Xu Xiaoxiao was showing him her value and how she was different from other women. It's really good. Lin Feng's response was simple, but enough to satisfy Xu Xiaoxiao. After stretching, the two sat down in the lounge area of the club. Chu Xiaoxiao ordered 2 glasses of freshly squeezed juice. She chose to sit next to Lin Feng instead of opposite him. Lin Feng, can I ask you a question? Chu Xiaoxiao's voice became a little serious. What's the problem? How did you do that? Chu Xiaoxiao looked at Lin Feng, her eyes full of curiosity. From an ordinary student to what I am now. This is a question that almost every woman who gets close to Lin Feng wants to ask. But no one dared to ask directly. Chu Xiaoxiao is different. She is straightforward by nature, and at this moment she does not hide her curiosity at all. Lin Feng did not answer immediately, but picked up the juice and took a sip. The sweet and sour taste blooms on the tip of the tongue, just like the complicated mood at the moment. Good luck. He gave a standard answer. Chu Xiaoxiao was obviously not satisfied with this answer. Good luck? Is it that simple? She moved closer to Lin Feng, with a hint of stubbornness in her eyes. I don't believe it. So what do you think it is? Lin Feng asked back. Chu Xiaoxiao thought seriously for a while. I think you have a special aura. She struggled to find the right words. It's like someone who was born to stand on a high place, but something has previously obscured their light. This metaphor surprised Lin Feng a little. Although Chu Xiaoxiao has a straightforward personality, she is very observant. What do you think of me now? Lin Feng suddenly asked. Chu Xiaoxiao was stunned for a moment, then blushed. Very, very charming. Her voice became quiet. Those money and those cars aren't the most important things. What's most important is that feeling you have, of being in control of everything. Chu Xiaoxiao said this, unconsciously moving closer. Just like now, I'm obviously your personal trainer, but I always feel like you're the one in control. This sentence hits the nail on the head. Lin Feng does have a natural desire for control, and the system simply amplifies this trait. What about you? Lin Feng looked at Chu Xiaoxiao. What do you want? This question made Chu Xiaoxiao's heart beat faster again. She knew this was a critical moment. Lin Feng was testing her thoughts and testing her bottom line. I want. Chu Xiaoxiao took a deep breath. I want to get stronger. Her answer was beyond Lin Feng's expectations. I don't want money, I don't want fame, I just want to become stronger. Chu Xiaoxiao's eyes became firm. I've known since childhood that in this world, the weak have no choice. Only the strong can decide their own destiny. She paused. And you are the strongest person I have ever met. These words were spoken sincerely, without any affectation. Lin Feng was a little moved. What Xiao Wanqing wants is a sense of security and superiority, what Xiao Yi wants is traffic and money, and what Xin Bing wants is status and advancement. But what Chu Xiaoxiao wanted was power itself. This kind of pure desire is what touches people's hearts the most. So what are you willing to pay to become stronger? Lin Feng's voice became low. Chu Xiaoxiao did not hesitate. Everything. Her answer was brief and resolute. Including yourself? Including myself. The two looked at each other, and there was a special tension in the air. Lin Feng reached out and gently stroked Chu Xiaoxiao's cheek. Her skin was smooth and had a post-workout glow. Then prove it to me. Chu Xiaoxiao's pupils shrank slightly, she understood what Lin Feng meant. But she didn't back down. On the contrary, she took the initiative to hold Lin Feng's hand. Now. Her voice was trembling, but her eyes were firm. Lin Feng smiled. Chu Xiaoxiao's straightforwardness and bravery are indeed different from other women. Ding. Detected that the host has successfully conquered the hot girl, triggering special reward conditions. System prompt: the complete submission of a top-notch woman will bring the host an additional spiritual indulgence reward. Are we reaping the rewards now? Lin Feng looked at the system prompt, then looked at the beautiful woman in front of him. Chu Xiaoxiao was waiting for his answer, with both nervousness and anticipation in her eyes. She has made all the preparations. In order to become stronger and keep up with Lin Feng, she is willing to give everything. Including her body, which she was proud of, and her stubborn self-esteem. Let's go. Lin Feng stood up. Chu Xiaoxiao's heart was pounding, but she still stood up. She knew that from this moment on, her life would change completely. Just like Xiao Wanqing and Xiao Yi, she will also become one of Lin Feng's women. But she didn't care. As long as she can become stronger, as long as she can stand on a higher ground, she is willing to accept any price. The two left the gym and headed towards the underground garage. As the night deepened, neon lights began to flash. Chapter 23 Absolute Feel Card. Zifeng Number 1, Underground Garage. Lin Feng pressed the car key, and the Panamera's daytime running lights flashed. Xu Xiaoxiao followed behind him, her high heels making crisp sounds as they stepped on the smooth ground. Her heart was beating fast, but her face remained calm. It's a wonderful feeling. I knew what was going to happen next, but I wasn't afraid at all. On the contrary, there is an inexplicable excitement. Get in the car. Lin Feng opened the driver's door and spoke calmly. Xu Xiaoxiao sat in the passenger seat. The leather seat in the car wrapped around her body, bringing a warm sense of security. The Panamera started up, and the low engine sound echoed in the underground garage. Xu Xiaoxiao turned her head and looked at Lin Feng's profile as he concentrated on driving. Clear contours and deep eyes. There was a fascinating power about this man. It's not the kind of ostentatious dominance, but a kind of restrained control. Just like now, he didn't say anything, but Xu Xiaoxiao could feel the tension in the air. Are you nervous? Lin Feng suddenly spoke, with a hint of amusement in his voice. Xu Xiaoxiao was stunned for a moment, then nodded calmly. A little. She didn't lie. Nervous for sure, but more of it is anticipation. Why? Lin Feng's question was very direct. Xu Xiaoxiao thought about it and answered seriously. Because I know it will change a lot of things. Her voice was soft but firm. Xiao Wanqing and the others have all changed because of you. Xiao Yi is now very popular in the live broadcast room, and Shen Bing has received $1 million investment. And I, until now, have only been a bystander. Xu Xiaoxiao turned around and looked straight at Lin Feng. I don't want to be a bystander anymore. These words were spoken sincerely, without any concealment. Lin Feng nodded. He appreciated Xu Xiaoxiao's frankness. The Panamera traveled through the night and soon arrived at Zifeng Number 1. In the elevator, neither of them spoke. Xu Xiaoxiao could hear her own heartbeat and Lin Feng's steady breathing. The elevator door opened and the penthouse apartment appeared before her again. This time, Xu Xiaoxiao's feelings were completely different from last time. Last time she came to demonstrate yoga, with an anxiousness to show off. This time, she came to dedicate herself, and her mood calmed down instead. What would you like to drink? Lin Feng walked towards the bar and asked casually. Casual. Xu Xiaoxiao took off her high heels and walked barefoot to the floor-to-ceiling window. The night view was still dazzling, but her mind was no longer on the scenery. Lin Feng poured 2 glasses of red wine and walked over to her. Give. Xu Xiaoxiao took the wine glass and took a sip. The wine slid down his throat, bringing a warm feeling. Lin Feng. She suddenly called his name. I have a request. Xu Xiaoxiao turned around and looked into Lin Feng's eyes. What request? Don't think of me as that kind of casual woman. Xu Xiaoxiao's voice was soft but serious. I know you have many choices. Xiao Wanqing, Xiao Yi, and the others are all excellent. But I hope that in your heart, I am special. This request surprised Lin Feng a little. He thought Xu Xiaoxiao would ask for some specific benefits, such as money or resources. But all she wanted was a special position. I see. Lin Feng reached out and gently stroked Xu Xiaoxiao's cheek. Her skin was smooth and had a faint fragrance. Then prove it to me. Xu Xiaoxiao nodded, stood on tiptoe and kissed him. The kiss was light and soft, with a girl's unique sweetness. Lin Feng did not push her away, but put his arms around her waist. Xu Xiaoxiao's waist is very thin and can be held in one hand. Long-term dance training has made her body exceptionally flexible. I'm ready. Xu Xiaoxiao whispered in Lin Feng's ear, with a hint of trembling in her voice. Lin Feng did not act immediately, but looked at her seriously. Are you sure? Xu Xiaoxiao nodded vigorously. I'm sure. Her eyes were firm and brave. Lin Feng smiled, picked up Xu Xiaoxiao and walked towards the master bedroom. Xu Xiaoxiao was in his arms and could feel his strong heartbeat. This feeling of being protected made her a little intoxicated. The lighting in the master bedroom is soft, creating a warm atmosphere. Lin Feng gently placed Xu Xiaoxiao on the edge of the bed and sat beside her. Nervous? His voice is gentle. Xu Xiaoxiao shook her head. Not nervous anymore. She took the initiative to reach out and put her arms around Lin Feng's neck. I just feel very happy. These words were said sincerely, and Xu Xiaoxiao's eyes were full of tenderness. Lin Feng bent down and kissed her forehead. That's good. Ding. Detected that the host has successfully conquered the hot and sexy Xu Xiaoxiao. Special rewards triggered. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Absolute Feeling Card 1. Absolute Feel card. After using it, you can temporarily reach the master level in a certain skill. The system prompt sounded, but Lin Feng didn't care. At this moment, all his attention was on the girl in his arms. Xu Xiaoxiao really likes him, and this sincerity deserves his serious consideration. The moonlight poured into the room through the floor-to-ceiling windows, adding a touch of romance to the night. Xu Xiaoxiao closed her eyes and felt Lin Feng's tenderness. She knew that starting tonight, her life would completely change. But she has no regrets. She was willing to give everything to keep up with this man. The world outside is still noisy, but this room is a world for only two people. Time seemed to stand still, with only the sound of each other's heartbeats echoing in the room. This night is destined to be long and beautiful. Chapter 24. Only the officials are allowed to set fires, but the people are not allowed to light lamps? 6:30 in the morning. Xu Xiaoxiao slowly opened her eyes and found herself lying in Lin Feng's arms. The madness of last night made her feel sore all over, but she felt more satisfied than ever before. She turned around carefully and looked at Lin Feng's sleeping profile. This man looked less domineering and more gentle when he was asleep. Xu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but stretch out her fingers and gently stroke his brow bone. Woke up? Lin Feng suddenly opened his eyes, scaring Xu Xiaoxiao. When did you wake up? Xu Xiaoxiao blushed. Just woke up. Lin Feng stretched out his hand and pulled her into his arms. Did you sleep well last night? Xu Xiaoxiao nodded, her voice soft and sticky. Yeah, very good. She took the initiative to get close to Lin Feng, enjoying the feeling of intimacy. Different from Xiao Wanqing's green tea routine and Xiao Yi's live broadcast of selling sweetness, Xu Xiaoxiao chose the most direct way. Use your body, your sincerity, and the most primitive feminine charm. I'm going to take a shower. Xu Xiaoxiao got up and got out of bed. Lin Feng watched her perfect figure disappear behind the bathroom door, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Xu Xiaoxiao is indeed different from other women. She doesn't have Xiao Wanqing's scheming, Xiao Yi's calculations, or Xin Bing's ambitions. She was simply attracted to him and simply wanted to become stronger. This kind of purity is the most precious. Half an hour later, Xu Xiaoxiao came out of the shower. She was wearing Lin Feng's white shirt, which was too big and just covered her thighs. Her long legs were faintly visible under her shirt, looking extremely sexy. Where are my clothes? Xu Xiaoxiao asked deliberately. In the washing machine. Lin Feng pointed to the balcony. Do you want me to take you back to school? Xu Xiaoxiao shook her head. No, I'll take a taxi back by myself. She walked to the balcony and looked at the city view outside. The morning in Donghai City is beautiful. The sunlight shines through the clouds, giving the entire city a golden glow. Xu Xiaoxiao took out her cell phone and took a picture of the scenery. Then I posted it on WeChat Moments. Good morning, a beautiful day starts here. Love. The accompanying picture shows the balcony view on the top floor of Zifeng number 1. Although nothing was said directly, any discerning person could see that this was a declaration of sovereignty. Xu Xiaoxiao just wanted to let everyone know that she, Xu Xiaoxiao, had also successfully ascended to the top. 305 Goddess Dormitory, 8 a.m. Xiao Yi had just woken up and was browsing her moments as usual. When she saw the post Xu Xiaoxiao posted, she was stunned. The balcony of Zifeng number 1? Isn't that Lin Feng's house? Xiao Yi's face turned ugly in an instant. Xu Xiaoxiao didn't return to the dormitory last night. It turned out that she went to Lin Feng's place. And he even openly declared war on his moments. Xiao Yi was so angry that she was shaking all over. She thought she had successfully bound herself to Lin Feng and become his exclusive anchor. But the little bitch Xu Xiaoxiao was actually cheating behind my back. This green tea bitch. Xiao Yi cursed viciously. Xiao Wanqing and Xin Bing both heard her voice and looked over. What's wrong? Xiao Wanqing asked. Xiao Yi handed the phone to them to see. When Xiao Wanqing saw Xu Xiaoxiao's circle of friends, her expression changed. Xin Bing pushed his glasses, his expression remained calm, but a hint of thought flashed in his eyes. Xu Xiaoxiao. Xiao Wanqing said, gritting her teeth. Just then, the dormitory door was pushed open. Xu Xiaoxiao walked in refreshed, with a satisfied blush on her face. She changed back into her sportswear from yesterday, but her whole demeanor was different. It has a bit more charm of a mature woman. Good morning, sisters. Xu Xiaoxiao greeted sweetly, with pride in her voice. Xiao Yi rushed over and pointed at Xu Xiaoxiao's nose and cursed, Xu Xiaoxiao, what do you mean? What do you mean? Xu Xiaoxiao pretended to be dumb, I don't understand what you are talking about. Pretend. Keep pretending. Xiao Yi thrust her phone screen in front of Xu Xiaoxiao. What is this? Xu Xiaoxiao took a look and smiled even brighter. Oh, this one. I took this photo while looking at the scenery last night. You stayed overnight at Lin Feng's house last night. Xiao Yi pointed out directly. Xu Xiaoxiao shrugged, so what? She had no intention of denying it at all, but instead looked calm. You sneaky little bitch. Xiao Yi completely exploded. We agreed to a fair competition, and you actually ran away behind our backs. Xu Xiaoxiao sneered, fair competition? Xiao Yi, how thick-skinned do you have to be to say such a thing? Didn't you make Lin Feng 500,000 by selling sweet things on your live broadcast? Didn't you already spend the night at his house? Why, the governor is allowed to set fires, but the people are not allowed to light lamps. Xu Xiaoxiao's counterattack left Xiao Yi speechless. Indeed, none of them are pure girls, and they are all trying to get close to Lin Feng. But your methods are too despicable. Xiao Yi was furious. Why are you pretending to be a personal trainer? You're just trying to seduce him. Despicable? Xu Xiaoxiao laughed. It's much better than you pretending to be pitiful and begging for food in the live broadcast room. At least I rely on my own real ability, not on posing and filters to deceive people. This sentence touched Xiao Yi's sore spot. She does often act pitiful in the live broadcast room to gain sympathy and then trick people into giving her gifts. What did you say? Xiao Yi's face turned red with anger. I said you are a bitch anchor pretending to be pitiful. Don't you understand Chinese? Xu Xiaoxiao hit back bluntly. The quarrel between the two became louder and louder, and the whole dormitory was filled with the smell of gunpowder. Xiao Wanqing watched from the side with mixed feelings. She originally thought that she was Lin Feng's girlfriend, but now she found out that everyone was just his plaything. Xin Bing still sat in her seat, observing everything quietly. As she watched Xiao Yi and Xu Xiaoxiao quarreling, a new idea came to her mind. Beauty is just a stepping stone. What can really keep a man is value. And Xin Bing's value is far more than just a face. Enough. Xiao Wanqing suddenly said, have you guys had enough of arguing? Xiao Yi and Xu Xiaoxiao looked at her at the same time. Wanqing, what do you mean? Xu Xiaoxiao asked. Xiao Wanqing stood up and looked at them coldly. I mean, is it worth it for you to tear each other apart like this for a man? Lin Feng is indeed rich and charming, but what does he take us for? Just a plaything. This statement is heavy, but also very true. Lin Feng never made any promises to anyone, he just enjoyed the pleasure of being chased. So what? Xu Xiaoxiao disagreed, at least I got what I wanted. What did you get? Xiao Wanqing asked, a night of pleasure? Xu Xiaoxiao blushed, but still said stubbornly, I have his approval. Agreed? Xiao Yi sneered, do you think you're special? He even gave me 500,000 the other day. Is 500,000 to buy your body or your heart? Xu Xiaoxiao fought back mercilessly. The two were about to quarrel again when Xin Bing finally spoke. Have you guys argued enough? Her voice was calm, but intimidating. Sister Bingbing, please be fair. Xiao Yi immediately turned to Xin Bing. Xin Bing stood up and pushed up his glasses. Fair words? Okay, let me be fair. You are all idiots. This sentence stunned everyone. Xin Bing looked at their shocked expressions and continued, to fight to the death for a man's favor, what else can you be but an idiot? Lin Feng doesn't want a particular woman, he wants the right to choose. The more you fight, the happier he is. Because it proves his worth and his charm. Xin Bing's analysis made everyone else fall into deep thought. Indeed, Lin Feng has never expressed his desire to establish a relationship with anyone. He was just enjoying the feeling of being fought over. So you mean we should unite to deal with him? Xiao Wanqing asked. Xin Bing shook her head, no, I mean, you are going in the wrong direction. Beauty can only attract men temporarily. What really keeps a man is value. She looked at Xiao Yi and Xu Xiaoxiao, one of you is competing in live streaming, and the other is competing in body shape. You are both competing for consumables. Consumables will eventually run out. But value doesn't. Xin Bing's words made everyone else feel a little uncomfortable, but they had to admit that she made sense. Then what is your value? Xu Xiaoxiao asked, unconvinced. Xin Bing smiled slightly. You will soon see my value. She picked up her bag and prepared to go out. Sister Bingbing, where are you going? Xiao Yi asked. Go do what I should do. Xin Bing walked out of the dormitory without looking back. The three women were left staring at each other in the dormitory. The air was still filled with the smell of gunpowder, but everyone was thinking about what Xin Bing had just said. Indeed, their current fight is just an entertainment show for Lin Feng. The real winner may not be the most beautiful one, nor the one who was the best at acting coquettishly, but the most useful one. Chapter 25 Entrepreneurship Festival Opening. After Xin Bing walked out of dormitory 305, she walked briskly towards the student union office. What she said just now was not pretense, but she was well prepared. In the past few days, Xin Bing has been secretly preparing for the Donghai University Student Entrepreneurship Festival and has mobilized all available resources. Lin Feng invested 1 million and the effect was immediate. More than a dozen well-known entrepreneurs from Donghai City have confirmed their roles as judges. The provincial television station has sent a film crew to follow the entire process, and even several neighboring universities have volunteered to participate. This scale has far exceeded ordinary campus activities and has almost become a major event in Donghai City. As the chief planner of the event and the president of the student union, Xin Bing was the most popular person at the time. 3 days later, at Donghai University Gymnasium, the Donghai University Student Entrepreneurship Festival officially opened. The gymnasium was packed with people, including students from the school, as well as a large number of media reporters and corporate representatives. There was a row of leaders sitting on the rostrum. Even Lin Feng was a little surprised by this scene. He didn't expect that a student union activity could cause such a big commotion. Xin Bing was wearing a formal dark blue business suit and standing on the podium, exuding a powerful aura. Dear guests, dear students, welcome to the Donghai University Student Entrepreneurship Festival. Her voice carried throughout the gymnasium through the speakers, clear and powerful. The success of this event is inseparable from the strong support from all sectors of society. Especially our title sponsor, Mr. Lin Feng. The spotlight instantly shone on Lin Feng in the VIP seat. The audience burst into warm applause. Lin Feng sat in the middle of the first row, surrounded by leaders from the school and the city. With this kind of appearance, even some real entrepreneurs have to stand aside. Xin Bing continued on stage. Mr. Lin Feng generously donated 1 million to support college students' entrepreneurship. This vision and pattern is worth learning from for all of us. Another round of applause. Lin Feng nodded lightly, enjoying the feeling of being the center of attention. This is the power of wealth. 1 million bought the respect of the entire Donghai University and everyone's admiring gazes. Ding! Detected that the host is engaging in power indulgence, enjoying the pleasure of being worshipped. System prompt: successfully getting a highly intelligent woman to endorse you and gaining authoritative approval is considered a top-level spiritual indulgence. Rewards being settled. The activity lasted a whole day. Various entrepreneurial project roadshows, expert comments, and media interviews. Xin Bing hosted the entire event with ease and professionalism that impressed everyone. Many entrepreneurs privately commented that this female student was extraordinary and would become a great person in the future. Lin Feng, as the largest sponsor, enjoys VIP treatment. There is someone specifically taking care of every link and every detail is arranged properly. The feeling of being served and complimented is better than driving a Porsche. The event ended successfully at 8 o'clock in the evening. The celebration banquet was held in the school's most upscale professor's restaurant. Lin Feng undoubtedly sat at the head seat at the main table. Xin Bing, as the person in charge of the event, sat on his right. Student Lin, you have made an indispensable contribution to the success of this event. A senior school official personally toasted Lin Feng. You're too polite, director. It's my honor to contribute to my alma mater. Lin Feng raised his glass in response. Xin Bing added at the right moment, student Lin Feng not only sponsored the event, but also gave us a lot of valuable suggestions during the preparation process. Without his support, this event would not have been as successful as it was. Her words were just right, emphasizing Lin Feng's importance without seeming to be overly flattering. The others nodded in agreement. Lin Feng looked at Shin Bing and felt secretly satisfied. This woman was indeed smart. She knew how to give him face in public and let him enjoy the pleasure of being looked up to. Halfway through the banquet, an entrepreneur came over and exchanged business cards with Lin Feng. Little friend Lin has such courage at such a young age. It's really admirable. If there are any opportunities for cooperation in the future, please be sure to contact us. Lin Feng responded one by one, appearing calm and composed. Shin Bing observed silently from the side, becoming more and more certain of his judgment. Lin Feng is not an ordinary rich second generation. He has a natural temperament of a superior. Such people are destined to stand at the top of the pyramid. And what she has to do is to become his most capable assistant. When the banquet ended, it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. People from all walks of life left one after another, and in the end only a few core members of the student union were left. "Chairman, you were awesome today," a vice chairman said excitedly. "The whole event was such a success, you will definitely be commended." Shin Bing smiled slightly. This is the result of team efforts. She looked at Lin Feng, who was saying goodbye to the principal. After the principal left, Shin Bing walked up to Lin Feng. "Student Lin Feng, thank you for your cooperation today. It's my duty." Lin Feng nodded. The event was indeed well organized. A hint of joy flashed across Shin Bing's eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. "By the way, did you drive here today?" "It's open." "Then, could you give me a ride?" Shin Bing's tone was very polite. "I just happen to have some project details to report to you." The other student union members tactfully left early. Soon, Lin Feng and Shin Bing were the only ones left in the restaurant. Shin Bing walked beside Lin Feng with an elegant pace. She really performed well today. From planning to execution, every aspect of the entire event was arranged perfectly. This ability is indeed a level higher than the petty fighting of other women. "Chairman Shin, you have worked hard today." Lin Feng took the initiative to speak. "It's not hard, it's my honor," Shin Bing answered modestly. The two walked out of the restaurant, the night breeze blowing gently. The campus was very quiet, with only the street lights casting dim light and shadows. Chapter 26: Truth and Temptation. The two walked one in front of the other, and the dim street lights made their shadows very long. Tonight, Shin Bing is undoubtedly the most dazzling star in the audience. She used a perfect event to prove her value to everyone, especially Lin Feng. Lin Feng walked in front without saying a word. He was savoring the feeling of tonight. The feeling of being recognized by authority and admired by everyone is much better than simple consumption. Shin Bing followed behind him, her high heels making a tapping sound on the cement road, as if beating out some kind of rhythm. She could feel the aura of a superior emanating from Lin Feng, calm yet full of oppression. This feeling fascinated her. Soon, the two arrived at the underground parking lot. The volcanic gray Panamera was parked quietly in the parking space, like a beast ready to pounce. "Get in the car." Lin Feng opened the passenger door. Shin Bing bowed slightly and sat down. The car door was closed, isolating the noise from the outside world. In the small space inside the car, only the faint breathing sounds of the two people could be heard. Lin Feng started the car and a low engine sound rang out. "Where to?" he asked. Shin Bing did not answer immediately. She turned her head to look at the lights outside the window that were rapidly receding. The little bit of red wine she drank at the celebration party seemed to be starting to take effect, and a faint blush appeared on her cheeks. Can we just open it casually?" Shin Bing's voice was softer than usual. "I'm too excited tonight, my mind is a little confused, I want to get some fresh air." Lin Feng glanced at her, didn't ask any questions, and drove the Panamera into the city traffic. The carriage was very quiet. Shin Bing unbuttoned the top button of his suit, leaned back on the soft seat, and relaxed a lot. "Lin Feng, before your sponsorship came through, I told the members of the student union that our goal for this event was to raise 50,000 yuan in sponsorship." Shin Bing started talking to herself, as if she was chatting or reporting. "They all thought I was crazy. In their eyes, the student union is just a place to play house. Everyone just wants to get a resume and find a good job after graduation, and that's it." There was a hint of thinly veiled mockery in her voice. "But I don't want to play house." Shin Bing turned her head and looked at Lin Feng with burning eyes. "I want to build a real business empire. But I know very well that I'm missing the most crucial thing." She stretched out her slender fingers and gestured in the air. I lack capital, the courage to break through, and someone who can take me to the next level. She had made her words very clear. This is a smart woman's token of allegiance. She did not play hints like Xiao Wanqing, nor did she devote herself directly like Xiao Yi. Instead, she chose a more advanced way, demonstrating her value and then asking for cooperation. Lin Feng listened calmly while driving. He knew that this was Xin Bing's carefully crafted rhetoric. Although what she said may be true, it must have been polished and packaged. What he wants to hear is the unreserved and most original true thoughts. Lin Feng's eyes swept across the center console and he had an idea in his mind. He noiselessly pulled the small spray bottle from his pocket. Truth spray. He pretended to adjust the air conditioner, tapped the central control screen a few times, and aimed the air outlet towards the co-pilot. While Xin Bing was not paying attention, he moved his fingertips slightly and gently pressed the spray button towards the air outlet. A colorless and odorless gas instantly mixed into the air conditioning air. So, you think I'm the one who can take you off? Lin Feng asked, pretending to be very interested, and threw out the bait. The effect of the spray is immediate. Xin Bing's eyes were confused for a moment, and the carefully disguised calmness and rationality shattered like glass. She looked at Lin Feng and said subconsciously, word by word. Yes. Lin Feng continued to ask, his voice suggestive, why? Because I'm rich? There was no expression on Xin Bing's face, like a puppet being pulled by strings, revealing the deepest secrets in her heart. Money is the ticket. Without this million, you are not even qualified to enter my site. This sentence is cold, realistic, yet terrifyingly true. But money alone is useless. Even if you give a fool like Zhao Ziang 100 million, he's just a wallet that moves. You're different. Xin Bing's eyes became a little fanatical, the look of someone who saw a priceless treasure. Your money comes from unknown sources, and your rise to prominence is unpredictable. This sense of mystery represents unlimited potential. And your personality. You enjoy having idiots like Xiao Wanqing fight over you, and you enjoy the pleasure of conquering others with money. So, I don't want to be your lover. Lovers are too easy to replace, and beauty is consumable. I want to be your partner, your right-hand man. I need your strength and capital as a rocket for my social advancement. As soon as the words fell, the carriage fell into deathly silence. The 5 minutes are up. Xin Bing blinked suddenly, as if waking up from a long dream, and a trace of confusion and panic flashed across her face. Did I say something weird just now? She asked uncertainly, her heart pounding. Lin Feng showed a playful smile on his face. He slowly parked the car on the side of the road and turned to look at the intelligent beauty next to him who looked uneasy. No. What you said is exactly what I want to hear. Chapter 27. Need to prove more value. Lin Feng, I. Xin Bing wanted to explain something, but Lin Feng raised his hand to interrupt her. No need to explain. Lin Feng's tone was calm, but Xin Bing could hear an unquestionable pressure from it. I appreciate your honesty. Xin Bing listened to Lin Feng's words, and a complex emotion surged in her heart. There is the comfort of being understood, but also the fear of being seen through. So what's your answer? She asked, mustering the courage. Will you cooperate with me? Lin Feng did not answer immediately, but restarted the car. The Panamera drove into the night again, and the scenery outside the window quickly receded. The premise of cooperation is that both parties have value. Lin Feng said as he drove. You've proven your ability tonight. You achieved $1 million result with just 1 million. But it's not enough. Xin Bing's heart was in her throat. What's the meaning? Lin Feng drove the car into a high-end residential area and stopped in front of a villa. It means you need to prove more value. He unbuckled his seatbelt and turned to look at Xin Bing. Xin Bing's breathing began to quicken. She realized that this was a critical juncture. Lin Feng was testing her, testing how much she was willing to pay for this cooperation opportunity. What do you want me to prove? Xin Bing's voice trembled a little, but her eyes remained firm. Lin Feng didn't say anything, but pushed open the car door and walked out. Xin Bing bit her lip and got out of the car. Come to the luxurious large flat. Is this your home? Xin Bing asked in shock. Temporary residence. Lin Feng took out the key and opened the door. Come in. Lin Feng pushed open the heavy wooden door, and a mixture of the scent of new decoration and a faint aroma hit him in the face. The lighting was preset, bright but not glaring, illuminating the empty living room clearly. The furniture is in minimalist black, white, and gray tones, and each piece exudes an expensive sense of design, but when put together, it seems a bit too deserted, like a model room, lacking the warmth of life. Bing followed behind him. The sound of her high heels stepping on the smooth marble floor was particularly clear in the empty space. Her heart tightened with the echo. Temporary residence. Lin Feng's voice broke the silence. Without looking back, he walked straight to the huge sofa in the middle of the living room. Bing stood at the entrance, not moving. He met Lin Feng's gaze. The hesitation and struggle in her eyes had disappeared, replaced by a determination to fight to the death. She slowly raised her hand and took off the pair of gold-rimmed glasses on her nose that symbolized intellect and rationality. The moment the lenses were removed, her beautiful eyes were completely exposed under the light, becoming less distant and more breathtakingly charming. She gently placed her glasses on the shoe cabinet in the entrance. This action is like a ritual. She took a step forward, one step at a time, and walked towards Lin Feng. The sound of high heels was still crisp, but the rhythm had changed. It was no longer hesitant, but firm. She stopped one step away from Lin Feng. Business ability is just my least valuable value. Bing spoke, her voice slightly hoarse but extremely clear. She stretched out her slender fingers and unbuttoned her business suit. One. Another one. She took off her dark blue suit jacket and threw it casually on the single sofa next to her. Inside was a white silk shirt of excellent texture that fit tightly against her exquisite curves. Lin Feng's eyes did not change from beginning to end, and he still looked at her calmly. It was like watching a carefully choreographed performance. Bing's heart beat faster. She knew that this was not enough. She took a deep breath, leaned forward slightly, and placed her hands on the sofa on both sides of Lin Feng's body, confining him in this small space. She leaned over, and her warm breath gently sprayed on Lin Feng's face. Lin Feng. She called his name, her voice low and seductive. A qualified partner should not only be able to help you make money. It also needs to allow you to completely relax when you need it. This value, do you think it's enough? Hearing this, Lin Feng smiled, curling his lips and said, making money or not doesn't mean much to me, but if it can make me completely relax, I'm quite interested. When Bing heard this, her body froze for a moment. A hint of panic flashed across her beautiful eyes, as if she had been seen through, but it was quickly covered by a stronger determination. She smiled, the kind of smile that belongs to a winner, confident and calm. Mr. Lin is indeed an expert. She changed her address from classmate Lin Feng to Mr. Lin. This name instantly created distance between them, but at the same time, it also gave their relationship a taboo and stimulating color. She slowly stood up, her slender fingers sliding across the buttons of her silk shirt, 1, 2, slowly unbuttoning them. Her movements were graceful and calm, not like she was taking off her clothes, but more like she was performing a delicate operation. A good partner must not only understand financial statements but also the market. As she spoke, she pulled the hem of her shirt out of her suit pants, revealing her fair and tight waist. It's also important to understand human nature and needs. Being able to sit at the negotiation table, you can also. She paused, bent down, put her hands on Lin Feng's shoulders, and breathed out a sweet scent. Into your bed. She said this very softly, but it was like a heavy bomb that exploded in Lin Feng's ears. Wild enough, direct enough. As expected of the student union president, he even talked about this kind of thing as if he were doing a project roadshow. Lin Feng looked at the elite face in front of him and smiled. He reached out his hand, but instead of hugging her, he gently pinched her chin. Chairman Shen, you are very professional. Lin Feng could feel the slight trembling beneath her skin with his fingertips. But your heartbeat betrays you. Bing's pupils suddenly shrank. The calmness and disguise she had carefully maintained were completely shattered at this moment by Lin Feng's casual words. Yeah, how could she not be nervous? On the line was everything she had, her dignity, her future, and the sanity she had always prided herself on. I'm nervous because I care. Bing didn't dodge and looked directly into Lin Feng's eyes. I am determined to win this cooperation. What a determined person. Lin Feng chuckled and no longer gave her a chance to perform. He exerted force suddenly, pulled her into his arms, turned over and pressed her under him. The positions were swapped instantly. No matter how good the theory is, it's better to put it into practice. Lin Feng lowered his head and kissed her. This kiss was absolutely aggressive and possessive. Bing's mind went blank in an instant. All the plans, all the rhetoric, all the rational analysis, all collapsed at this moment. Lin Feng picked her up and strode towards the master bedroom. The moment she was picked up, a flash of clarity came into Xin Bing's mind. This night, she is no longer the calm, restrained and strategic student union president. She is just Lin Feng's woman. A woman who longs to climb up and is willing to give everything for it. The sky gradually brightened. Chapter 28. We are not in the same level. The early morning sunlight filtered through the gaps in the blinds into the master bedroom, casting mottled shadows on Xin Bing's snow-white skin. She slowly opened her eyes and found herself curled up in Lin Feng's arms. The madness of last night made her whole body sore, but her heart felt more fulfilled than ever before. She succeeded. Using the most direct method, he successfully bound Lin Feng. Awake? Lin Feng's voice sounded in her ears, with the hoarseness unique to waking up in the morning. Xin Bing raised her head and looked at Lin Feng's angular face. What time is it? 7:30. Xin Bing wanted to get up, but was pulled back into Lin Feng's arms. What's the rush? I have to go back to school. I have a lot of follow-up work to deal with. Xin Bing said, but did not struggle. She knew that she was no longer the loner student union president. She is Lin Feng's woman. We can take our time with the work, but there are some things we need to make clear first. Lin Feng's hand gently stroked her back. Xin Bing's heartbeat quickened. She knew that the critical moment had arrived. What? Lin Feng looked straight into her eyes. What do you want? Xin Bing had thought about this question countless times last night. I want power, I want status, I want to get rid of this damn class stratification. Her voice was soft but firm. I don't want to be a wage earner my whole life, being ordered around. I want to stand on the top of the pyramid and look down on all living beings. Lin Feng smiled. You have quite a big appetite. What about you? Xin Bing asked, what do you want? Lin Feng pondered for a moment. What I want is very simple, just enjoyment. Enjoy the pleasure of being looked up to and the freedom to do whatever you want. Enjoy the pleasure of conquest. He spoke the last four words very softly, but Xin Bing heard them clearly. Conquer. Yes, Lin Feng conquered her. With wealth, charm, and that natural aura of a superior. Then we are partners? Xin Bing asked tentatively. I guess so. Lin Feng's answer was simple, but there is a prerequisite. What's the premise? I'm the boss, you're the little brother. Xin Bing was stunned for a moment, then smiled. Make a deal. She took the initiative to kiss Lin Feng's chin. Anyway, she never thought of being on equal footing with Lin Feng. All she wanted was a ticket to the upper class. And Lin Feng is that ticket. 2 hours later, Xin Bing left the villa. She changed back into her business suit from last night and put on her gold-rimmed glasses again. On the outside, she still looks like the calm and restrained student union president. But deep down, a profound change has taken place. She is no longer the Xin Bing who fights alone, she is Lin Feng's person. This sense of belonging made her inexplicably excited. On the way back to school, Xin Bing's cell phone rang. It was a WeChat message from Lin Feng. Send me your account information. Xin Bing was stunned for a moment, and quickly understood what Lin Feng meant. She quickly sent her bank card number. 10 minutes later, the text message alert sounded. ICBC, 500,000 renminbi transferred to your savings card account ending in 3658. 500,000. Xin Bing looked at the phone screen, her heart pounding. This was the salary Lin Feng gave her, and also a reward for her performance last night. 500,000 is an astronomical figure for a student. But for Lin Feng, it was just a drop in the bucket. This financial disparity once again made Xin Bing feel the horror of Lin Feng. At the same time, it also strengthened her choice. Following a man like this, the future is limitless. 305 Goddess Dormitory, 10 a.m. Xin Bing pushed open the dormitory door and the atmosphere inside was a little subtle. Xiao Wanqing sat at the desk with a gloomy expression. Xiao Yi was lying on the bed, browsing her phone and sneering with disdain from time to time. Zhu Xiaoxiao was tidying up the wardrobe with her back to the door. Sister Bingbing is back. Xiao Yi said without raising her head, with obvious sarcasm in her voice. Did you have fun last night? Xin Bing walked to her seat expressionlessly and put down her bag. Good. Is it okay? Zhu Xiaoxiao turned around, her eyes playful. I thought the student union president would have a more exciting nightlife.
Xin Bing felt the hostility from her roommates. They all knew that she was with Lin Feng last night. And judging from her current state, it is obviously not a simple work report.
Just say whatever you want to say.
Xin Bing sat down and began to organize the documents on the table.
Nothing. Xiao Wanqing finally said, I just thought it was quite interesting.
Yesterday she was still teaching us not to be jealous over men, but today she's on her own.
Xin Bing, doesn't your face hurt?
Xin Bing stopped what he was doing and looked up at Xiao Wanqing.
When did I say not to get close to Lin Feng?
I'm just saying your methods are too low level.
Now it seems that I was right. This sentence instantly ignited the powder keg in the dormitory. What do you mean? Xiao Yi sat up. You mean your method is advanced? At least it's more effective than you.
Xin Bing said lightly. She took out her phone and took a screenshot of the bank's app.
Balance, 523,658.74 yuan.
Then he threw the screenshot on the table.
500,000, that's all I got last night.
The dormitory suddenly became silent. Xiao Wanqing, Xiao Yi, and Chu Xiaoxiao were all stunned.
500,000. This number is simply astronomical for them.
You sold it?
Xiao Wanqing asked in shock. Xin Bing sneered, sell? That's called return on investment.
Lin Feng invested in me because he saw my abilities. So, stop judging me by your ridiculous theories of female competition.
We are not in the same rank.
After Xin Bing finished speaking, she picked up the documents on the table and turned to leave. The three women were left in the dormitory, looking at each other in bewilderment. The air was filled with the smell of humiliation and unwillingness. Especially Xiao Yi. She thought she had successfully risen to the top thanks to the special benefits of the live broadcast room.
It now seems that she is just one of Lin Feng's many playthings.
And Xin Bing has become Lin Feng's partner.
This gap is too big. Xiao Yi was unwilling to accept this. She didn't believe she would lose to Xin Bing.
In terms of intelligence, she may not be as smart as Xin Bing. But when it comes to pleasing men, she is absolutely confident. Xiao Yi took out her cell phone and opened Lin Feng's WeChat. Brother Feng, you've been busy with the entrepreneurship festival and investing lately.
You must be exhausted, right?
I'll take you to a fun place to relax.
It's a bar I often go to. The atmosphere is great.
After sending the message, Xiao Yi's heart was in her throat.
This is her counterattack. She wants to use her own way to win Lin Feng back from Xin Bing. Chapter 29 Bar Conflict. Zifeng number 1.
Lin Feng had just come back from the gym, took a shower, and was drying his hair with a towel.
The cell phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it was a WeChat message from Xiao Yi. Bar?
A playful smile appeared on Lin Feng's lips.
Interesting.
Just as she got the highly intelligent student union president into her lap, the sweet little anchor couldn't sit still anymore. He never gets tired of watching this kind of drama of jealousy and quarrels in the backyard.
Just as I was thinking about it, the system's voice sounded in my mind. Ding.
It has been detected that the host's life is too boring and degrading.
New mission released, Nightlife Indulgence.
Mission content, please enjoy the ultimate pleasure brought by alcohol, music, and hormones in the bustling city night.
Task reward, depends on the degree of indulgence.
Lin Feng smiled.
This task was tailor-made for Xiao Yi's invitation. He picked up the phone and slowly replied with one word. Good. After receiving the reply, Xiao Yi was so excited that she almost jumped up in the dormitory. She won.
She successfully drew Lin Feng's attention away from Xin Bing.
I'm going out tonight.
Xiao Yi glanced proudly at Xiao Wanqing and Chu Xiaoxiao who were sulking, and began to rummage through the drawers for clothes. She wants to win this comeback battle with the most perfect posture.
9 o'clock in the evening.
The most prosperous bar street in Donghai City is bustling with neon lights and bustling with people. At the door of a bar called Mist, Xiao Yi was waiting anxiously. She dressed up carefully today. A pure white tight short t-shirt outlines the perfect curves, and underneath is a black pleated skirt, revealing a pair of straight white long legs. Pure with a hint of sexiness, this is her best pure desire style. A volcanic gray Panamera slowly stopped in front of the bar with a low roar. The car door opened and Lin Feng got out of the driver's seat.
A simple casual outfit cannot conceal the powerful aura. Brother Feng. Xiao Yi immediately ran over like a happy little butterfly and naturally put her arm around Lin Feng. Have you been waiting for a long time? Lin Feng asked. No, I just got here too. Xiao Yi tilted her little face up, her smile sweeter than honey. Let's go in quickly, my favorite band is playing tonight. The two walked into the mist bar. Deafening music and flashing lights instantly enveloped them. On the stage, a rock band was screaming at the top of their lungs, while the men and women in the audience were swaying their bodies wildly to the rhythm, and the air was filled with the mixed smell of alcohol and hormones. This is obviously Xiao Yi's home court. She skillfully pulled Lin Feng through the crowded crowd to a booth with the best view. Brother Feng, what do you want to drink? She leaned close to Lin Feng's ear and asked loudly. The warm breath sprayed on Lin Feng's earlobe, making it itchy. You order. Lin Feng leaned on the sofa and looked at the place with interest. Okay. Xiao Yi snapped her fingers, called the waiter, and skillfully ordered an expensive set of foreign wine. The wine arrived quickly. Xiao Yi personally poured a glass for Lin Feng and then raised her own glass. Brother Feng, I toast to you. Thank you for helping me in the PK last time. Her eyes sparkled under the dim light. Lin Feng clinked glasses with her and drank it all in one gulp. Xiao Yi is very good at livening up the atmosphere. She would tell Lin Feng gossip about the band on the stage, and then drag him to play dice. If he lost, he would drink obediently. Occasionally, she would use some harmless physical contact to get closer to him. Lin Feng did nothing but sat there quietly and watched her perform. He had to admit that being with Xiao Yi was indeed relaxing. She is like a piece of fruit candy, sweet but able to make people happy. Just as the atmosphere was becoming more and more ambiguous, a discordant voice interrupted. Hey, isn't this our big anchoree? How come you have time to come and play today? A young man wearing a flowered shirt and with dyed yellow hair came over, holding a glass of wine, followed by a few scoundrels. When Xiao Yi saw the person coming, the smile on her face froze for a moment, but soon returned to normal. Mr. Wang, what a coincidence! She greeted him politely. The young man called Mr. Wang is named Wang Hao and is considered the local boss. He had been pursuing Xiao Yi for a long time and often gave her gifts in her live broadcast room, but Xiao Yi was always lukewarm towards him. Wang Hao's gaze fell on Xiao Yi's hand that was holding Lin Feng's arm, and his eyes instantly became gloomy. He looked Lin Feng up and down. He was dressed casually and looked ordinary. Who is this? Wang Hao's tone was provocative. My friend. Xiao Yi subconsciously hugged Lin Feng's arms tighter. This little action completely ignited Wang Hao's anger. Damn it, I've been chasing you for so long, giving you tens of thousands of gifts, but I've never even touched your hand. You are actually hugging a pretty boy now? Friend? Wang Hao sneered, sat directly opposite Lin Feng, and put the wine glass heavily on the table. Brother, where are you from? You look unfamiliar. Lin Feng didn't bother to pay attention to him and just kept shaking his wine glass. Lin Feng's disregard made Wang Hao feel embarrassed. Boy, I'm talking to you, a little brother behind him shouted. Xiao Yi suddenly became nervous. She pulled the corner of Lin Feng's clothes and whispered, Brother Feng, let's ignore him. Let's go to another place. She just wanted to show herself in front of Lin Feng, but didn't want to get involved with this local tyrant. But Lin Feng held her hand and signaled her to be at ease. Seeing that Lin Feng still didn't say anything, Wang Hao became even more excited. He felt that he had the other person under control. Your taste is terrible. Wang Hao saw this and turned to Xiao Yi and said, You actually like this cowardly pretty boy? As he spoke, his hand dishonestly wanted to touch Xiao Yi's face. Xiao Yi was so scared that she hid back, her face full of disgust. At this moment, Lin Feng finally spoke. Take your dirty hands off me. His voice was not loud, but it was like an ice-cold knife, lowering the temperature around him a few degrees. Wang Hao was stunned for a moment, then became furious. What the hell did you say? He stood up suddenly, pointed at Lin Feng's nose and cursed, Do you know who I am? On this street, I told you to stand, and you can't sit. Several younger brothers behind him also gathered around and looked at Lin Feng with eager eyes. The people in the surrounding booths noticed the conflict and cast curious glances. The bar's security guard also came over, but when he saw it was Wang Hao, he hesitated and didn't come forward. Obviously, they couldn't afford to offend this local tyrant. Xiao Yi was so scared that her face turned pale. She held Lin Feng's hand tightly, her body trembling slightly. Brother Feng,
Lin Feng patted the back of her hand without a trace of panic on his face.
He just raised his hand slightly and hooked his finger at the manager not far away.
The bar manager trotted over with a professional smile on his face, but his eyes showed embarrassment.
Sir, Mr. Wang, we are all here to have fun. Harmony brings wealth, harmony brings wealth.
Lin Feng didn't even look at Wang Hao. His eyes were on the manager from beginning to end.
Chapter 30. What's there to be angry about? Please get him and his men out.
Lin Feng's voice was not loud, but it reached the manager's ears clearly. I'm booking this bar tonight. The manager's pupils suddenly shrank.
Book this bar? The turnover for this night was at least $1 million. Where the hell did this god come from? Wang Hao also heard it.
He was stunned at first, then burst into laughter. Pretend.
Keep pretending. Do you know how much it costs here a night? Even if I sold you, I couldn't afford it.
Lin Feng didn't bother to look at him again, and just raised his eyebrows at the manager. The manager made a split-second decision. He whispered a few words into the headset, and soon, a middle-aged man in his 40s, wearing a black tang suit, walked over quickly, surrounded by a group of security guards. This is the real boss of Mist, Brother Lei.
Brother Wang, long time no see.
Brother Lei greeted him with a smile, but there was no smile in his eyes.
Brother Lei.
Wang Hao's arrogance immediately subsided when he saw the person coming. Brother Lei patted Wang Hao on the shoulder and pointed in the direction of the door. I have a distinguished guest here tonight. Take your brothers to play somewhere else first.
I will pay for it. This is already in order to expel you. Wang Hao's face instantly turned purple.
Being kicked out in front of so many people from his own territory was more painful than beating him up.
Brother Lei, you. Get out. Lei Ji's smile disappeared and his voice became cold.
Wang Hao trembled all over and didn't dare to say another word. He glared at Lin Feng with resentment, and left in disgrace with his little brother. A storm was resolved so easily.
During the whole process, Lin Feng didn't even move his butt.
The people sitting in the booths around them all looked at Lin Feng with different eyes. There is awe, curiosity, and envy.
Xiao Yi was completely dumbfounded.
She stared blankly at Lin Feng's profile, her heart pounding wildly, and a hot current rushed from her heart to her brain.
So cool. This is a real man.
He used money to bully people, and used strength to crush them. That kind of silent arrogance could make her weak in the knees more than any sweet words. The hand that was holding Lin Feng's arm unconsciously tightened a little bit, and her whole body was almost pressed against him.
The admiration and fascination in her eyes almost overflowed. Brother Feng, you are so awesome.
Her voice was trembling, not because of fear, but because of extreme excitement. Lin Feng picked up the wine glass and took a sip, as if nothing had happened just now.
Ding.
Detected that the host has completed nightlife indulgence, rewards being calculated.
This kind of pleasure of controlling the situation is indeed more interesting than simply drinking.
He put down his wine glass and looked at Xiaoyi, who had become a little fangirl beside him.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Xiaoyi nodded heavily, as obedient as a kitten. Zthing number 1, large flat on the top floor.
The moment the door closed, Xiaoyi could no longer contain her inner excitement and hugged Lin Feng tightly from behind.
Brother Feng, I love you so much. She tilted her head back and gave him a passionate kiss. That night, Xiaoyi tried her best. She wanted to prove that she could make Lin Feng relax better than Xin Bing, a woman who only knew how to talk about business. She wanted to use the method she was best at to tie this man to her side completely. The next morning, Xiaoyi walked out of the master bedroom refreshed.
Instead of wearing her own clothes, she put on a white shirt of Lin Feng. With her long legs exposed, she proudly walked around the 300 square meter mansion. She picked up her phone and took a picture of herself in the mirror. In the photo, she deliberately revealed the ambiguous red mark on her neck. Then, she sent this photo directly to the WeChat group of Dormitory 305.
And added a sentence.
Sisters, Brother Feng was too strong last night.
I might have to take a day off. Shy. After sending the message, she proudly threw her phone on the sofa and walked into the bathroom humming a song.
She seemed to be able to imagine the frustrated and helpless expressions of the women in the dormitory when they saw this photo. Especially Xin Bing.
Partners? Return on investment?
When a man is tired, what he needs is not a business plan.
10 o'clock in the morning, Goddess Dormitory 305. The atmosphere was deathly silent.
Xiao Wanqing stared at the phone screen intently, her nails almost digging into her palms.
It's Xiao Yi again. This disgusting way of showing off again.
She recognized the white shirt in the photo, it belonged to Lin Feng. She also recognized the background, it was the living room of Zifeng number 1. The battlefield that belonged to her has now been occupied by others. Zhu Xiaoxiao snorted coldly and placed the phone upside down on the table.
Bitch.
She spat out 2 words with disdain.
In her opinion, Xiao Yi's method was too low. What else could she do besides wagging her tail and begging for mercy?
After all, he got to the top based on his real ability, which was something Lin Feng personally admitted was special.
Who is this Xiao Yi?
Only Xinbing was still sitting at her desk, calmly flipping through a financial book, as if the messages in the group had nothing to do with her.
Sister Bingbing, aren't you angry at all?
Xiao Wanqing couldn't help but ask, her voice filled with tears and unwillingness.
Without even looking up, Xinbing said calmly, "What's there to be angry about?" Xiao Wanqing was furious.
It's just that the maidservant received a little reward from her master and ran to show off in front of the main wife. Xinbing turned a page of the book.
It's too petty and not worth mentioning.
Having said that, she was still a little slow in turning the pages of the book.
500,000 is Lin Feng's recognition of her ability.
But what Xiao Yi got was Lin Feng. When men are rational, they will choose what is useful to them, but when they are relaxed, they will often choose what makes them comfortable. For the first time, Xinbing began to waver in her firm belief in the theory of value.
Chapter 31 System Upgrade. The low pressure in dormitory 305 lasted for the entire morning. Xiao Wanqing finally couldn't bear it anymore.
She stood up, pushed open the door and rushed out.
I'm going to find him. She had had enough. She was the one who had sex with Lin Feng first, and that Chanel bag clearly represented her status, so why did she have to watch that bitch Xiao Yi shit and piss on her head? Zhu Xiaoxiao sneered and stood up as well. Looking? What can you find? At most, I'll just go wait downstairs of Zifeng number 1, like a nagging woman. Xiao Wanqing's face flushed red. Because Zhu Xiaoxiao hit the nail on the head. Then what's your plan?
Xiao Wanqing retorted, at least I dare to fight for it.
What about you? You just sit here and sneer.
Zhu Xiaoxiao was touched in a sore spot.
Indeed, she didn't know what to do.
That slut Xiao Yi took the initiative and is now acting coquettishly in Lin Feng's arms.
And they can only worry in the dormitory. Xinbing finally closed the book. That's enough.
She took off her glasses and rubbed her temples.
What's the point of arguing? What do you think Lin Feng is? The kind of naive male protagonist who changes his mind just because of a woman's tears? He enjoys the feeling of control and conquest. The more you show that you care about him and the more jealous you are, the more satisfied he will be.
Xiao Wanqing and Zhu Xiaoxiao looked at Xinbing at the same time.
So what do you mean?
Xinbing put on his glasses again and his eyes regained their composure.
The game has just begun. Xiao Yi thinks she can defeat Lin Feng with just her body. She is so naive. When men get tired of playing, they will naturally look for new excitement. At the same time, the top floor flat of Zifeng number 1. Lin Feng was sitting on the sofa in the living room, watching the news. Last night's nightlife indulgence earned him a lot of system rewards, and the numbers in his bank account increased again. Xiao Yi walked out of the bathroom, wrapped only in a bath towel, with water droplets sliding down her fair skin. Brother Feng, can I rub your back for you? She came over tenderly, wanting to sit next to Lin Feng. Lin Feng stood up. I have to go out for something. Xiao Yi was stunned for a moment. Then I'll go with you. No need. Lin Feng's answer was very straightforward, you can go back to the dormitory. Xiao Yi's face fell instantly. She thought that after last night's madness, she had completely captured Lin Feng's heart. As it turns out, he is still so cold. Brother Feng. Be obedient. Lin Feng patted her face, I don't like clingy women. This sentence was like a basin of cold water, instantly extinguishing the little flame in Xiao Yi's heart. She could only watch Lin Feng change his clothes, then walk out of the apartment without looking back. Lin Feng drove his Panamera and wandered aimlessly in the city of Donghai. He didn't really have anything to do, he just didn't want Xiao Yi to have any unrealistic fantasies. It's okay to have fun with him, but don't expect him to develop real feelings for it. At this moment, a familiar prompt sound from the system came into my mind. Ding! It has been detected that the host's assets have reached the upgrade standard. System upgrading. Upgrade completed. Current version, level 2. Upgrade reward, rebate rate increased to 50 times. Unlock new function, circle indulgence. Function description: you can get a certain percentage of rebate rewards by spending with people who have a close relationship with the host. Note, this function has a limited daily usage, please plan accordingly. Lin Feng's eyes lit up instantly. Unlocked new features? System, please explain the circle indulgence function in detail. This feature allows the host to make luxury purchases for close friends and receive 10-30 times the rebate. The rebate rate depends on the intimacy between the target and the host. Currently available to Xiao Wanqing, Xiaoyi, Chu Xiaoxiao, Xinbing, Gu Qingying. Lin Feng smiled. Doesn't this mean that he can support mistresses and make money? The system is encouraging him to have a harem. Since the system said so, he wouldn't be polite. Lin Feng took out his cell phone and sent messages to Xiao Wanqing, Xiaoyi, and Chu Xiaoxiao respectively. Are you free this afternoon? Go shopping with me. The 3 messages were sent almost simultaneously. Soon, all 3 women replied. Xiao Wanqing, I'm free. Brother Feng, what do you want to buy? I'll go with you. Love heart. Xiaoyi, of course I'm free. I can come over right now. Cute. Chu Xiaoxiao, are you free? Lin Feng looked at the replies from the 3 people and a playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Interesting. The 3 people's response styles were completely different, but their attitudes were all positive. It seems that Xiao Yi's showing off last night really stimulated the other 2. Then try the new feature. Lin Feng replied to Xiao Wanqing first. See you in half an hour at Plaza 66. After receiving the news, Xiao Wanqing was so excited that she almost jumped up. She knew it. How could Lin Feng really be fascinated by that slut Xiao Yi? Men are animals who get bored easily and love new things. When they get tired of playing around, they will naturally come back to her. She quickly changed into her most beautiful dress, put on exquisite makeup, and rushed to Plaza 66. Plaza 66, a luxury shopping district. Xiao Wanqing arrived early. She stood in front of the Chanel counter, feeling excited and nervous. It was here that Lin Feng bought her the CF bag last time. I asked her to come here again today. Are you going to buy her something more expensive? After a while, Lin Feng's Panamera stopped at the entrance of the shopping mall. Xiao Wanqing immediately trotted over and took Lin Feng's arm. Brother Feng, what do you want to buy? Her tone was sweet, completely different from her gloomy self in the dormitory. Lin Feng did not answer, but took her directly into a top-notch jewelry store. Cartier. Sir, madam, welcome. When the clerk saw Lin Feng's attire and temperament, he immediately came up to him with a respectful attitude. I want to see your best necklace. Lin Feng went straight to the point. For this young lady? Yes. Xiao Wanqing's heart began to beat wildly. Necklace? A Cartier necklace? How much does this cost? The clerk quickly took out several valuable necklaces. One of them is inlaid with a 10-carat pink diamond, which sparkles in the light. How about this one? Lin Feng asked, pointing at the pink diamond necklace. The clerk's eyes lit up. Sir, you have a good eye. This is our store's most valuable treasure, a limited edition Cartier pink diamond necklace. There are only 3 of these in the world. The price is... How much? Lin Feng interrupted the clerk's introduction. 3.8 million. Xiao Wanqing's legs went weak. 3.8 million? What is the concept? Her house isn't that expensive. Wrap it up. Lin Feng's words were concise and powerful. Okay. The clerk's hands were shaking with excitement. Swipe the card, sign, and box. Everything went smoothly. When Lin Feng handed the exquisite Cartier box to Xiao Wanqing, she almost burst into tears. A necklace worth 3.8 million. What is the concept? This is a true symbol of love. Brother Feng, I. Xiao Wanqing was choked with sobs and couldn't speak. Just then, Lin Feng's cell phone rang. Ding. Circle indulgence triggered successfully. Consumption amount, 3.8 million yuan. Intimacy rating, B+. Rebate rate, 15 times. Rebate amount, 57 million yuan. Account has been received, please check. Lin Feng almost laughed out loud. 57 million. Spend 3.8 million and earn 57 million. This deal is so cool. Do you like it? Lin Feng asked. I like it. I like it so much. Xiao Wanqing hugged the box tightly. Brother Feng, you are so good to me. Lin Feng patted her shoulder. Try it on. Xiao Wanqing carefully took out the necklace and Lin Feng put it on her personally. The pink diamonds sparkled on her fair neck, instantly elevating her temperament to several levels. It's so beautiful. Lin Feng nodded with satisfaction. Xiao Wanqing was shaking with excitement. She felt that she was the happiest woman in the world. A necklace worth 3.8 million. This is the kind of love that many women will never get in their entire lives. Brother Feng, I love you. She stood on tiptoe and took the initiative to kiss him. Lin Feng did not refuse and allowed her to express her gratitude. But soon, he gently pushed her away. I have something else to do, you go back first. Xiao Wanqing was a little reluctant, but she didn't dare to go against Lin Feng's wishes. So, we're having a night then? Let's talk about it later. Lin Feng's answer was vague, but Xiao Wanqing was satisfied. With this necklace, she believed that no one could shake her position in Lin Feng's heart. Watching Xiao Wanqing leave happily, Lin Feng took out his cell phone and sent a message to Xiao Yi. New world, in 1 hour. Xiao Yi, who received the message, was sulking in the dormitory. When she saw Lin Feng's message, she instantly became energetic. Brother Feng is looking for her. It seems that last night's efforts were effective. She quickly packed herself up and rushed to Zinti Andy. Zinti Andy, Porsche 4S store. When Xiao Yi saw this address, she was completely stunned. Porsche? Brother Feng wants to buy a car? No, doesn't he already have a Panamera? Could it be that I want to buy it for her? When she thought of this possibility, Xiao Yi's heart began to beat wildly. If he really bought her a car, it would prove that her position in Lin Feng's heart had surpassed all other women. When Lin Feng arrived at the 4S store, Xiao Yi was already waiting at the door. She was wearing a little white dress today, looking pure and lovely, but her eyes were filled with anticipation and excitement. Brother Feng. She immediately ran over and took Lin Feng's arm. Do you want to buy a car? Lin Feng nodded and took her into the exhibition hall. What color do you want? Xiao Yi was stunned for a moment. Did you really buy it for her? Can I choose? Certainly. Xiao Yi was so excited that she almost fainted. She walked around the showroom and finally chose a cherry blossom pink Porsche Cayenne. This one. When the sales manager saw Lin Feng, he immediately recognized him. Last time, Lin Feng was a big customer who paid in full for the car. Mr. Lin, do you want this Cayenne? Yes, the highest configuration, available now. Okay, the car's price is 1.68 million. Please handle the paperwork here. 1.68 million. Xiao Yi almost couldn't stand. This is more than what she earns in a year from live streaming. Lin Feng swiped the card without even blinking. Ding! Circle indulgence triggered successfully. Consumption amount, 1.68 million yuan. Intimacy rating, B. Rebate rate, 12 times. Rebate amount, 20.16 million yuan. Account has been received, please check. Another 20 million has arrived. Lin Feng was in a good mood. Seeing Xiao Yi so excited that she was about to cry, he suddenly had the illusion that he was the god of wealth. Do you like it? I like it. I like it so much. Xiao Yi was already incoherent. Brother Feng, you are so good to me. I will never forget your kindness in my life. As she was about to kneel down to express her gratitude, she was stopped by Lin Feng. Come on, it's just a car. Just a car. In Lin Feng's words, 1.68 million is just a car. Xiao Yi was completely shocked by Lin Feng's financial resources. She used to think that Lin Feng was just a rich second generation with some money, but now it seems that he is actually a top-tier billionaire. Brother Feng, I will be yours from now on. Xiao Yi hugged Lin Feng's arm tightly, her eyes full of admiration and attachment. Lin Feng patted her hands. Drive carefully and be safe. After saying that, he left the 4S store. Xiao Yi was left alone in the brand new Porsche, trembling with excitement.
She immediately took a selfie and posted it on her Moments.
Thank you, Brother Fong, for the little pinky. Love you. Heart.
This circle of friends instantly exploded her social circle. Countless people liked and commented on her post, envying her for having such a rich boyfriend.
But the most important thing is to let the other 3 women in dormitory 305 see it.
At the same time, Lin Feng had already sent a message to Chu Xiaoxiao.
China World Trade Center, in 2 hours.
Chu Xiaoxiao felt mixed emotions when she saw the news.
As soon as Xiao Wanqing returned to the dormitory, she started showing off her Cartier necklace, saying that Lin Feng spent 3.8 million to buy it for her.
Immediately afterwards, Xiao Yi posted a photo of the Porsche on her Moments, saying that it was a gift from Lin Feng.
Now it's her turn. Is Lin Feng trying to treat everyone equally?
Chu Xiaoxiao felt a little unwilling, but also a little expectant. After all, since Lin Feng bought expensive gifts for the other 2 people, he shouldn't be partial to one over the other. She changed into her sexiest tight dress, put on some seductive makeup, and headed to the China World Trade Center. The China World Trade Center is the most upscale business building in Donghai City, housing many flagship stores of luxury brands. Chu Xiaoxiao waited downstairs for a while, and Lin Feng arrived.
Chu Xiaoxiao. Brother Feng.
Chu Xiaoxiao's attitude was calmer than the other 2 women, but there was also anticipation in her eyes. Lin Feng took her to the top floor in the elevator.
There is a limited edition clothing custom shop there. Customize a few sets of clothes for this lady.
Lin Feng said to the clerk.
The clerk immediately greeted them warmly. What style would you like?
Lin Feng looked at Chu Xiaoxiao.
You decide.
Chu Xiaoxiao was a little surprised.
Custom clothing? It's more personal and thoughtful than a necklace or a sports car. I want something sexy.
Chu Xiaoxiao expressed her thoughts.
Okay, we have works by top designers from around the world, and each piece is unique.
The clerk took out several sets of design drawings. One of the sets is a limited edition work by a famous designer, and it is said that there is only one in the world.
How about this one?
Lin Feng asked, pointing at the design drawings.
This is our store's most valuable creation, a highlight of Milan Fashion Week. The price is... How many? 2.8 million. Chu Xiaoxiao took a breath. 2.8 million worth of clothes?
This was beyond her imagination.
That's it. Chu Xiaoxiao almost fainted. 2.8 million. What is the concept? That's enough to buy a villa.
Swipe the card. Lin Feng's words were concise and powerful.
Ding. Circle indulgence triggered successfully. Consumption amount, 2.8 million yuan. Intimacy rating, A. Rebate rate, 20 times. Rebate amount, 56 million yuan. Account has been received, please check. 56 million.
Lin Feng almost laughed out loud.
This new feature is awesome.
Chu Xiaoxiao was completely dumbfounded.
She never thought that someone would spend 2.8 million to buy clothes for her.
This is no longer just pampering, this is simply treating her like a real treasure.
Brother Feng, I don't know how to thank you. Chu Xiaoxiao's voice was trembling. Dress well and let me see your most beautiful side.
Lin Feng's words made Chu Xiaoxiao burst into tears instantly. These were the most touching words of love she had ever heard. Within one day, Lin Feng bought expensive gifts for each of the 3 women.
Xiao Wanqing's 3.8 million necklace. Xiao Yi's 1.68 million Porsche.
Chu Xiaoxiao's 12 million custom-made clothing. The total cost was 17.48 million, but the system rebate exceeded 300 million.
This deal is so cool.
More importantly, the 3 women's affection and dependence on him have reached unprecedented levels. Lin Feng drove back to Zifeng No. 1 in a good mood. But what he didn't know was that Shen Bing, who was far away in the office, had already learned about his big move today through various channels. A necklace worth 3.8 million, a sports car worth 1.68 million, and custom-made clothes worth 12 million. In one day, Lin Feng spent nearly 20 million on 3 women. But she was only given 500,000. This gap made Shen Bing feel a sense of crisis for the first time. She realized that if she continued to position herself as a partner, she would sooner or later be outshined by other women. Beauty will fade, but a man's possessiveness is eternal. She must provide some unique value that cannot be replaced by others. Shen Bing took off her glasses and her eyes became firm. It seems that she needs to replan her strategy.
Chapter 32: The Indulgence of Power.
Xin Bing sat at the desk in the dormitory with a thick business management textbook spread out in front of her, but her attention was not on the book at all.
The phone screen is still stuck on the moment's interface.
In the selfie Xiao Wanqing just posted, the Cartier pink diamond necklace on her neck sparkled in the sun, and the caption only had a few simple words, "A little surprise from brother phone."
Xiao Yi's circle of friends is more direct.
A photo of herself sitting in the driver's seat of a cherry blossom pink Porsche Cayenne, with a bright smile. "Thank you, brother phone, for the little pink.
Love you."
Xu Xiaoxiao didn't post on WeChat Moments, but when she came back from outside, Xin Bing noticed the limited edition custom brand packaging bag she was carrying. Xin Bing recognized the logo. It was a top-tier custom product, with a starting price of 6 figures. In one day, Lin Feng spent nearly 20 million on 3 women. And she, the student union president, the woman who thought she was the most valuable, only got 500,000. Xin Bing took off her glasses and gently pressed her temples with her fingers. She needs to re-evaluate her strategy. Beauty can indeed consume women, but she overlooked an important factor: men's possessiveness and desire to conquer. Lin Feng enjoys not only women's bodies, but also the pleasure of conquering them with money. In this game, she positioned herself as a partner and lost her value to be conquered.
Xin Bing put on his glasses again and opened his laptop.
She needs to demonstrate her unique value, but not through commercial cooperation. Instead, she wants Lin Feng to realize that investing in her can bring him returns that others cannot provide. The next morning, as soon as Lin Feng walked out of the teaching building, he received a call from Xin Bing.
"Lin Feng, do you have time? I want to talk to you about the investment project we mentioned yesterday."
Xin Bing's voice was still calm and professional, but Lin Feng could hear a subtle sense of urgency.
"Where?" "I've prepared a detailed plan in the conference room of the Student Activity Center."
Lin Feng looked at the time.
He had no classes in the afternoon anyway. "I'll be there in 10 minutes.
In the small conference room on the second floor of the Student Activity Center, Xin Bing was ready. She was wearing a dark blue business suit today, her hair was neatly tied up, and there were thick folders and a laptop on her desk.
But what attracted Lin Feng's attention most was the beautifully printed parking permit on the table. "What is this?"
Lin Feng picked up the parking permit. "A pass for the exclusive VIP parking space at Tunghai University," Xin Bing said calmly.
"Considering your current status and position, it's really inappropriate to have to look for a parking space outside every time you come to school."
Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. He knew this parking space, which was right in front of the main entrance of the administrative building and usually only used by the principal and several vice principals.
"How did you get it?"
"I mentioned this to Director Wang from the logistics department. He said that you are an outstanding student representative that the school is focusing on, and you are the main sponsor of the Entrepreneurship Festival, so you should enjoy corresponding treatment." Xin Bing's tone was relaxed, but Lin Feng knew that this matter was by no means simple.
This kind of privilege on campus involves complex interpersonal relationships and exchanges of interests. And this.
Xin Bing took out another document.
"I've already submitted your application for exemption from next semester's courses to the Academic Affairs Office." "Exemption? For someone like you, do you still need to sit in a classroom and listen to those outdated theories?"
Xin Bing's eyes flashed with a subtle light.
"Practice is more important than theory."
Lin Feng looked at the application form carefully. The above reasons are very sufficient. Student Lin Feng has important business projects to handle outside of school, and has demonstrated business capabilities that surpass his peers. He applies to be exempted from some theoretical courses and focus on practical activities.
There are also several professors' signatures below.
These professors. The success of the Entrepreneurship Festival has given you a lot of supporters on campus, Xin Bing explained.
With proper communication, they are all willing to provide convenience for outstanding students.
Lin Feng put the documents back on the table and looked at Xin Bing.
This woman is really capable.
Parking spaces and maintenance exemption applications may seem like small things, but they are real conveniences. And most importantly, she used reasonable and legal channels and would not cause him any trouble.
"Tell me, what do you want in return?"
Xin Bing's eyes lit up for a moment, but she quickly regained her composure. She stood up, walked to the whiteboard in the conference room, and picked up a marker.
"I want to show you a project." Xin Bing drew a simple organizational chart on the whiteboard.
Tunghai University has 30,000 students, and their total annual spending exceeds 500 million.
But most of this consumption goes to businesses outside the school.
The school itself is just a consumption place, and there is no effective commercial closed loop. Lin Feng leaned back in his chair and listened with interest.
You mean? Build a campus business ecosystem.
Xin Bing's voice began to become excited. With the student union as the core, integrate all business resources on campus. Snack delivery to canteens, supermarkets, printing shops, express delivery stations, and even student dormitories. Unify these scattered business activities to form a complete business empire. Xin Bing became more and more excited as she spoke, with ambition glittering in her eyes. Lin Feng looked at the densely packed plans on the whiteboard, but he had other ideas in his mind.
Make money? To him now, money is just a number.
But controlling the commercial lifeline of a university and making 30,000 students consume within their own system.
Isn't this a kind of spiritual indulgence and madness? How much funding is needed? Lin Feng asked. The initial investment is 5 million, which will be used to establish a distribution system and integrate existing merchants.
Xin Bing turned around and looked directly into Lin Feng's eyes. It is expected to pay back the investment in half a year and achieve an annual profit of tens of millions within a year.
But more importantly, this model can be replicated in other universities.
There are more than a dozen universities in Donghai City, with a total student population of over 300,000.
If you put it all together.
Xin Bing didn't finish her words, but Lin Feng already understood what she meant. All the colleges and universities in Donghai City, and all the students, are under his business empire. The pleasure of being in control of everything made Lin Feng's blood boil.
Sounds good.
Lin Feng stood up, but I need to see a more detailed plan.
Xin Bing's eyes lit up instantly. I am ready.
She opened her laptop and pulled out a beautifully crafted PPT. For the next hour, Xin Bing presented her campus business empire plan to Lin Feng in detail. From market analysis to profit model, from risk assessment to expansion strategy, every detail has been carefully considered. But Lin Feng's attention was not on those cold numbers, but on imagining the scene of sitting at the top of the empire and looking down at 300,000 students.
How many shares do you want? Lin Feng asked. I don't want shares. Xin Bing's answer surprised Lin Feng. I want management rights. I hope to become the president of this project and be fully responsible for its operation and management.
And you are the true emperor of this empire. Lin Feng looked at Xin Bing and finally understood her real purpose. She wanted to be his agent and help him manage this huge business empire. And for him, it is enough to just enjoy the pleasure brought by power.
Interesting.
Lin Feng closed his laptop.
I need to think about it.
A trace of disappointment flashed across Xin Bing's face, but she quickly regained her composure. Of course, such a big decision does require careful consideration.
But
Lin Feng suddenly changed his words, and the system prompt sound in his mind rang at the right time.
Ding!
The host's desire for power has been detected.
New mission released, Indulgence of Power.
Mission content: build your own business empire and experience the ultimate pleasure of controlling the fate of others.
Mission rewards: rewards will be given based on the size of the empire.
Lin Feng's lips curled up into a smile.
If I agree to invest, what will my return be? Xin Bing's heartbeat quickened. Return? Isn't the profit sharing already stated in the plan? I'm not talking about money.
Lin Feng's eyes became meaningful. I don't have any concept of money.
I'm more interested in other rewards.
Xin Bing's face turned slightly red, but she quickly understood what Lin Feng meant. She took a deep breath and her eyes became firm.
I see.
She walked up to Lin Feng and slowly unbuttoned the first button of her professional suit.
A good CEO should not only create business value for investors. The second button. It's even more important to make investors feel satisfied. The third button. Whether in the meeting room, the last button, or somewhere else. The dark blue suit jacket slid to the ground.
Lin Feng looked at the woman in front of him who was willing to give up everything for her ambition and smiled.
Very good.
He stood up and walked in front of Xin Bing.
I agree to invest.
A glimmer of victory flashed in Xin Bing's eyes.
So when do we sign the contract? What's the rush?
Lin Feng reached out and gently stroked her cheek. Before signing the contract, I want to investigate the feasibility of the project. After saying that, Lin Feng hugged Xin Bing into his arms.
Chapter 33 Respect Your Decision.
The temperature in the conference room was rising rapidly.
Half an hour later. Xin Bing lay on Lin Feng's chest, her sweat not yet completely dried. Now, can we talk about the contract?
Her voice was a little hoarse. Lin Feng gently stroked her back.
Certainly. But I have a condition.
Xin Bing raised her head and looked at him.
What conditions? I'm investing 10 million in this project. Xin Bing's eyes lit up instantly. 10 million?
Twice as much as she expected.
But
Lin Feng changed the subject. You have to be available at my beck and call and meet all my needs. He made the student union president, whom he once looked up to, become his slave.
What an indulgence this is.
Xin Bing was stunned for a moment.
Of course I understand what he means. But this price is worth it. Okay. Xin Bing nodded, I agree.
Lin Feng smiled with satisfaction.
Ding. Circle indulgence triggered successfully. Investment amount, 10 million yuan. Intimacy rating, A. Rebate rate, 20 times. Rebate amount, 200 million yuan. Account has been received, please check. 200 million. Lin Feng almost laughed out loud. This new feature is awesome.
Spend 10 million, earn 200 million, and also gain the manager of a business empire.
This deal is really a good deal. Soon.
Xin Bing put on her clothes and tidied her messy hair. There was still a blush on her face, but her eyes had returned to their usual calmness and shrewdness. 10 million, to be credited within 3 days. Lin Feng buttoned his shirt and spoke in a calm tone.
Xin Bing nodded, the ecstasy in her heart almost overflowing. 10 million. It's not just money, it's her ladder to the upper class.
Then I will prepare a specific implementation plan first. Xin Bing tidied up the documents on the table and returned to her capable appearance as a professional woman.
Once the project starts, I will be on call 24 hours a day.
When she said this, a complicated look flashed in her eyes.
Being on call 24 hours a day isn't just for work.
Lin Feng nodded with satisfaction. He picked up his car keys and prepared to leave the meeting room. As I reached the door, my cell phone rang.
Caller ID, Gu Qingying.
Lin Feng raised his eyebrows and picked up the phone.
Lin Feng, do you have time? Gu Qingying's voice was filled with excitement that was hard to conceal. My mom's surgery was a success. Lin Feng could hear the trembling in her voice. The doctor said he's recovering well and is out of danger. Really, thank you so much.
Xin Bing heard the call and her eyes flickered slightly.
Gu Qingying? That beautiful instructor? It seems that Lin Feng's circle is more complicated than she imagined. That's good.
Lin Feng's tone was calm. Your mother's health is more important.
Lin Feng, I really don't know how to thank you. Gu Qingying's voice choked. If it weren't for your 200,000 yuan, my mother might have. She couldn't continue.
There was a slight sobbing sound from the other end of the phone. Lin Feng waited for a while to let her calm down.
Are you in the hospital now? Yeah, I'm with my mom. Gu Qingying's voice gradually stabilized.
Lin Feng, when my mother is discharged from the hospital, I want to treat you to a meal.
Thank you once more.
Lin Feng glanced at Xin Bing beside him, a playful smile appearing on the corner of his mouth.
Then, it's settled then.
There was a hint of nervousness in Gu Qingying's tone.
I will prepare well. After hanging up the phone, Xin Bing asked calmly. Gu Dao sure? Yeah.
Lin Feng didn't explain much. Xin Bing was secretly calculating in her heart. It seems that I need to be more careful. The women around Lin Feng are more difficult to deal with than each other.
3 nights later. Gu Qingying paced back and forth nervously in the staff dormitory. She took a special leave today and spent the whole afternoon preparing dinner.
There were 4 dishes and a soup on the table, all of which were home-cooked meals she had carefully prepared. Braised lion's head, sweet and sour pork ribs, steamed sea bass, garlic spinach, and a pot of delicious winter melon and pork ribs soup.
The fragrance filled the small dormitory.
Gu Qingying changed several sets of clothes and finally chose a beige sweater and dark jeans.
Homely yet elegant.
She adjusted her hair in the mirror and made sure her makeup was natural.
Not too deliberate, but not too casual either. It's really hard to grasp this degree. At 6:30 in the evening, the doorbell rang. Gu Qingying took a deep breath and opened the door.
Lin Feng stood outside the door with a bottle of red wine in his hand.
Teacher Gu.
His tone was natural, but his eyes were studying her. Gu Qingying, dressed at home, is less serious in the workplace and more gentle like a woman.
Come in quickly.
Gu Qingying stepped aside with a nervous smile on her face.
Lin Feng walked into the dormitory and looked around.
The staff dormitory is not big, with one bedroom and one living room, but it is very cozy. The food on the table smells delicious. Wow, Teacher Gu's cooking skills are really good. Lin Feng admired sincerely.
Gu Qingying's face turned slightly red. Nothing much, just some home cooking. I'm very happy that you can come.
She helped Lin Feng take the red wine and put it on the table.
Sit down, and eat.
The two sat down facing each other.
Gu Qingying served Lin Feng a bowl of soup. Try this soup.
I simmered it for 2 hours. Lin Feng took a sip and his eyes lit up.
It smells so good.
Gu Qingying looked at his satisfied expression and felt a warm feeling in her heart. It had been a long time since she had cooked for a man like this.
The last time was when I was with my ex-boyfriend. But that feeling is completely different. Lin Feng, I really.
Gu Qingying put down her chopsticks, her eyes moist.
My mother returned home yesterday and the doctor said she is recovering well. I really don't know what I would do without you. Lin Feng listened quietly.
He could feel the complex emotions in Gu Qingying's eyes. Gratitude, dependence, and some other things she herself was not aware of.
200,000 is nothing to me.
Lin Feng's tone was calm.
I'm glad to be able to help you.
Gu Qingying looked at him, her heart beating inexplicably faster.
When did this student become so mature? So charming? Come, have some wine.
Lin Feng opened the red wine and poured it for the two of them. Congratulations to Auntie for the successful surgery.
Gu Qingying took the wineglass and clinked it lightly with Lin Feng. The red wine has a light fruity aroma when you take a sip.
Alcohol slowly diffuses in the blood vessels.
Gu Qingying's face turned even redder.
Lin Feng, you've really changed a lot recently.
She couldn't help but say. You used to be very quiet, how should I put it, very ordinary. You feel completely different now.
Lin Feng smiled.
People change, don't they? Especially after what we've been through. Gu Qingying nodded.
She has also been through a lot. My mother's serious illness, the loan shark's debt collection, and the helplessness and despair.
Without Lin Feng's help, she might have. Lin Feng. Gu Qingying suddenly called his name. What? I want to ask you a question. Her tone was hesitant. Why are you helping me? I mean, the real reason.
Lin Feng put down his chopsticks and looked at her.
Gu Qingying's eyes were serious. She wanted a real answer.
Because you deserve help.
Lin Feng's answer was simple. That's all? Gu Qingying was somewhat dissatisfied.
Lin Feng put down his wineglass and leaned forward slightly.
Teacher Gu, what do you think is the reason?
His eyes grew deep.
Gu Qingying's heart beat faster. She sensed a dangerous aura.
A scent that made her feel uneasy.
I don't know.
She lowered her head, not daring to look into Lin Feng's eyes.
I just feel like no one would help someone else for no reason. Especially when it's this busy.
Lin Feng smiled.
So what do you think I want in return? Gu Qingying's face turned even redder. She thought about things she shouldn't have thought about. I can write you a letter of recommendation. She stammered. Or give you some convenience in terms of academic credits.
Lin Feng shook his head.
I'm not interested in that. So what do you want? Gu Qingying finally looked up at him.
Lin Feng did not answer directly.
He stood up and walked to Gu Qingying. Can I see a picture of Auntie? You must look a lot like her.
Gu Qingying was stunned for a moment, then picked up a photo from the coffee table. The photo shows a kind middle-aged woman, who does bear some resemblance to Gu Qingying.
It's beautiful.
Lin Feng took the photo, but his hand deliberately touched Gu Qingying's hand.
Gu Qingying seemed to have been electrocuted and quickly retracted his hand. Lin Feng, you. Her voice was trembling.
Lin Feng put the photo back on the coffee table, but did not return to his seat.
He was standing next to Gu Qingying. Teacher Gu, why are you so nervous?
His voice is gentle.
Gu Qingying's breathing became a little rapid.
The masculine scent of Lin Feng made her feel flustered.
I'm not nervous. She pretended to be calm. I just don't think this is appropriate. What's inappropriate?
Lin Feng asked softly.
We are a teacher-student relationship. Gu Qingying's voice became smaller and smaller. What happened to the teacher-student relationship?
Lin Feng reached out and gently stroked her cheek.
We're not in class right now. Gu Qingying's body froze.
Lin Feng's hands were so warm that they made her heart beat like thunder.
Lin Feng, no.
She wanted to push him away, but her hands were too weak to do so.
Why not?
Lin Feng's face was getting closer and closer.
Aren't you an adult already? Me too. Gu Qingying's sanity was rapidly collapsing.
Alcohol, gratitude, and the mature charm of Lin Feng. Everything was catalyzing the throbbing in her heart.
But we really can't. She used up the last of her rationality and pushed Lin Feng away. I am your teacher and you are my student. That's not right.
Lin Feng looked at her painful expression and felt a desire to conquer her.
The more you can't get it, the more exciting it is. All right.
He took a step back, his tone returning to calm.
I respect your decision.
Gu Qingying breathed a sigh of relief, but a sense of loss welled up in her heart.
She doesn't know what she really wants. It's getting late. I should go back.
Lin Feng picked up his coat.
Thank you for the dinner, it was delicious. Gu Qingying stood up and saw him off. Lin Feng.
She called out to him.
What? Thank you for your understanding.
Her voice was very soft.
It's better for us to be teacher and student.
Lin Feng nodded.
Certainly. He walked to the door and suddenly turned around. Teacher Gu. If one day, you change your mind.
His eyes were meaningful.
Remember to tell me.
After saying that, he opened the door and walked out. Gu Qingying stood at the door and watched his back disappear into the stairwell. Then she closed the door and leaned against it.
My heart is still beating fast. At that moment, she
shook her head, trying to shake off those inappropriate thoughts. But Lin Feng's words still echoed in her ears.
If one day you change your mind, remember to tell me. Will she really change her mind? Gu Qingying didn't know.
She only knew that after tonight, her feelings towards Lin Feng became more complicated.
More than just gratitude. There were also things she dared not admit. Chapter 34, Fraud.
The next morning, Lin Feng had just walked out of the Zifeng No. 1 underground parking lot when his cell phone rang.
Caller ID, Lu Zhuang. Hello? Brother Feng. Please come back to school and take a look.
Lu Zhuang's voice was filled with excitement.
Something big happened in our dormitory. What's up? Zhao Xiang has gone crazy. He rented a Mercedes-Benz S-Class at the school gate and said he was going to have some high-end business party.
Lin Feng raised his eyebrows.
Zhao Xiang?
He specifically asked me to tell you, we're brothers, and I hope you'll honor me by attending. At this point, Lu Zhuang lowered his voice and said, by the way, this guy is using your name to recruit people everywhere, and he even tells others that he and you are best buddies. Lin Feng smiled when he heard this.
Originally, he was too lazy to care about this matter. But if you use his name to cheat people, that's not allowed. Where did he say it was done?
The Grand Hyatt Hotel across from the school, tonight at 8 o'clock.
Lu Zhuang paused. Brother Feng, you're not really going, are you? Go, why not? Lin Feng drove the Panamera towards Donghai University.
He wanted to see what kind of trouble Zhao Xiang would cause this time. At the gate of Donghai University, a black Mercedes-Benz S350 was parked on the side of the road. There was a small label from a temporary rental company on the car body, but Zhao Xiang cleverly covered it with a sticker. Zhao Xiang was wearing an Armani suit and holding a beautifully printed invitation card, which he was distributing to passing classmates. Class, there's a high-end business gathering at the Grand Hyatt tonight, attended by successful people.
Are you interested? Here's the invitation. It's free to attend, and there will be delicious refreshments. Hey, don't go. This is a once-in-a-lifetime networking opportunity. Most students took one look at the invitation and threw it directly into the trash. But there were also a few vain girls holding the invitation letters and talking about it. Isn't this Zhao Ziong Lin Feng's roommate?
I heard Lin Feng is very rich now.
Yeah, maybe Lin Feng will be there tonight too.
He's a Porsche driving handsome guy.
Let's go see it together tonight. When Zhao Ziong heard these discussions, his face became terribly gloomy. Lin Feng. It's fucking Lin Feng again.
I am obviously the one who is in charge, so why do all the people only care about whether Lin Feng will go?
Just then, a volcanic gray Porsche Panamera slowly drove over. The car stopped next to the Mercedes-Benz rented by Zhao Ziong. In an instant, the winner was decided.
The Panamera's streamlined body sparkled in the sun. There was no rental sign on the body, and it was obviously a private car. The Mercedes-Benz S350 next to it, although also a luxury car, is obviously rented, and it is the lowest equipped version. The students watching were instantly excited.
It's Lin Feng. Lin Feng is here. Wow, his Panamera is so cool. I heard this car costs over 1 million.
Lin Feng got out of the car and pressed the car lock casually.
The Panamera made a low locking sound and its taillights flashed.
The level of coolness is instantly raised to the highest level.
Zhao Ziong's face flushed red as he watched this scene. Lin Feng.
He forced a stiff smile. You're here.
Yeah. Lin Feng glanced at him calmly. I heard you're having a party?
Yes.
A high-end business gathering. Zhao Ziong quickly produced a gilded invitation. This is a specially made VIP invitation. Lin Feng took the invitation and glanced at it casually. It says, Young Entrepreneurs Exchange Summit. Organizer, Heimu Company. Co-organizer, Tunghai University Student Entrepreneurship Alliance. Lin Feng looked at Zhao Ziong with interest. Your company? Of course. Zhao Ziong puffed out his chest. My dad's factory may not be big, but it's quite well known in the industry.
The main purpose of this gathering is to share some entrepreneurial experiences with everyone and to find some potential partners. The students watching began to whisper.
So Zhao Ziong's family is so rich. That sounds amazing. It seems that Lin Feng is not the only rich second generation in our class.
When Zhao Ziong heard these discussions, his vanity was greatly satisfied.
He secretly glanced at Lin Feng, wanting to see the other person's expression of shock or envy.
But Lin Feng's expression remained calm.
Do you need investment?
Lin Feng suddenly asked.
Zhao Ziong was stunned. I mean, does your company need investment?
Lin Feng's tone was very calm.
I have some spare money recently.
Zhao Ziong's heart began to beat wildly.
Invest? Lin Feng wants to invest in their factory? This is exactly what he has always dreamed of. The family factory is indeed facing financial difficulties. If Lin Feng is really willing to invest.
Of course, you're welcome. Zhao Ziong was so excited that he was incoherent.
Lin Feng, we're roommates. If you're willing to join, I'll definitely give you the best conditions. Then I will definitely attend the party tonight.
Lin Feng nodded.
What time? 8 o'clock. Grand Hyatt Hotel VIP room. Zhao Ziong's face turned red with excitement. The students watching saw this scene and became even more convinced that Zhao Ziong's family was rich.
Even Lin Feng wants to invest in their company, how powerful must they be? Zhao Ziong enjoyed the envious gazes of the crowd and felt that he had finally been able to hold his head high.
What about Lin Feng? Aren't you here to beg for investment in our project? See you tonight.
Lin Feng turned around and prepared to leave.
Wait. Zhao Ziong called him. Lin Feng, what do you think of my outfit? He deliberately turned around to show off his Armani suit. Not bad.
Lin Feng said casually.
This suit isn't cheap. The suit alone cost over 20,000.
Zhao Ziong said proudly. When doing business, packaging is very important. Lin Feng glanced at him and said nothing. In his eyes, a suit worth more than 20,000 yuan is no different from one sold at a roadside stall.
But he did not expose Zhao Ziong's vanity. Anyway, the party tonight will be fun. 7:50 p.m., Grand Hyatt Hotel. Zhao Ziong arrived early.
He paced back and forth in the VIP room, looking at his watch from time to time. There were already more than a dozen people in the private room, most of whom were hired by him.
There are also a few students who are really interested in starting a business.
Everyone, tonight's main character is almost here.
Zhao Ziong clapped his hands.
Lin Feng will be here soon.
Everyone, cooperate and create a lively atmosphere.
As soon as he finished speaking, the door to the private room was pushed open.
Lin Feng walked in. He wore a simple white shirt and black casual pants today, looking very ordinary.
But the mature and steady temperament on his body made everyone present look at him involuntarily.
Lin Feng. Welcome, welcome. Zhao Ziong greeted him enthusiastically. Come on, take the main seat.
Lin Feng looked around. The private room is not big, and there are some ordinary snacks and red wine on the table. Most of the people attending the party were students and they all looked very young.
Is this what they call a high-end business gathering? Can you tell me about your company? A boy wearing glasses asked. Zhao Ziong cleared his throat and stood up. Okay.
Heimu Company was established in 2010 and is mainly engaged in the production and sales of plastic products. We have a modern factory covering 50 mu in Jiangnan Industrial Park, with over 100 employees and an annual output value. He paused. Annual output value reaches 50 million. Applause broke out at the scene. Lin Feng listened quietly, with a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. A factory with an annual output value of 50 million is indeed not small.
But what about the profit?
Lin Feng suddenly asked.
Zhao Ziong was stunned for a moment. The profits are certainly substantial. What's the specific number? Lin Feng asked.
This is a business secret and cannot be disclosed.
Zhao Ziong was a little embarrassed. Lin Feng nodded and didn't ask any further questions. But everyone else present saw the clue. How can an entrepreneur who truly makes money avoid the question of profit when faced with inquiries from potential investors? So what difficulties are you facing now? Why do you need investment? Someone else asked. Zhao Ziong's forehead began to sweat.
Mainly to expand scale and explore new markets. Competition is fierce now, and we need more funds to upgrade equipment and increase production capacity.
The expected return on investment is over 30%.
When people heard the 30% return rate, there was another commotion at the scene.
This rate of return is indeed very attractive.
But Lin Feng's expression remained calm. He pulled his cell phone out of his pocket and dialed a number in front of everyone.
Hello, Mr. Wang? I'm Lin Feng.
Yes, the one I met at the Entrepreneurship Festival last time.
I'd like to ask, there's a Heimu plastic products factory in Jiangnan Industrial Park. Do you know anything about it?
The scene suddenly became quiet. Everyone held their breath and listened to Lin Feng's call. Zhao Ziong's face became uglier and uglier, and cold sweat poured down his face.
What? Production has been stopped for 3 months?
Lin Feng's voice was particularly clear in the quiet private room.
Unpaid wages? Debts? Oh, I see. Okay, thank you, Mr. Wang.
Lin Feng hung up the phone and looked at Zhao Ziong. There was deathly silence in the private room. Everyone was waiting for Lin Feng to speak.
Zhao Ziong.
Lin Feng's voice was calm.
Has your factory stopped production? Chapter 35. It's your own sewing. Zhao Ziong's face turned pale instantly.
He opened his mouth, wanting to say something in defense, but no sound came out.
The atmosphere in the private room froze instantly. All eyes were on him, like a clown in the spotlight. I. Zhao Ziong's voice began to tremble.
Production has been suspended for 3 months, and we're in arrears of wages and debts. Lin Feng stood up, his voice eerily calm.
Annual output value of 50 million? 30% return on investment? Zhao Ziong, do you take us for fools? The scene exploded instantly. Holy crap! Is this a scam?
I was wondering how there could be such a good project.
Damn, I almost got cheated. Luckily Lin Feng is here.
Zhao Ziong's face turned red and beads of sweat rolled down his forehead.
Lin Feng, you need to listen to my explanation.
His voice was almost pleading. The factory has indeed encountered some difficulties, but this is only temporary. My dad said that as long as there is an injection of funds, we can resume work immediately.
Temporary? Lin Feng sneered. 3 months of suspension of production is temporary? Also, which of the data you just mentioned is true? Zhao Ziong was completely panicked.
He looked around for support, but everyone looked at him with contempt. Even the babysitter he hired quietly retreated.
Everyone, listen to me. Zhao Ziyang waved his hands frantically. This is truly a good project. We're just having some financial difficulties.
Investment has risks, but the returns are definitely substantial.
Fuck your profits, a boy wearing glasses cursed directly. I almost invested all my living expenses in it. That's it. Liar. Call the police. You must call the police.
The atmosphere in the private room was very excited, and everyone was denouncing Zhao Ziyang. Looking at this situation, Zhao Ziyang knew that today was completely over. He gritted his teeth, pointed at Lin Feng and shouted, "Lin Feng!
What gives you the right to destroy my stage? We're roommates. Is this okay for you to do?" Lin Feng looked at him calmly. Sabotage? I just verified the facts. Also, don't bring up your roommate. From the moment you used my name to cheat people, we were no longer friends. This sentence completely broke down Zhao Ziyang's last psychological defense.
He slumped in his chair, his face in his hands.
Everyone, go home.
Lin Feng clapped his hands. The party is over.
The others stood up and left, not forgetting to cast contemptuous glances at Zhao Ziyang before leaving.
Soon, Lin Feng and Zhao Ziyang were the only two people left in the private room.
Why? Zhao Ziyang raised his head, his eyes full of resentment. You are already so rich, why are you still making things difficult for me?
Lin Feng straightened his sleeves. Because you provoked me.
You think I'm going to sit back and watch this kind of trick being played in my name?
Zhao Ziyang stared at him fiercely. Lin Feng, just wait.
This matter is not over yet.
After saying that, he staggered out of the private room. Lin Feng looked at his back and shook his head.
Some people won't cry until they see the coffin.
The next morning, Tunghai University was in an uproar.
Have you heard? Zhao Ziyang was taken away by the police. Is this true? What's going on? Someone reported him for fundraising fraud last night.
The police investigated overnight and came to the school to arrest him this morning.
Oh my God. Is it that serious? The news spread quickly and the whole school was talking about it.
Lin Feng was reading in the library when Lu Zhuang ran over panting.
Brother Feng. Something terrible has happened.
Lu Zhuang lowered his voice. Zhao Ziyang has been arrested.
Yeah.
Lin Feng didn't even raise his head. I know.
You know? Lu Zhuang was stunned. Then why are you so calm?
When the police came to the dormitory, they asked us a lot of questions. They said someone had reported Zhao Ziyang for suspected fundraising fraud.
Brother Feng, this matter won't implicate us, right?
Lin Feng closed the book and looked at Lu Zhuang. Are you involved?
Of course not. I'm not stupid.
Lu Zhuang waved his hands repeatedly, but the police asked me if you went to the Grand Hyatt Hotel last night.
I told the truth. Lin Feng nodded, then it's okay. But Lu Zhuang was still worried. What if Zhao Ziyang bites you?
Lin Feng shrugged indifferently. I went to the Grand Hyatt Hotel to expose his scam, not to help him cheat.
More than a dozen people at the scene can testify.
Only then did Lu Zhuang breathe a sigh of relief. As soon as the two walked out of the library, they saw a group of people gathered in the distance.
Isn't that our dormitory building? Lu Zhuang pointed ahead. Sure enough, there were 2 police cars parked downstairs of the dormitory building, and several policemen were coming in and out.
They should be searching for Zhao Ziyang's things,
Lin Feng said.
The students watching were whispering to each other.
I went to his party yesterday and almost got scammed. Luckily, Lin Feng was here, otherwise we would all be fooled. Lin Feng really saved our lives.
Hearing these discussions, Lin Feng felt a sense of satisfaction in his heart.
The sense of superiority of a savior is indeed addictive.
Just then, a familiar figure appeared in sight. Xiao Wanqing was wearing a white dress and was walking towards him. Her expression was a little complicated, showing worry and a hint of indescribable emotion.
Lin Feng. She walked up to him and said softly, "Are you okay? What can happen to me?" Lin Feng asked back. It's about Zhao Ziyang. Xiao Wanqing bit her lip. I heard you were there last night. I'm going to expose him.
Lin Feng said lightly. Xiao Wanqing nodded, a complicated light flashing in her eyes. She remembered how close she and Zhao Ziyang were.
If it weren't for Lin Feng's appearance, she might also be deceived by Zhao Ziyang.
Thinking of this, she felt even more grateful to Lin Feng. Lin Feng, thank you, she said suddenly.
Thank me for what? Thank you for letting me see the true faces of some people. Xiao Wanqing's voice was sincere.
Lin Feng looked at her without saying anything. Xiao Wanqing's gratitude gave him a wonderful sense of satisfaction.
Make a woman who once looked down on you feel grateful and attached to you. Brother Lin Feng.
A sweet voice came from behind.
Xiao Yi ran over happily and directly put her arm around Lin Feng. I heard Zhao Ziyan was arrested. That's great. People like this should be punished.
When Xiao Wanqing saw Xiao Yi's intimate actions, a hint of displeasure flashed in her eyes. But she quickly adjusted her expression and greeted Xiao Yi with a smile.
Have you heard about it too?
Of course. Xiao Yi said proudly, I've said it before, this Zhao Ziyang is not a good person. Fortunately, our brother Lin Feng is smart and saw through his tricks at once. When Xiao Wanqing heard the name our brother Lin Feng, her expression changed slightly. But she still maintained a superficial harmony.
Yeah, luckily Lin Feng is here.
The two women seemed to be in good terms with each other on the surface, but Lin Feng could clearly see the undercurrents in their eyes. He enjoyed the feeling of being fought over. At this time, Lu Zhuan came over and said, Brother Feng, let's go back to the dormitory. The police should have finished the search.
Okay.
Lin Feng nodded, then said to the two women, you guys go back first, I'll go take care of something.
Xiao Wanqing was a little reluctant, but still nodded and agreed. Xiao Yi acted directly like a spoiled child. Brother Lin Feng, can I come to see you tonight? It depends on the situation.
Lin Feng did not give a clear answer.
After watching the two women leave, Lin Feng and Lu Zhuan walked towards the dormitory building. Dormitory 404 was in a mess.
The police had obviously conducted a thorough search, and Zhao Ziyang's things were turned upside down. The quilt on the bed was thrown back and the clothes in the closet were scattered all over the floor. Even the trash cans were emptied and checked.
How tragic. Lu Zhuan sighed, I never thought Zhao Ziyang would be so completely defeated. Chapter 36 Office Space. Lin Feng looked at the messy dormitory without any ripples in his heart.
Zhao Ziyang's fate was entirely his own fault.
Brother Feng, do you want to help him clean up?
Lu Zhuan pointed at the things scattered on the ground.
No need.
Lin Feng turned and walked out. His affairs have nothing to do with us.
Lu Zhuan nodded and followed Lin Feng out of the dormitory.
As soon as the two walked downstairs, Lin Feng's cell phone rang.
Caller ID, Xin Bing. Hello? Lin Feng, do you have time now?
Xin Bing's voice was filled with anxiety.
There is an important development in the campus business project, and I need you to come and take a look. Lin Feng looked at the time, it was 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
Where? It's still the Student Activity Center, the same place.
After hanging up the phone, Lu Zhuang asked curiously, what's the big deal? Business matters. Lin Feng patted Lu Zhuang's shoulder, you go back first.
10 minutes later, Lin Feng pushed open the door of the conference room. Xin Bing was already waiting inside, with a thick stack of documents on the table. She was wearing a dark gray business suit today and sitting with her legs crossed in stockings, looking capable and sexy.
How is the project going?
Lin Feng sat opposite her.
It's going better than expected. Xin Bing opened the folder.
I've reached preliminary cooperation agreements with 5 restaurants and 3 supermarkets on campus. There are also express delivery stations and printing shops that have expressed their willingness to join our system. Lin Feng looked through the cooperation agreement and nodded with satisfaction.
We expect to officially launch our trial operation next week. Xin Bing's eyes sparkled with excitement. Once successful, all the spending of Tunghai University's 30,000 students will be incorporated into our system.
This sense of control made Lin Feng feel happy.
You did a great job.
He looked at Xin Bing approvingly.
A satisfied smile appeared on Xin Bing's face.
This feeling of being recognized made her a little overwhelmed.
By the way, there's something I need to discuss with you.
Her tone became somewhat ambiguous.
After the project starts, I may need to work overtime frequently.
So? Xin Bing stood up and walked to Lin Feng. I hope to have a quiet working environment. As she spoke, she deliberately bent down, and the collar of her professional suit was slightly open. Lin Feng took a glance and understood what she meant.
You mean? Although Zithing number 1 is nice, it's a residence after all. Xin Bing stroked Lin Feng's shoulder gently. I think we need a more professional office space.
Lin Feng seemed to be thinking about something. Indeed, as there are more and more women around me, a large flat is no longer enough.
And privacy is also an issue. What do you suggest?
A hint of pride flashed in Shen Bing's eyes.
She knew that Lin Feng would be moved. There's a new office building in Donghai City's CBD. The top floor is a duplex.
She pulled out a chair and sat on Lin Feng's lap.
It can be used as both an office and a private club. The key is to be private.
Lin Feng put his arm around her waist, and the system beeped at the right time.
Ding!
The host's desire for private space has been detected. New mission released, Luxurious Private Kingdom.
Task content: purchase or rent a top-notch private place to enjoy a luxurious life. Task reward: rewards will be given based on the luxury of the venue. Take me to see it.
Lin Feng decided immediately. Shen Bing jumped up excitedly and straightened her clothes.
I'll contact the sales department right away. An hour later, the two arrived at the core area of Donghai City's CBD.
In front of me is a modern office building that has just been topped out. It is 48 stories high and has a glass curtain wall that sparkles in the sun.
This is Tianxian Building, the new landmark of Donghai City. The sales manager was a middle-aged woman in her 40s, dressed professionally and smiling.
The top floors 47 and 48 are connected duplex structures with a total area of 800 square meters.
We can provide fine decoration according to customer needs.
Lin Feng looked up at the skyscraper and felt a surge of pride in his heart. The thought of establishing your own private kingdom in a place like this is exciting.
How much is it? As for the price, the sales manager hesitated. This area is quite large, so the total price might be. Just tell me the number.
Lin Feng interrupted her.
58 million, the sales manager said cautiously. Shen Bing took a deep breath. 58 million. This is an astronomical figure.
But Lin Feng's expression remained calm.
Can I see the scene?
The sales manager's eyes lit up and he nodded immediately.
Of course. I'll arrange it right away. The three of them took the high-speed elevator directly to the 47th floor. The moment the elevator door opened, Lin Feng was shocked.
In front of me is a huge open space with floor-to-ceiling windows taking up almost the entire wall. From here you can overlook the entire Donghai City with an extremely broad view.
This floor can be used as an office area, the sales manager explained.
It can be designed as a reception room, office, or conference room.
Lin Feng walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and took in the entire city. The feeling of looking down on everyone made his heart surge.
What about upstairs? The sales manager pressed the elevator button and the three of them arrived at the 48th floor.
The decoration style here is more private and luxurious. Master bedroom, guest bedroom, entertainment room, wine cellar, and even a small gym.
What makes Lin Feng most satisfied is that there is a huge terrace here where private parties can be held. If you sign the contract now, we can provide top-notch decoration solutions, the sales manager added at the right time. Lin Feng did not answer immediately, but walked to the terrace. As the sun sets, the entire Donghai City is shrouded in golden light. In such a place, build your own harem kingdom.
How long will the renovation take?
Lin Feng turned around and asked. Normally it would take half a year, but if we expedite it. The sales manager's eyes gleamed with excitement, it could be completed within 3 months.
What about the all-inclusive price?
The renovation, furniture and appliances will cost about 20 million.
Lin Feng nodded.
The total investment of nearly 80 million is indeed not a small amount. But to him now, money is just a number.
Sign the contract today.
Lin Feng's words almost made the sales manager jump up.
Really? Are you sure?
Her voice trembled a little.
Sure.
Shen Bing looked at Lin Feng from the side, her eyes full of admiration and shock. 80 million, decided without blinking an eye.
This is the real rich man. An hour later, the purchase contract was signed.
Lin Feng paid the 58 million yuan house price on the spot with his credit card, and the system immediately gave him a tenfold rebate. Seeing the balance in his bank card soaring again, Lin Feng was in a good mood.
I'll leave the renovation to you, he said to Shen Bing. Do it to the highest standards. I will definitely get it done. Shen Bing's cheeks flushed with excitement. Walking out of Tianxian Building, Shen Bing held Lin Feng's arm. Lin Feng, you're truly amazing.
Her voice was filled with excitement.
80 million is spent just like that.
From now on, this will be our private space.
Lin Feng looked at Xin Bing beside him. You can work here with peace of mind. A sweet feeling welled up in Xin Bing's heart. Our private space. This title gave her the illusion of being favored. Then can I tonight?
She didn't finish her words, but her meaning was obvious.
Lin Feng's cell phone suddenly rang. Caller ID, Xiao Yi. Brother Lin Feng. Where are you? Xiao Yi's sweet voice came, I miss you.
When Xin Bing heard this voice, his face instantly darkened. Lin Feng glanced at her and pressed the hands-free button.
What's up? There's an important live event tonight, and I'd like to invite you as a guest. Xiao Yi said excitedly, and I've prepared a special program.
Xin Bing listened with gritted teeth, jealousy surging in her heart.
This damn green tea bitch. When? Lin Feng asked. 8 o'clock in the evening. Xin Bing finally couldn't help it, and whispered in Lin Feng's ear, aren't you going to work overtime with me tonight?
Her voice was very soft, but Xiao Yi still heard it. The other end of the phone fell silent instantly.
Brother Lin Feng. Xiao Yi's voice became a little aggrieved. Is it senior sister Xin Bing? Yeah.
Lin Feng did not deny it.
Then, will you accompany her tonight? Xiao Yi's voice became smaller and smaller.
Xin Bing looked at her phone smugly, thinking that this time it's your turn to be anxious.
But Lin Feng's answer surprised them all. How about this, all of you come here.
The two women were stunned at the same time.
What do you mean?
Xin Bing looked at Lin Feng in disbelief. I'll be waiting for you at Zifeng number 1.
Lin Feng hung up the phone. Let's get together tonight.
Xin Bing was completely stunned.
Let us get together? What does this mean? Does Lin Feng want them to face off head on? Chapter 37 Tit for Tat. 7:30 in the evening, the top floor apartment of Zifeng number 1.
After taking a shower, Lin Feng casually put on a bathrobe, poured a glass of red wine and waited in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. Donghai City is brightly lit in the night, and the neon lights in the distance are flashing with charming brilliance. A playful smile played on his lips.
Tonight is bound to be interesting. Ding dong. The doorbell rang.
Lin Feng walked over and opened the door, and Xin Bing was standing outside. She changed into a black pencil skirt, her long hair draped over her shoulders, and her makeup was impeccable.
You came quite early. Lin Feng moved aside. Because I want to talk to you alone. Xin Bing walked into the living room and looked around at the luxurious decoration. What are you talking about? Let's talk about your plans for tonight. Xin Bing turned and looked at him. Do you really want me to go with Xiao Yi?
Lin Feng did not answer directly, but poured her a glass of red wine.
You think it's inappropriate? Of course not. Xin Bing's voice rose an octave. Our positions are completely different. I am your partner, the woman who will build a business empire with you. And she's just a small internet celebrity doing live streams.
Lin Feng looked at her with interest.
So what? So I think we should have a more private way of getting along.
Xin Bing put down her wineglass and walked to Lin Feng.
Lin Feng, don't you think 3 people is too crowded?
Her hand gently stroked Lin Feng's chest, and her tone became coquettish.
It's just the 2 of us tonight, isn't it?
Lin Feng held her wrist.
Xin Bing, you have changed. What's the meaning?
Before, you were calm and rational, treating everything as a business cooperation.
Now you are starting to get jealous. Xin Bing's face turned red instantly. I'm not jealous. I just feel.
Before he could finish his words, the doorbell rang again.
Xin Bing's expression froze instantly. She's here. Lin Feng let go of Xin Bing's hand and walked towards the door.
Xiao Yi was standing outside the door, wearing a pink suspender skirt and holding an exquisite cake box in her hand.
Brother Lin Feng.
She smiled sweetly, I brought you a cake. But when she saw Xin Bing in the living room, her smile froze instantly.
Senior Xin Bing is here too. Xiao Yi's tone became a little awkward. Yes, I came early.
Xin Bing responded indifferently, with obvious hostility in her eyes. The atmosphere suddenly became subtle.
Lin Feng closed the door and watched the undercurrent between the 2 women. Please sit down. He pointed to the sofa.
Xiao Yi sat obediently next to Lin Feng and deliberately leaned closer to him. When Xin Bing saw this action, a hint of displeasure flashed in her eyes, but she still sat elegantly on the single sofa opposite.
What live broadcast event are you talking about?
Lin Feng took the initiative to break the silence.
It's the Tiger Shark platform's anniversary special. Xiao Yi instantly became excited. If I can get a good ranking, I can sign a contract to become an official anchor. That's great. Lin Feng nodded. But I need popular support. Xiao Yi blinked her big eyes. Brother Lin Feng, can you help me? Xin Bing sneered on the side. It's the same old routine, giving gifts during live PK? Xiao Yi's face changed. Senior, this isn't a routine. This is my job. Work? Xin Bing's tone was even more sarcastic. Being cute and coquettish to ask for gifts is also called work?
That's better than some people who are the student union president but have to rely on men's money to get projects.
Xiao Yi fought back without showing any weakness. Xin Bing's face instantly turned gloomy. What did you say? Isn't what I said right? Xiao Yi stood up. Senior sister, you don't think you are nobler than me, do you? Aren't we all sitting here because of brother Lin Feng's money? This sentence was like a bomb, instantly detonating the conflict between the two.
Xin Bing also stood up, anger burning in her eyes.
Xiao Yi, explain it to me clearly. Tell me what? Xiao Yi said without fear. Tell me how much money did you take from brother Lin Feng to fund your crappy project? Or should I explain how hard you worked in his bed last night?
Xin Bing was so angry that she was shaking all over.
You little bitch. It's still unclear who the bitch is. Xiao Yi refused to give in. At least I'm not pretending to be some business elite. I'm just a live streamer. What's wrong with me making money with my body? It's better than some people being hypocritical.
The two women were at loggerheads, with tensions rising. Lin Feng sat on the sofa, watching this war with interest. The system prompt sounded at the right time.
Ding!
Detected that the host is enjoying the thrill of competing for females.
Temporary mission trigger, harem harmony. Task content, help the two women reach a certain state of balance. Mission reward, mysterious item. A gleam of light flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. That's enough, he said suddenly. The two women fell silent instantly and looked at him. Do you think this is interesting?
Lin Feng's tone was calm, but with a sense of pressure. Shen Bing and Xiao Yi both lowered their heads, like children who had done something wrong.
Brother Lin Feng, Xiao Yi wanted to explain. I don't want to hear any explanation.
Lin Feng stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window.
You were right just now. You are all sitting here because of my money.
These words made the two women feel nervous.
But
Lin Feng turned and looked at them. I never forced you to do anything. Xin Bing, you took the initiative to seek cooperation with me, and I gave you a chance.
You asked for help, so I helped you. And now you're all jealous of each other? Neither woman dared to speak. Lin Feng's pressure made them feel scared.
If I lose Lin Feng's support.
Lin Feng, I'm sorry. Xin Bing lowered her head first. I was wrong. Brother Lin Feng, I was wrong too. Xiao Yi also quickly apologized. I shouldn't have quarreled with senior sister.
Lin Feng looked at them and felt a sense of satisfaction in his heart.
This feeling of being in control is really addictive. Since you've both apologized, let it go. He sat back on the sofa. I'm a little hungry now. You two should cook me a nice dinner together. Chapter 38 Infinite Physical Energy.
Lin Feng's words stunned Xin Bing and Xiao Yi.
Two women who were at loggerheads just now are now going into the kitchen together? Brother Lin Feng, Xiao Yi was a little nervous. I'm not very good at cooking. It's okay, I'll be the head chef. Xin Bing stood up first. Xiao Yi will just help out. Xiao Yi bit her lip.
Although she was unwilling to be assigned as an assistant, she had no choice but to accept it now. The two walked into the open kitchen, and Lin Feng sat at the bar, holding a glass of red wine and watching the show. Xin Bing opened the refrigerator, which was filled with abundant ingredients. She rolled up her sleeves and began to prepare side dishes.
Xiao Yi, help me wash these vegetables.
Xin Bing's tone was flat, but with obvious commanding meaning.
Although Xiao Yi was unhappy, she still did as she was told.
The two women were busy in the kitchen, occasionally exchanging a few words, and the atmosphere was much more relaxed. Senior, your technique of frying steak is very professional.
Xiao Yi looked at Shin Bing's skillful movements and couldn't help but praise her. I used to work part-time. Shin Bing didn't even look up. To earn tuition. This sentence slightly changed Xiao Yi's impression of her.
It turns out that Shin Bing is not a rich lady, and she has achieved her success through her own hard work.
Let me make the salad dressing. Xiao Yi offered. Can you?
Shin Bing was a little skeptical.
Of course. I often do food reviews when I'm live streaming. Xiao Yi said proudly.
Half an hour later, a sumptuous dinner was served. Grilled steak, pasta, vegetable salad, and Xiao Yi's special tiramisu.
Not bad.
Lin Feng tasted the steak and nodded with satisfaction. You two cooperated very well. The two women smiled when they heard the compliment.
Brother Lin Feng, try this dish I made. Xiao Yi handed it over like a treasure.
Very sweet. Lin Feng licked the spoon, just like you.
Xiao Yi blushed and felt sweet in her heart.
Shin Bing watched from the side, feeling a little jealous.
Just when the atmosphere was harmonious, Shin Bing's cell phone suddenly rang. She glanced at the caller ID and her expression instantly became serious. Excuse me, I have to take a call. Shin Bing walked to the balcony and answered the phone. What? Something happened?
An anxious voice came from the phone. Chairman Shin, this is bad. The partners of the Entrepreneurship Festival suddenly want to withdraw their investment.
What's going on? Shin Bing frowned.
I don't know the specific situation, but the other party said they want to terminate the cooperation immediately. The project has just started, and if they withdraw their funding.
Shin Bing's heart sank to the bottom.
This project is related to her future, and there must be no problems. She hung up the phone and walked quickly back to the living room.
Lin Feng, I have to deal with an emergency right away. Shin Bing's tone was very urgent. There's a problem with the project. Lin Feng put down his wineglass. Is it serious? It's okay. But if it's not handled properly, the whole project might fail.
Shin Bing has already started packing her bag.
I have to rush over now. Then go ahead.
Lin Feng was very calm. Contact me anytime if you need anything.
Thank you. Shin Bing kissed Lin Feng hurriedly. I'm sorry I couldn't accompany you tonight.
After saying that, she left in a hurry. The living room suddenly became quiet, with only Lin Feng and Xiao Yi left.
Brother Lin Feng.
Xiao Yi spoke cautiously. Senior Shin Bing is gone, So how are your preparations for the live broadcast going? Lin Feng changed the subject.
Xiao Yi was stunned for a moment, then became excited. Are you really willing to help me?
Of course. Lin Feng checked the time.
What time does it start now? 8 o'clock. 10 minutes left. Xiao Yi jumped up excitedly. She quickly ran to the living room and took out the live broadcast equipment from her bag. Brother Lin Feng, you can just sit here. You don't need to show your face.
Xiao Yi skillfully adjusted the camera and lights, showing a high level of professionalism.
Will the audience see me? Lin Feng asked. No, I will control the camera angle, Xiao Yi assured. Just stand by and cheer me on. The live broadcast starts on time at 8 o'clock. Good evening, my dears. Xiao Yi instantly switched to sweet anchor mode. Yi is here to meet you all again. The barrage of comments started to appear instantly. Goddess Yi is so beautiful. The skirt you're wearing today looks great. Yi, is there any special program tonight? Tonight is the Tiger Shark Platform special anniversary event.
Xiao Yi excitedly introduced. If we can get a good ranking, Yi can become an officially signed anchor. So we need the strong support of our darlings. Lin Feng sat outside the camera and watched Xiao Yi's performance. I have to say that she is indeed very talented, has a strong sense of camera, and manages her expressions very well. Yi, that slutty fox over there is provoking me again. She said you only know how to act cute and have no real skills. Don't be afraid, Yi. We support you. Xiao Yi glanced at the battle zone and her expression changed slightly. The opponent is Bubble Blackberry, an old rival from the last PK. Baby, we must win tonight. Xiao Yi clenched her fist and cheered. But the reality is cruel. The number one on the opposite side fired 10 super rockets right from the start, instantly widening the gap. Ha, Xiao Yi, you still want to compete with your sister? Bubble Blackberry laughed arrogantly in front of the camera. How much money can those loser fans of yours spend? Xiao Yi's face became more and more ugly. Although she has a lot of fans, her spending power is indeed limited.
Don't lose heart, E. We still have a chance. Come on, E. But the encouragement from the barrage cannot change the reality. The gap is getting bigger and bigger.
Xiao Yi's eyes were red, but she was still forcing a smile.
It's okay, darlings. The important thing is to participate. Lin Feng couldn't bear to watch it anymore.
He took out his mobile phone and logged into the live streaming platform.
The ID is still Wind. His appearance caused an instant sensation. Holy crap! The Wind God is coming. E's #1 brother.
When the Wind God takes action, a miracle will surely happen.
Lin Feng didn't say anything and the gift became luxurious. Reverse the situation instantly. Xiao Yi was so excited that she almost cried. Thank you, Wind God. Thank you, my dears, for your support.
But the bubble blackberry on the opposite side was not to be outdone, and her #1 Dragon King immediately followed.
The two sides started a fierce battle.
Lin Feng looked at Xiao Yi's nervous and excited expression, and his mood also fluctuated.
This sense of accomplishment gained by spending money is indeed addictive.
In the end, Lin Feng cleared a full 50 carnivals and completely crushed his opponent.
We won! Xiao Yi jumped up excitedly.
There was jubilation in the live broadcast room.
The Wind God is awesome. Long live Goddess Yi. This is the power of the local tyrants. After the live broadcast ended, Xiao Yi threw herself into Lin Feng's arms. Brother Lin Feng, you're amazing.
She trembled with excitement.
I can finally sign a contract to become an official anchor. Congratulations.
Lin Feng put his arm around her waist.
This is all because of you.
Xiao Yi raised her head, her eyes full of gratitude. Without you, I'm nothing. She took the initiative to kiss him. Lin Feng did not refuse. The moonlight poured into the living room through the floor-to-ceiling windows, and two figures hugged each other tightly.
Brother Lin Feng. Xiao Yi panted, let me thank you well tonight. This night is destined to be long and beautiful.
The system prompt sounded in Lin Feng's mind.
Mission completed, harem harmony. Reward, infinite physical aura.
But at this moment, Lin Feng no longer cared about the system. The little goblin in front of him had already made him distracted.
Outside the window, the night view of Donghai City is as bright as a galaxy.
And in the apartment, spring is in full swing.
Chapter 39 Holiday Plans.
After a night of crazy demands, Lin Feng fully experienced the horror of the infinite physical energy aura. It was not until dawn that Xiao Yi finally ran out of energy and fell into a deep sleep, her whole body limp, but a satisfied smile still hung on her lips. Lin Feng got up refreshed, took a shower, and felt so full of energy that he seemed able to kill a bull. He looked at Xiao Yi, who was sleeping soundly on the bed, with a hint of obsession on her sweet face. Lin Feng knew that this woman had been completely conquered by him. Money is the stepping stone, but absolute control over the body is the last straw that makes her fall completely.
He walked to the French window and looked out over the still sleeping city.
The cold numbers in the bank card, the warm body beside him, the feeling of having everything firmly in his hands, made him extremely fascinated. He is not a savior or a philanthropist.
He was just a hunter enjoying it all.
When Xiao Yi woke up contentedly, Lin Feng had already prepared breakfast. Looking at the man wearing her shirt and busy in the kitchen, Xiao Yi's heart completely melted. She hugged Lin Feng's waist from behind, her cheek pressed tightly against his broad back.
Brother Lin Feng, you are so nice.
Lin Feng turned off the fire, turned around and pinched her cheek. Let's go back to the dormitory after breakfast.
Yeah.
Xiao Yi nodded obediently, but she was thinking in her heart how to show off her achievements to the women in the dormitory.
After breakfast, Xiao Yi left Zifeng #1, looking back every few steps.
Lin Feng leaned on the sofa and turned on his cell phone. The 7-day National Day holiday is coming soon. At this time of year in previous years, he would either stay in the dormitory playing games or work part-time to earn a living. But this year, everything is different. He looked at the avatars of the women in his WeChat contact list, and a bold and exciting idea slowly took shape in his mind.
Xiao Wanqing, Xiao Yi, Xu Xiaoxiao, Xin Bing.
These proud daughters of heaven who usually look high and mighty have now become his slaves.
What would it be like if they were all put together?
Just thinking about it made Lin Feng feel hot all over. This is not just enjoyment, but also a display of power. He wanted to make these women understand who was the one who made the rules of the game.
Ding! The host's extreme desire for indulgence has been detected. The system's voice sounded just right. New mission release: experience the ultimate beachside indulgence. Mission: organize an extremely luxurious beach party during the National Day holiday and enjoy a royal life surrounded by sunshine, beaches, and beautiful women. Mission rewards: based on your level of indulgence and ability to control the situation, you will be awarded an S-level rating or above, and unlock mysterious rewards. Lin Feng's mouth curled up into an exaggerated arc. The system always understands him this way. Beach party? Too bland. What he wants is even more extreme luxury. Lin Feng directly opened the mobile browser and searched Donghai City luxury yacht rental. A website called Royal Ocean Club popped up. Looking at the super yachts on the website that are dozens of meters long and decorated like a 5-star hotel, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. This is the indulgence he wants. He took a fancy to a flagship yacht named Poseidon, which is 45 meters long, with 3 decks, a swimming pool, a cinema, a KTV, a gym, and 6 independent luxury sea-view bedrooms. Rent, 500,000 a day. Lin Feng dialed the contact number on the website without hesitation. Hello, I'd like to book the Poseidon for 7 days. The customer service representative on the other end of the line was visibly stunned for a moment before confirming in a trembling voice, Sir, are you sure you're renting the Poseidon for 7 days? The total cost is 3.5 million. Yes. Lin Feng said calmly, send the contract to my email and I will pay immediately. After hanging up the phone, Lin Feng showed an expectant smile on his face. The yacht is ready. Now, it's time to invite his guests. How should I start the conversation so that these women, who regard each other as enemies, will willingly board the same boat? Lin Feng felt that this was an interesting game in itself. Xiao Yi returned to dormitory 305 humming a little tune, exuding a sense of triumph. As soon as she opened the door, she saw Xiao Wanqing sitting in her seat with a gloomy face, and Chu Xiaoxiao who was stretching with cold eyes. Xin Bing is not here. She must be busy with her campus business empire. Oh, are you two here? Xiao Yi deliberately slammed the Chanel bag in her hand onto the table, making a muffled sound. Xiao Wanqing raised her eyelids and glanced at her coldly. Are you willing to come back? I thought you died outside last night. Hey, Senior Xia, what are you talking about? Xiao Yi said coquettishly as she sat down. I just went to meet a big client to discuss a big project, and before I knew it, the conversation lasted until dawn. As she spoke, she deliberately lifted her hair, revealing a few faintly visible ambiguous red marks on her neck. Chu Xiaoxiao stopped stretching her legs and stood up, like a cheetah ready to pounce. Xiao Yi, put away your green tea bitch behavior. It's disgusting. Her voice was cold and stern. Isn't it just sleeping with a man? You talk like you signed a multi-million-dollar contract. Xiao, you can't say that. Xiao Yi smiled even sweeter. Sleeping with a man also requires ability. Unlike some people, even if they offer themselves to him, he may not be interested. You. Chu Xiaoxiao's chest heaved with anger. All right, everyone, stop talking. Xiao Wanqing interrupted them impatiently. Is arguing all this fun? Don't you know what Lin Feng thinks of us? Her words were like a bucket of cold water poured over Xiao Yi and Chu Xiaoxiao's heads. Yes, they were fighting to the death, but the man just watched calmly. Just when the atmosphere in the dormitory reached freezing point, WeChat notification sounds rang from 3 people's phones almost at the same time. The sender's name is the same, Lin Feng. The 3 women looked at each other and saw tension and anticipation in each other's eyes. They clicked on the message almost at the same time. Chapter 40 give you 1 minute to consider. The message Xiao Yi received was the most direct. Are you free during National Day? I'd like to take you to the sea for a few days. She almost screamed. This was definitely an exclusive reward from Brother Lin Feng. She immediately replied, whenever I'm free, I'll go wherever Brother Lin Feng goes. The message Xiao Wanqing saw was, let's go to the beach for a National Day holiday and relax? She immediately imagined a romantic trip for 2. This was Lin Feng trying to comfort her. He still had her in his heart. She excitedly replied, okay, I'll follow your arrangements. The message Chu Xiaoxiao received was the briefest: National Day, beach, yacht. Coming? This domineering tone instantly ignited Chu Xiaoxiao's competitive spirit. A yacht? What was this man up to? She wanted to go and see. She replied with one word, come.
At the same time, Xin Bing, who was processing documents in the student union office, also received a call from Lin Feng.
Hello, Lin Feng? What are your plans for National Day? Lin Feng's voice sounded relaxed. Maybe I have to keep an eye on the project and can't leave. Xin Bing answered in a businesslike manner. I've already asked someone to help you look after the project. Lin Feng's tone left no room for doubt.
I'll give you 7 days off as a reward for the early stages of the project.
I rented a yacht by the sea, come over and relax. Shen Bing was stunned. Yacht? This man is showing off his damn financial resources again.
But she had to admit, she was moved. She also wanted to experience the luxurious life of the real upper class.
Okay. She agreed. Send me the time and place. After hanging up the phone, the four women fell into their own fantasies.
They all thought that this would be a private and romantic journey for the two of them and Lin Feng. In order to completely conquer Lin Feng in this state, they all started to prepare their own battle armor at the same time.
Various top-brand bikinis, sexy swimsuits, expensive sunscreens and sunglasses were quickly added to the shopping cart.
A war without the smoke of gunpowder had already quietly begun before they set out on their journey. The first day of the National Day holiday. Donghai City Royal Ocean Club Private Pier.
A taxi stopped and Xiao Wanqing walked down gracefully, dragging an LV suitcase.
She wore a white V-neck long dress today, looking ethereal and with a look of anticipation for the upcoming romantic vacation.
She followed the location given by Lin Feng and arrived at the designated berth.
However, she saw a familiar figure. Xiao Yi was standing at the dock, wearing a pink suspender skirt, looking youthful and sweet.
The suitcase next to her was a conspicuous Gucci. Yi?
Xiao Wanqing's smile froze on her face.
Why are you here too? When Xiao Yi saw Xiao Wanqing, she was also surprised. Senior Xia? Are you here to see a friend off too?
The two of them were staring at each other in an awkward atmosphere.
A fiery red Ferrari sports car came roaring over and stopped not far away with a beautiful drift.
The car door opened, and Xu Xiaoxiao, wearing a black tight sportswear and with a hot body, walked out. She casually threw a Bottega Veneta woven bag over her shoulder, looking cool and sassy. When she saw Xiao Wanqing and Xiao Yi at the dock, her pretty brows instantly frowned.
Why are you two haunting me? We should be the ones asking you this.
Xiao Wanqing and Xiao Yi said in unison. Just as the tension between the three women was growing stronger, a black Maybach slowly drove up and stopped beside them.
The back door opened, and Xin Bing, wearing a well-tailored Chanel professional suit, sunglasses, and high heels, walked down like a queen.
When she saw the three-court trial in front of her, even though she was always calm and composed, the expression on her face could not be maintained. For women, looking at each other.
The air on the dock seemed to freeze in an instant.
Xiao Wanqing's gentleness, Xiao Yi's sweetness, Xu Xiaoxiao's fieriness, and Xin Bing's competence, for completely different styles, but at this moment they all point to the same disturbing speculation.
They were all deceived by Lin Feng. This is not a world for two people at all. This is a damn team building. Chapter 46.
The atmosphere at the dock was so awkward that one could dig out a 3-bedroom apartment with one's toes.
So, you also received Lin Feng's invitation?
Xin Bing broke the silence first. She pushed her sunglasses, trying to hide the surprise in her eyes.
What else?
Xu Xiaoxiao sneered and crossed her arms.
Are we here to see seagulls? Brother Lin Feng is really something.
He didn't even tell me in advance about such a big thing. Xiao Yi muttered softly, her eyes full of grievance. She still thought she was the one and only. Xiao Wanqing bit her lip, remaining silent, her heart in turmoil. She felt like a joke, having dressed up so carefully and with such high expectations, only to end up attending a party for her love rival. Just as the four women had different thoughts and the atmosphere was on the verge of exploding.
It looks like everyone is here.
A lazy and magnetic voice came from behind them. The four of them turned around suddenly. Lin Feng was standing on the deck of the super yacht named Poseidon. He was wearing a white linen casual suit, a pair of Ray-Ban sunglasses, holding a glass of champagne in his hand, looking down at them condescendingly. The sunlight shone on him, making him look like a god. The huge, white yacht behind him, sparkling in the sun, brought an unparalleled sense of oppression.
That's not a ship. It was a palace floating on the sea, a symbol of money and power.
The four women were stunned instantly. The questions, complaints, and anger they had prepared were all stuck in their throats when they saw the scene.
What are you still standing there for? Get on board.
Lin Feng's tone was calm, but it carried an unquestionable command.
Several uniformed crew members immediately lowered the gangway and stood respectfully by.
The four women looked at each other. Although they were all angry, they still silently picked up their luggage and lined up to walk up the gangway. When they stepped onto the teak deck and saw all the luxury in front of them, they were once again shocked by Lin Feng's financial resources. The spacious deck is furnished with comfortable sofas and lounge chairs, with a clear blue infinity pool at the back and even a helicopter pad in the distance.
Lin Feng, what do you mean?
Xin Bing was the first to calm down.
She asked on behalf of everyone else, why did you call us all here? Literally.
Lin Feng took a sip of champagne. I'll take you guys out for fun during the National Day holiday.
Us? Xu Xiaoxiao pointed at the others with an unhappy look on her face. I don't want to play with them.
That's right, brother Lin Feng. Xiao Yi immediately started to act coquettishly. I just want to be with you too.
Although Xiao Wanqing didn't say anything, her tearful expression said it all.
Lin Feng looked at the four of them fighting with each other, and instead of feeling a headache, he found it very interesting. He put down his glass and slowly walked over to them. His eyes swept over the four women in turn. His expression was calm, but it carried a strong sense of oppression.
I'll say it again.
It's my vacation, my yacht, my party.
I make the rules. He held up a finger.
The first and only rule is, either live in peace and enjoy this holiday together, or get off the boat now and take a taxi home.
I'll give you a minute to think about it. Chapter 41 Yacht Party Part 1.
After saying that, he stopped looking at them, turned around and walked to the side of the ship, looking out at the sea in the distance, as if the four of them were just insignificant background boards. The four women were stunned. They didn't expect Lin Feng to be so strong and ruthless.
Get off the boat? How could they be willing?
Getting off the boat means completely admitting defeat and handing Lin Feng over to other women.
Moreover, who would be willing to give up this luxurious yacht and this dreamlike vacation experience? But if I stay,
I have to endure the torment of being in the same room with other rivals.
1 minute seemed as long as a century.
In the end, it was the most realistic Xin Bing who made the first choice. She took a deep breath, walked to Lin Feng, and put on a professional smile again on her face. You are right, you should relax during the holidays.
I choose to stay.
With one person taking the lead, others quickly made decisions.
I want to see what tricks you can come up with.
Xu Xiaoxiao crossed her arms, which was considered as her agreement.
Well, okay then. Xiao Yi and Xiao Wanqing also compromised quietly.
Lin Feng turned around with a satisfied smile on his face.
Very good.
He snapped his fingers, and the captain immediately understood. The yacht let out a long whistle and slowly sailed away from the dock.
Welcome to my sea kingdom.
Lin Feng opened his arms and announced to the four women. Then he pointed to the cabin.
There are 6 separate luxury suites on the 2nd floor of the cabin. You can choose your own.
Once you're settled in, change into your swimsuits and the party will begin soon. After saying that, he walked straight to his own exclusive master suite on the 3rd deck. The four women looked at his departing back with mixed feelings. This man was like an emperor high above everyone else, and they were his concubines summoned to sleep with him. Even the competition for his favor had to fall within the rules he set.
Humiliating? A little bit.
But it is more of a morbid excitement of being completely dominated by a strong person. They knew that this war had just begun. Lin Feng stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window of his suite, watching the four women downstairs choosing their rooms, his heart calm.
He knew that Gu Qingying would not come. He didn't even extend an invitation to her. Because Gu Qingying is different from them.
She is like the snow lotus in his own back garden that needs careful care, holy and fragile. The four on the boat are like beautiful roses with thorns. Putting snow lotus and rose together will only cause the snow lotus to wither. Lin Feng shook his head. He enjoyed the sense of superiority of saving Gu Qingying from danger, but he didn't want to defile her with such a chaotic scene. What he wanted was pure indulgence and imperial enjoyment. And Gu Qingying is one of the few pieces of pure land in his heart that he wants to keep.
The yacht sailed smoothly into the deep blue sea.
The four women settled down in their own separate luxury suites. When they opened their wardrobes and saw all sorts of the latest styles of brand-name swimsuits and beach dresses hanging inside, they were once again impressed by Lin Feng's money ability. The clothes were obviously prepared in advance according to their sizes and styles, and ranged from sexy bikinis to elegant one-pieces. He really knows how to win people's hearts. Xin Bing picked up a black one-piece swimsuit with a simple design but high-end cut, and a complex smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Half an hour later, a thrilling visual feast was staged by the swimming pool on the deck. Xiao Wanqing was wearing a white lace bikini, which was pure and charming, and outlined her perfect figure just right. Xiao Yi chose a pink ruffled swimsuit, which brought out her sweetness and cuteness to the extreme, making her look like a tempting peach. Xu Xiaoxiao is worthy of being the beauty of the dance department. She is wearing a fiery red suspender bikini, which fully reveals her tight waistline and slender thighs, full of wild charm. Xin Bing, on the other hand, wore a black one-piece swimsuit. Although it looked the most conservative, the deep V design and high slits perfectly highlighted her temperament that perfectly combined intelligence and sexiness, exuding an abstinent beauty. For women, for kinds of beauties, standing together, are breathtakingly beautiful. But the looks they gave each other were full of scrutiny and hostility. Lin Feng, wearing a pair of beach pants and shirtless, walked down from upstairs. His body is well proportioned and strong due to years of exercise. Although not as exaggerated as the muscular men in the gym, every inch of his muscles is full of explosive power and glows with a healthy luster in the sun.
Nice figure.
Xu Xiaoxiao was the first to whistle, not hiding her admiration. Lin Feng smiled and lay down on the lounge chair by the swimming pool.
War broke out in an instant. Brother Lin Feng, the sun is so strong, let me help you apply sunscreen?
Xiao Yi was the first to rush over, holding a bottle of sunscreen spray in her hand, her voice so sweet that it was sickening.
No, I'll do it.
Xiao Wanqing followed closely behind, holding a bottle of sunscreen that looked more advanced.
Spray is not good for the skin. Lotion is more moisturizing. You two, move aside. Applying sunscreen is a technical job. Xu Xiaoxiao pushed them aside. You have to apply it evenly to prevent sunburn. I'm the best at this.
Xin Bing did not participate in this childish dispute. She just walked to the bar silently, mixed a mojito herself, then walked to Lin Feng and handed it to him.
It's hot, drink something cold to cool down.
Lin Feng opened his eyes, took the wine glass handed to him by Xin Bing, and took a sip.
It tastes good.
Xin Bing glanced proudly at the three people who were still fighting over the sunscreen, with the corners of her mouth rising slightly.
Look, this is the difference in rank.
You are still competing to be maids, but I already know how to be a considerate and sweet talker. Lin Feng enjoyed all of this. He closed his eyes and let the three women apply sunscreen on him. Xiao Yi's technique was sweet, and she always touched his sensitive parts inadvertently. Xiao Wanqing's technique was gentle, with a hint of cautious flattery. Xu Xiaoxiao's technique was the most daring, it was almost like she was massaging him with her body. Sunshine, sea breeze, fine wine, and beautiful women all around.
This was the indulgence he wanted.
In the afternoon, Lin Feng drove a jet ski and enjoyed himself on the sea.
Brother Lin Feng, take me with you. Xiao Yi shouted excitedly.
Lin Feng parked the motorboat next to the yacht, and Xiao Yi immediately climbed up like a little monkey, hugging his waist tightly from behind, with the softness of her chest pressed against his back.
Hold on tight.
Lin Feng suddenly stepped on the accelerator and the motorboat rushed out like an arrow.
Xiao Yi's screams and laughter filled the entire sea.
On the yacht, Xiao Wanqing and Xu Xiaoxiao looked at the two people playing on the sea, their eyes almost red with jealousy. Only Xin Bing was still sitting on the deck calmly reading a book, as if everything had nothing to do with her. But her fingers, which were pinching the slightly pale pages of the book, still revealed her inner unrest. At dusk, the setting sun dyed the sea surface golden.
The chef on board prepared a sumptuous seafood dinner.
Lin Feng sat in the main seat, and the four women sat on both sides.
The atmosphere is a bit subtle. Chapter 42 Yacht Party Part 2. Don't be so stern.
Lin Feng cut a piece of lobster meat and put it on Xiao Wanqing's plate.
Come out and have fun. Xiao Wanqing was flattered and her cheeks blushed slightly. Then, he picked up a scallop for Xiao Yi, handed a crab to Xu Xiaoxiao, and finally poured a glass of white wine for Xin Bing.
A bowl of water, held flatly.
The four women's expressions finally eased a little. I know what you're thinking.
Lin Feng put down his knife and fork and looked around at them.
Each of you wants to be the only one.
His words made the four women lower their heads.
But I'm a greedy person.
Lin Feng leaned back in his chair and said calmly, I admire Xiao Wanqing's gentleness, Xiao Yi's liveliness, Xu Xiaoxiao's enthusiasm, and Xin Bing's wisdom.
I don't want to make a choice. I want it all.
His words were domineering, direct, and full of masculine possessiveness. The four women looked at him in shock, not expecting him to be so frank.
Of course, I won't force anyone.
Lin Feng continued, what I can give you is the material life you have always dreamed of, a ticket to a higher class.
In exchange, what I need is your company and.
He paused, his eyes becoming deep.
Harmonious.
I like watching you, but I don't like watching you quarrel.
My harem must be harmonious.
Whoever can do this, whoever can make me happier, will naturally gain more benefits. Lin Feng's words exploded in the hearts of the four women like a bombshell. Not only did he admit that he was going to have a harem, he also blatantly laid out the rules of competing for favor on the table.
It went from a covert fight to an open one. Whoever can satisfy him more will be the winner.
Although it sounds humiliating, it has to be said that this method has allowed them to find a clear path to promotion.
I understand. Shen Bing raised his glass first. Cheers to our common interests.
The other three also reacted and raised their glasses.
Cheers.
At this moment, they reached a delicate balance. They are no longer just rivals in love, but more like competitors in a community of interests. And Lin Feng is their common boss and the head of the family of this small kingdom.
After the dinner, the yacht dropped anchor in the calm sea. The night is dark and the sea breeze is blowing gently.
Xiao Wanqing, Xiao Yi, Chu Xiaoxiao, and Shen Bing all returned to their respective rooms.
They are all waiting.
Waiting for that man, whose door will be open tonight. Lin Feng stood on the deck, feeling the sea breeze. The infinite physical energy aura made him unable to sleep at this moment. He thought about it, turned and walked towards Chu Xiaoxiao's room. This woman is like a fire, direct, passionate and unpretentious. On such an indulgent night, he needed a fire like this to ignite himself.
He knocked gently on the door.
The door opened quickly, and Chu Xiaoxiao appeared in a black silk pajamas, her eyes gleaming with anticipation.
I knew you would come to see me tonight.
Lin Feng didn't say anything, he just picked her up and walked towards the big bed in the room. This night is destined to belong to fire and passion. The 7-day holiday passed in a flash. Lin Feng is like a hard-working emperor, treating everyone equally.
He used the infinite physical energy aura to the extreme. He accompanied Xiao Wanqing on the deck to watch the stars all night, and then he accompanied Xiao Yi in the private cinema on the yacht.
He was also in the study with Shen Bing. Each woman received the companionship and satisfaction she desired.
Although competition between them still exists, they all tacitly abide by the harmonious rules set by Lin Feng.
The holiday is over and the yacht slowly returns to the dock.
All four women looked radiant and energetic.
Not only did they enjoy a top-notch luxury vacation, they also received a lot of rewards from Lin Feng, various brand name bags and jewelry, which almost filled their suitcases.
Lin Feng drove his Panamera and took the four women back to Tunghai University.
When this luxury car and the four stunning beauties in it appeared on campus, it instantly caused a huge sensation.
Wow, it's Lin Feng. My goodness, he took some school beauties out to party for 7 days? Oh my god, I'm so envious. The other side. In the office of the administrative building, Gu Qingying had just finished dealing with the matters concerning the students staying on campus during the National Day holiday.
Holding the water cup, she walked to the window as usual to get some fresh air.
Coincidentally, she saw the familiar volcanic gray Panamera downstairs.
The car door opened and Lin Feng got out first. Afterwards, Xiao Wanqing, Xiao Yi, Chu Xiaoxiao, and Shen Bing, four famous beauties in the school, got off the car one after another with sweet smiles on their faces. Each of them looks like a star who just returned from Paris Fashion Week, exuding confidence and nobility. They gathered around Lin Feng, chattering about something, and looked very close. Gu Qingying's hand holding the water cup trembled slightly. In the sunlight, they looked so dazzling and brilliant, as if they were from another world. And I, wearing a simple teacher's professional attire, standing in this old administrative building, looked so out of place. An indescribable emotion surged in her heart. There was loss, envy, and even a hint of something she herself was unwilling to admit.
Sour and astringent.
She looked at Lin Feng surrounded by a group of beautiful girls, with a high-spirited smile on his face that she had never seen before. Gu Qingying turned around silently and pulled the curtains.
The office suddenly became dark. Just like her heart. The volcanic gray body of the Panamera drew a smooth arc in the sunset and finally stopped steadily under the 305 dormitory building. The car door opened, and four women with very different styles but equally radiant got out one after another.
The brand names on them and the bags in their hands are like an overturned palette in the plain environment of the campus, so dazzling that it is almost glaring. The students passing by cast glances of surprise, envy, and gossip, and the buzz of discussion was like a swarm of mosquitoes.
Oh my god, isn't that Master Lin? Is he back with the school beauty tour group? 4. Xiao Wanqing, Xiaoyi, Xu Xiaoxiao, and the student union president Xin Bing. Damn it, even Aquaman can't play like him. This is the pinnacle of life. It's sour, I've exceeded the lemon limit tonight. Chapter 43, Senior Sister's Career Ambition. Tunghai University's campus forum was flooded with comments almost at the same time. Breaking news. Lin Xin and 4 campus beauties travel together for National Day, a luxurious 7-day trip on the Poseidon yacht. I'm a bootlicker, I'm broken, brothers. Lin Feng sat in the driver's seat, lowered the car window, and looked outside the window at the 4 women being watched by the crowd, with a playful smile on his face. This is exactly the effect he wants. High profile, flamboyant, and unconcealed. He wanted to let everyone know that these once unattainable daughters of heaven were now his trophies. Take everything, I'm leaving first. Lin Feng waved to them calmly, and without waiting for their response, he stepped on the accelerator, and the Panamera let out a low roar and sped away. 4 women were left behind, carrying large and small bags and walking into the dormitory building with different expressions on their faces, amidst the pointing and talking of the crowd. The door of dormitory 305 was pushed open and then slammed shut, blocking out all prying eyes from outside. The false harmony on the yacht collapsed the moment they stepped into this familiar territory. There was an invisible smell of gunpowder in the air. Some people are so proud that their mouths were almost grinning from ear to ear on the way back. Xu Xiaoxiao threw the woven bag from Body's house to the ground and swept a cold look over Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi was carefully putting a Van Cleef Arpels jewelry box into the drawer. When she heard this, she paused, then turned around and smiled sweetly. Xiaoxiao, aren't everyone happy about what you said? Of course I like the gift from brother Lin Feng. As she spoke, she deliberately raised her wrist to reveal a sparkling 4-leaf clover bracelet. What's so great about showing off a broken bracelet? Xu Xiaoxiao sneered. Lin Feng said that he likes women like me who are not materialistic. Giving me a gift is just the icing on the cake. She lifted her long hair, revealing a pair of low-key but valuable Bulgari earrings on her ears. Oh, Xiaoxiao, it turns out you also like this kind of icing on the cake. Xiaoyi covered her mouth and laughed secretly. I thought you only liked to add icing on the cake with brother Lin Feng in the gym. You. Xu Xiaoxiao's face darkened. She hated it most when people used this matter in a sarcastic way. Okay, can you two just quiet down? Xiao Wanqing rubbed her brows tiredly. She took off her high heels and spoke with a hint of grievance and arrogance in her voice. Are these gifts the only things you care about? I went out with Lin Feng just to spend some time with him. As long as I can see him happy, I'm satisfied. I don't care whether he gives me gifts or not. As soon as these words were spoken, Xiaoyi and Xu Xiaoxiao instantly found a common enemy and opened fire on her together. Oh, the campus beauty of Xia University is different. She speaks so pure. Yeah, I don't care about gifts. Then who was it that cried so hard when they received the Cartier necklace a few days ago? I was just touched. Xiao Wanqing's eyes turned red and she was about to cry. Okay. Xin Bing, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke. Her voice was not loud, but it carried an unquestionable majesty. Have you guys had enough of the quarrel? She opened her suitcase, which contained several brand new business suits and several business management books neatly stacked inside, which stood out from the other 3 people's dazzling jewelry. Don't you understand yet? Xin Bing looked at them coldly. Lin Feng likes to see us harmonious, rather than seeing us tearing each other apart like a pack of mad dogs for a few bones. You think you're fighting for gifts? For favors? She shook her head, a hint of pity in her eyes. What we're fighting for is the ability to make him happy. Whoever can make him happiest has the greatest value. After that, she took out her laptop and started processing the backlog of student union and entrepreneurial project documents, ignoring them. The dormitory suddenly became quiet. Xiaoyi, Xu Xiaoxiao, and Xiao Wanqing looked at each other, and saw reluctance and thought in each other's eyes. Although Xin Bing's words were harsh, they hit the nail on the head. Zifeng number 1, penthouse. After taking a shower, Lin Feng changed into comfortable home clothes and walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window. The lights of the city downstairs are like a dazzling galaxy. He recalled the 7 days on the yacht. Crazy, exciting, and indulgent. Every woman shows a different charm under him,
and the feeling of being in control of everything is truly addictive. But at this moment, when the adrenaline faded, an inexplicable feeling of emptiness quietly came over me.
The infinite physical energy aura is indeed YYDS. But even if you are an emperor, you will eventually get tired of the nightly revelry. Xiaowanqing's gentleness, Xiaoyi's sweetness, Xu Xiaoxiao's passion.
These qualities initially brought him strong stimulation, but after repeated experiences, the marginal effects are decreasing.
I'm tired of playing.
Lin Feng muttered to himself, this kind of pure physical indulgence seems to be just that.
It's time for something more exciting.
What he needs is a higher level of indulgence. It is the sense of accomplishment that comes from expanding territory, building a business empire, and influencing the real world with money and power. It is to see a woman who not only submits to him in bed, but also depends on him in her career, worships him, and regards him as a god. As soon as this thought came to his mind, a person's name immediately came to his mind.
Shen Bing.
That ambitious woman, with her desires and goals clearly written on her face.
Bite. The WeChat notification sound on the phone rang.
It was sent by Shen Bing. Lin Feng, I've already assembled the initial resources for the Campus Business Empire project, and I'd like to report to you in person tomorrow.
Lin Feng smiled. When you feel sleepy, someone will bring you a pillow.
He replied, come to my place tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. He couldn't wait to see what new fun this clever woman could bring him.
The next morning, at 10 o'clock sharp.
The doorbell rang on time. Shen Bing was wearing a smart white suit, her hair was neatly combed into a ponytail, and she was holding a folder in her hand. She looked like an elite white-collar worker who was about to report to her big boss.
Come in.
Lin Feng pointed to the sofa in the living room. Shen Bing did not sit down immediately, but handed the documents in her hand to Lin Feng. This is what I used during the National Day holiday to integrate the business resources on campus and my next plan. Lin Feng took the document and flipped through it casually. I have to say that Shen Bing's abilities are indeed outstanding. In just a few days, she not only thoroughly understood the resources of several important stores on campus, but also developed a detailed integration, upgrade, and marketing plan.
These things on campus are just small-scale operations.
Shen Bing looked at Lin Feng, her eyes gleaming with ambition.
The profits they can bring are limited. Their more important role is to accumulate raw data and operational experience for us. My real goal is outside of school. Go on.
Lin Feng became interested. The university town, with its 300,000 university students and hundreds of thousands of young professionals in the surrounding area, represents a huge consumer market, Shen Bing said with excitement.
But the entertainment industry here is still very rudimentary, consisting of nothing more than a few KTVs, internet cafes, and pubs. It lacks a truly high-end, stylish venue that can create social barriers. I want to open a store in the most central area of the university town.
A comprehensive entertainment club integrating high-end script-killing games, private cinemas, and light luxury lounges.
Shen Bing's eyes were surprisingly bright.
We will use the best decoration, the most professional service, and the highest consumption threshold to turn it into the most desirable social destination for all young people in the university town. It will not only be our cash cow, but also our intelligence center and resource hub.
That's a good idea.
Lin Feng nodded and threw the document on the coffee table.
How much does it cost? Chapter 44, Entrepreneurship Preparation. Shen Bing took a deep breath and reported a figure: site selection, rent, renovation, equipment, personnel, pre-promotion. The preliminary budget will be at least 5 million. After saying that, she looked at Lin Feng nervously. This amount of money is an astronomical figure for any student. However, Lin Feng just said oh lightly. He took out his mobile phone, opened the bank app directly, and started operating it in front of Shen Bing. Your card number. Ah. Shen Bing was stunned. I said, your bank card number.
Shen Bing mechanically reported a string of numbers. Seconds later, she received a text message from the bank on her phone.
10 million.
Shen Bing looked at the long string of zeros in the text message and her breathing stopped instantly. She estimated 5 million, and Lin Feng directly gave her 10 million. The feeling of being hit in the face with money for no reason made her mind go blank, leaving only huge shock and dizziness.
Here's the money.
Lin Feng put away his phone and said in a calm tone. I don't care about the process, I only care about the results. I want to use the best for the decoration, buy the top-notch equipment, and hire the most professional people. If you are short of money, just tell me at any time. He looked at Shin Bing's pretty face, which was dazed with shock, and an incomparable pleasure rose in his heart. This was the new fun he wanted. Use money to build a woman's ambition, to realize her dream, and then make her willingly dedicate everything she has, including that dream, to him.
Lin Xian. Shin Bing's voice was trembling.
It was the first time she used this name.
Go ahead.
Lin Feng waved his hand. Let me see if your ability is worth my investment. Shin Bing held the phone tightly and nodded vigorously. She looked at the calm and composed man in front of her, and besides admiration, she felt a surge of fanaticism in her heart. This man is both a devil and a god. He can easily destroy a person, and can also easily create a person's future. And she, Shin Bing, was so lucky to be the one chosen by him.
From that day on, Shin Bing demonstrated amazing execution ability. She was like a fully fueled supercar, running wildly in the university town. The first step is site selection. It is difficult to find a shop in the most central commercial street of the university town. Shin Bing ran around for 3 days, but the few places she liked either had landlords who asked for too high a price or who simply couldn't find a place to rent and ignored her, a girl who looked like a student. On the 4th day, she reported the difficulties to Lin Feng in a panic. After listening to it, Lin Feng only said, "Wait for my call." Half an hour later, a phone call came in.
The person on the other end of the phone was Mr. Wang, the one who took the initiative to exchange business cards with Lin Feng at the Entrepreneurship Festival celebration banquet last time.
Brother Lin, I've asked about what you asked. Mr. Wang's tone was extremely enthusiastic. I'm very familiar with that Golden Corner location on University Town Commercial Street. The owner is an old friend of mine. I just said hello to him.
Tomorrow, you can have your people go directly there to sign the contract, and give him a 20% discount on the rent.
Thank you, Mr. Wang. Hey, it's no big deal. If you find a way to make a fortune in the future, just don't forget me. The next day,
when Shin Bing came to the shop that she couldn't even enter before, the owner who had been so dismissive of her yesterday had already brewed a cup of top-quality Longjing tea and was waiting for her at the door with a big smile on his face. The lease was signed very smoothly, and the price was even lower than the 20% discount Mr. Wang mentioned. Holding the signed lease contract, Shin Bing stood at the door of the shop, looking at the bustling commercial street, and had a deeper understanding of Lin Feng's power.
She thought Lin Feng was just rich. Now she understood that money was just his most insignificant ability.
The most terrifying thing is the ability to easily leverage the connections of the upper class and solve huge problems in the eyes of ordinary people in the blink of an eye.
The site is chosen, and the next step is decoration.
Shin Bing found the best design team in Donghai City and, in accordance with Lin Feng's requirement of no matter the cost, only the best, came up with a plan that was extremely futuristic and luxurious. Lin Feng only took a look at the renderings and approved a renovation budget of 3 million. In the following month, people in the entire university town saw that the shop in that prime location was surrounded tightly, and the roar of electric drills and machines could be heard from inside every day. All kinds of top-quality building materials and expensive equipment were transported in truckloads. Everyone was curious about who this deity was and what he was going to do here. During this period, Lin Feng became a hands-off boss, but he asked Shin Bing to send him a photo of the construction site via WeChat every day.
He enjoyed the feeling. It's like playing a high-definition business simulation game.
He only needs to charge money and then watch his empire being built brick by brick. And Shin Bing is his most capable and most beautiful game character.
A month later, the renovation was completed. The name of the store was decided to be Mist. It implies mystery, the unknown, and the desire to indulge in it. The night before the opening, at 10 p.m., Shin Bing sent a WeChat message to Lin Feng. Boss Lin, the store is ready now. Would you like to come over and inspect it?
Lin Feng replied with one word, okay.
15 minutes later, the Panamera slid silently into the underground parking lot of Mist.
Shin Bing had already been waiting at the elevator entrance. She was still wearing a professional suit today, but she had changed into black, which showed off her figure better. She had delicate light makeup on her face, which gave her a touch of feminine charm besides her competence.
Mr. Lin. She bowed slightly. Show me. Yes. Shin Bing led Lin Feng into the empty Mist.
The entire store is divided into 2 floors, with a total area of more than 800 square meters.
As soon as you enter the door, you will see a futuristic reception hall.
Soft light strips outline the contours of the space, and the floor is made of mirror-like black marble, reflecting the star-like lights on the ceiling.
The first floor is an open lounge and booth area, Shinbing introduced as they walked.
We've hired a team of top European bartenders, and every drink on the menu was personally selected by me. She took Lin Feng through the lounge and into the depths of the store. Here, there are more than a dozen script-killing boxes with different styles. There are Chinese palace style, Japanese style, cyberpunk style, European and American castle style. The scenery and props in each room are as exquisite as a movie set. All the scripts are city limited editions that we have exclusively purchased. The DM script killing host team is made up of top talents that I hired from all over the country at high salaries. There was a gleam of confidence in Shinbing's eyes. She was like a female general showing off her military exploits to the king.
The second floor is the VIP area. The two went upstairs.
Here are the more private theater boxes and several top-level business suites that are not open to the public. This place is only open to members who have reached a certain spending limit. Shinbing pushed open the door of an office.
This is my office. Chapter 45, Ambiguity before opening. The office is large and the decoration style is simple yet luxurious.
One wall is covered with huge floor-to-ceiling windows, overlooking the night view of the entire university town.
Mr. Lin, what do you think?
Shinbing turned around and looked at Lin Feng, her eyes full of anticipation and a hint of imperceptible nervousness.
Not bad.
Lin Feng walked to the French window, his hands in his pockets. Better than I thought. After receiving Lin Feng's affirmation, Shinbing breathed a sigh of relief visibly. All her efforts and hard work were rewarded at this moment.
You gave me all of this.
Shinbing walked behind Lin Feng, her voice trembling with admiration. Without you, I am nothing. Lin Feng turned around slowly. There was only a dim floor lamp on in the office, and the light was ambiguous. Shinbing's face was bright and dark in the shadows, and her eyes, which always sparkled with rationality and ambition, were now filled with moisture and emotion.
You did a great job.
Lin Feng reached out and gently stroked her cheek. So, you deserve a reward.
Shinbing's body trembled slightly.
She closed her eyes and kissed him actively.
This kiss was no longer full of temptation and purpose like before.
Instead, it is full of gratitude, admiration, and the most primitive submission of a woman to a man. Lin Feng felt her change. He didn't respond, but picked her up sideways and walked straight to the large boss desk.
Lin Feng. Shinbing whispered softly in his arms, is it right here? What's wrong? Lin Feng looked down at her, is there any problem? Shinbing's face turned red instantly.
She stopped talking and just hugged Lin Feng's neck tighter with her arms.
Outside the window was the dazzling night view of the university town. In the office, a deeper communication is taking place intensely.
Shinbing felt like she was about to melt. The extreme physical pleasure and the great joy of career success intertwined together to form an unprecedented torrent that completely destroyed her sanity. Only now did she understand what Lin Feng meant by reward. He not only gave her a platform to realize her ambitions, but also gave her the highest satisfaction as a woman. This man completely conquered her career as well as her body and mind. When it was almost dawn, Shinbing collapsed powerlessly in Lin Feng's arms. Lin Feng was still full of energy, and the effective, infinite physical energy aura was still overbearing. He looked at the woman in his arms who was enjoying the taste of sex, and the smile on his lips became even more intense. The prototype of a business empire has already been established. And the queen of this empire was now like a docile kitten, curled up in his arms. This feeling is 100 times more wonderful than a simple physical orgy on a yacht. The opening date of Myst was set on a Saturday. There was no big publicity. The news of the opening was announced only through Shinbing's connections in the student union and several high-end communities. But the mystery and high-end style of Myst have long spread in various small circles in the university town. On the opening night, luxury cars gathered at the door. Being able to receive an invitation and enter Myst for consumption has become a symbol of status. Shinbing wore a red high-slit evening gown and had delicate makeup on. She greeted and saw off guests at the door like a hostess. She deals with all kinds of rich second generations and new entrepreneurs with ease, and her every move exudes the aura of a female entrepreneur. Lin Feng did not show up. He was like a god hidden behind the scenes, watching all this with cold eyes. 9 o'clock in the evening is the busiest time in the store. There was a sudden commotion at the door. 3 beautiful figures appeared at the door of Myst. It was Xiao Wanqing, Xiao Yi, and Chu Xiaoxiao. The 3 of them were obviously dressed up carefully. Xiao Wanqing was wearing a white long dress, looking pure and charming, like a fairy who was not of this world. Xiao Yi was wearing a pink suspender skirt, looking sweet and cute, and smiling sweetly at the people around her. Xu Xiaoxiao is the most popular. She is wearing a black tight leather jacket and leather pants, which perfectly outlines her hot figure, making her look both cool and wild.
Their appearance instantly attracted the attention of the entire audience. Aren't those the three most beautiful girls in our school? Why are they here together? I heard that the owner of this store is Xin Bing. Is there going to be internal strife in the goddess dormitory?
When Xin Bing saw them, her brows frowned slightly, but she quickly regained her composure. She walked up to him gracefully in her high heels. It is truly an honor to have you three here to visit our humble shop. She had a professional smile on her face, but her tone was a little distant.
Boss Xin is really impressive now.
Xu Xiaoxiao crossed her arms and looked Xin Bing up and down, her tone tinged with sarcasm.
This store is doing quite well. It seems like it cost us Lin Feng a lot of money.
That's right, senior sister Xin Bing. Xiao Yi also came over and said with a smile, your store is so big, brother Lin Feng is the boss, and you are at most the boss's wife, right? As brother Lin Feng's girlfriends, we are here to show our support.
No need to be so polite. Although Xiao Wanqing didn't say anything, her eyes as she looked around were full of scrutiny and a hint of dissatisfaction.
They are here to cause trouble today. In other words, he came to declare his sovereignty, to tell everyone, including Xin Bing, not to think that he could monopolize Lin Feng just by opening a store. The smile on Xin Bing's face remained unchanged, but her eyes turned cold. Just as the atmosphere was becoming increasingly tense and the smell of gunpowder was growing stronger, a calm voice sounded from behind them.
What are you all doing blocking the door? Everyone looked back.
Lin Feng had been standing there for some time. He was dressed casually today, just a simple white t-shirt and casual pants, but the powerful aura he exuded made everyone present feel pressured.
Brother Lin Feng. Xiao Yi was the first to call out, and she wanted to go up and hold his arm affectionately.
Xiao Wanqing and Xu Xiaoxiao's eyes also lit up. However, Lin Feng stepped sideways and avoided Xiao Yi's hand. His eyes swept across the three women and finally fell on Xin Bing, and his eyes softened instantly.
Didn't I tell you not to work too hard? Just let the people below handle entertaining the guests.
This intimate tone and this caring gesture instantly made Xiao Wanqing and the other two look ugly.
They are here to congratulate you on your opening.
Lin Feng pointed at the three people and said to Xin Bing. Then he turned his head and looked at Xiao Wanqing and the others. The gentleness on his face disappeared, replaced by indifference. This store is her hard work, and it is also my business.
I'm putting this out there today. Anyone who tries to act unreasonably here will face the consequences. You should know, right?
These words were spoken lightly but were full of unquestionable majesty. The faces of Xiao Wanqing, Xiao Yi, and Xu Xiaoxiao turned red and white in an instant. The eyes of the guests around them when they looked at Xin Bing and Lin Feng also changed.
Lin Feng, we are just here to congratulate you, we don't mean anything else.
Xiao Wanqing was the first to be unable to bear the pressure and explained in a low voice.
Yes, brother Lin Feng, don't misunderstand. Xiao Yi also quickly agreed.
Although Xu Xiaoxiao looked indignant, she bit her lip and said nothing more. Since you're here to congratulate us, come in and take a seat. Lin Feng pointed to the bar. I'll buy you some drinks, please help yourself.
Chapter 46 The Attention of Local Rich Second Generation. On the second floor, Xin Bing's exclusive office. Outside the huge floor-to-ceiling windows is the dazzling night view of the university town. The office is even more charming than the night.
Xin Bing handed Lin Feng a glass of red wine that had been prepared long ago, and then she gently put her arms around his waist from behind.
Thank you, Lin Feng.
Her voice was lazily filled with satisfaction.
Thank you for standing up for me today.
Lin Feng took a sip of wine, turned around, and pinched her delicate chin.
Like I said, this is my business. I don't like people messing with my place.
His tone was calm, but Xin Bing could hear the protectiveness in it. Her heart warmed and her eyes became moist. Although this man is domineering and has so many women, at critical moments, he can give you the sense of security you want most.
And
Lin Feng's mouth curled up into an evil smile. I am very satisfied with your performance today. What he was referring to was Xin Bing's confidence and composure as the hostess, who handled the guests with ease.
Xin Bing's cheeks flushed.
She knew that Lin Feng liked her strong woman look.
Then, should I be rewarded? She stood on tiptoe and took the initiative to kiss him.
Lin Feng did not refuse.
He enjoyed the woman's submission from the inside out.
Not only did she rely on him in her career, but she also became addicted to him physically. The wine glass slipped off the table and fell onto the thick carpet without making a sound.
The lights outside the window witnessed a silent and intense celebration party in the office.
Shin Bing completely turned into a pool of spring water, allowing Lin Feng to conquer her. She tried her best to please the man who gave her everything. The opening of the Mist Club and the scene of Lin Feng's 1 king and 4 queens in public quickly swept the entire Tunghai University circle like a storm. On the campus forum, related posts were overwhelmed with comments.
The name Lin Feng has become a legend at Tunghai University.
A mysterious upstart, a high-profile sea king, a man who makes the 4 most beautiful girls in school vying for him. Such rumors are naturally not limited to university campuses. In Donghai City, various news about Lin Feng began to spread among the real rich second-generation circle.
The Dynasty Club is one of the top dens of luxury in Donghai City.
In a luxurious private room, several well-dressed young people were toasting each other. Sitting in the main seat was a young man wearing a Versace floral shirt and a Richard Miller watch on his wrist.
Li Zhe is considered a top figure in the circle of rich second generations in Donghai City and is known as Mr. Li.
Hey, Mr. Li, have you heard? A tough guy has appeared in Donghai University recently. A follower with dyed yellow hair poured wine for Li Zhe in a flattering manner.
Oh? What kind of tough guy?
Li Zhe shook his wine glass, lacking interest. How powerful can a little brat in college be?
His name is Lin Feng, the guy who was driving a Panamera around the school a while ago.
The yellow-haired man lowered his voice and said mysteriously, I heard that this guy got lucky and suddenly became rich.
Now he's so awesome.
He recently opened a club called Mist in the university town, investing over 10 million yuan. It was a huge event on the opening day, with many people from our circle attending.
Li Zhe sneered, his tone full of disdain, is this even worth making such a fuss? I thought it was a big deal.
Another henchman quickly flattered him, but the weird thing about this guy is that he single-handedly got all the hottest girls at Donghai University. As soon as these words came out, Li Zhe's expression finally changed.
He doesn't care about money.
But women, especially high-quality beauties, are the most important face and resources in their circle.
But now, a poor student who appeared out of nowhere has taken it over in advance? Isn't this tantamount to slapping him, a genuine rich second generation, in the face? Do you know what's the most infuriating thing?
The yellow-haired man continued to exaggerate. That Shin Bing, she used to be so aloof. My buddy chased her for 6 months and never laid a hand on her.
And now? She's willingly become that Lin's madam, serving him like a brothel.
I heard that on the opening day, 3 other campus beauties went to disrupt the event, but they were publicly scolded by Lin like grandsons, and they didn't dare to say a word.
Hold.
Li Zhe slammed the wine glass on the table, splashing wine everywhere.
How dare a nouveau riche who came from nowhere act like this in the East China Sea?
What he despises most is those country bumpkins who suddenly become rich and don't know their own worth. In his opinion, Lin Feng's behavior was a challenge to the authority of these local veteran dignitaries.
Damn it, he really thinks he's the emperor? And he even has a harem?
Li Zhe became angrier the more he thought about it, a sinister expression appearing on his face.
I want to see how good he is. Mr. Li, what are you going to do?
The yellow-haired man's eyes lit up, knowing that something interesting was about to happen. Li Zhe sneered and hooked his finger at the yellow-haired man.
Go, check for me where this Lin likes to go. Find out his hobbies and habits.
I want him to know that the East China Sea is not a place where a peasant from outside the province like him can run wild.
All right. Mr. Li, just wait and see. 2 days later. Strength and Beauty High-End Fitness Club. In the afternoon, there were not many people in the gym and it was very quiet.
Xu Xiaoxiao was wearing a tight fluorescent green fitness suit and was meticulously instructing Lin Feng on how to do a deadlift. Ever since the yacht trip, especially on the opening night of Mist, when Lin Feng publicly supported Shin Bing, Xu Xiaoxiao had developed a strong sense of crisis. She knew that relying solely on her body and passion was not enough to gain a foothold in Lin Feng's harem. She must find her own unique value. So, she became Lin Feng's exclusive personal trainer more diligently than before.
She wanted Lin Feng's body to be dependent on her professional guidance.
Yes, that's it. Tighten your core, straighten your back, feel the force in your buttocks and the back of your legs. Lin Feng, your strength has improved again, you are so strong. Xu Xiaoxiao looked at Lin Feng, who easily lifted the 160 kilograms barbell, her eyes full of admiration and fascination. After Lin Feng finished a set, he put the barbell down with a dull clang sound. He took the towel handed to him by Chu Xiaoxiao and wiped the sweat off his face.
I'm going to drink some water, you take a rest. Yeah.
Chu Xiaoxiao nodded obediently, and felt sweet in her heart as she watched Lin Feng's back as he walked towards the drinking water area. Just then, the door of the gym was pushed open, and a group of 5 or 6 ruffian-looking young men walked in. The leader was Li Jia. He was wearing a sexy Dolce & Gabbana sports suit today, and the big gold chain was so dazzling that it made people dizzy. He started making a lot of noise as soon as he came in.
What kind of crappy gym is this? There are so few machines?
He immediately saw the deadlift rack in the center of the equipment area that Lin Feng had just used, and the 160 kilograms barbell plates hanging on it. A hint of contempt flashed across Li Jia's eyes. He walked straight over, sat down on the bench next to him, and nodded at his followers.
Take the film off for me. I'm going to practice my shoulders today. Chapter 47. I bought this gym. Okay, Brother Jia.
A yellow-haired follower immediately ran over and prepared to remove the barbell plates. Chu Xiaoxiao was stretching nearby, and when she saw the scene, her brows immediately furrowed.
Hey, what are you doing? Someone is using this equipment.
The yellow-haired man paused and looked back at her. When he saw Xiaoxiao's hot body and beautiful face, his eyes widened.
Hey, beautiful lady, your name is written on this device?
Huang Mao said with a playful smile, this is a public place, first come, first served.
Didn't your friend leave? Now it's our turn to use it. He just went to drink some water and will be back soon. Chu Xiaoxiao's tone turned cold.
She hated this kind of rude chat the most.
So what if I'm back?
Li Jia crossed his legs, took out a cigarette and lit it, completely ignoring the no smoking sign in the gym. He looked at Chu Xiaoxiao with his eyes slanted, as if he was looking at a commodity.
You are Chu Xiaoxiao, right? The beauty of the dance department? I heard you were following a rich guy named Lin Feng?
Li Jia blew out a smoke ring and said frivolously, why, that guy can't satisfy you?
Do you want to play with me?
I promise I'm richer than him and better at playing than him.
Watch your mouth. Chu Xiaoxiao's temper flared up instantly.
She could tolerate others being rude to her, but she absolutely could not tolerate others insulting Lin Feng. In her heart, Lin Feng is God.
Wow, that's pretty hot.
Li Jia was not angry at all, but smiled even more happily. I like your kind of vigorous style.
You're not worthy.
Chu Xiaoxiao was so angry that she was shaking all over.
She pointed at Li Jia's nose and cursed, I don't like trash like you. Get out of here. Fuck. You're so shameless, aren't you? Li Jia's face instantly turned gloomy.
The followers behind him immediately surrounded him and looked at Chu Xiaoxiao with a fierce look. Seeing the tense atmosphere, the other guests and coaches in the gym were so scared that they stayed away and didn't dare to come forward.
Little bitch, today I will teach you what it means to speak ill of others.
Li Jia stood up and reached out to grab Chu Xiaoxiao's hair. Although Chu Xiaoxiao was aggressive, she was a girl after all. Faced with the approach of several men, she was frightened and her face turned pale, and she subconsciously took a step back.
At this critical moment,
a cold voice sounded behind them.
What are you doing?
Lin Feng walked back from the drinking area holding a cup of water. There was no expression on his face, but his deep eyes could make people feel cold. Lin Feng's appearance instantly froze the atmosphere at the scene.
Lin Feng.
When Chu Xiaoxiao saw him, it was like she saw a savior. Her eyes turned red and she quickly ran behind him and hid. That aggrieved yet dependent look made Lin Feng's heart move.
Li Jia turned around and saw Lin Feng.
He was stunned for a moment, then a sarcastic smile appeared on his face. Lin Feng in front of him was wearing an ordinary sports suit. Although he had a well-proportioned figure, he was completely different from the domineering look he had imagined. He looked like an ordinary college student.
Are you Lin Feng?
Li Jia looked him up and down, his tone full of provocation. Your woman has a dirty mouth.
I'll teach her a lesson for you. Is that okay with you? He just wanted to humiliate Lin Feng's woman in front of him. He wanted to see how this rumored tough guy would react. Lin Feng ignored him. He just patted Chu Xiaoxiao's shoulder gently and soothed her softly. It's okay, leave it to me. Chu Xiaoxiao nodded heavily, and looking at Lin Feng's broad back, her heart, which had been hanging in the air, instantly settled down. Lin Feng's gaze passed over the arrogant Li Jia and swept around the gym.
Finally, his eyes fell on the sweaty gym owner who was hurrying in from the office. He was a middle-aged man in his 40s, his surname was Chen.
Boss Chen, right?
Lin Feng spoke. His voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard throughout the entire gym.
Yes, it's me. Boss Chen wiped his sweat and nodded. Harmony brings wealth. Give me some face.
Lin Feng didn't listen to his nonsense at all.
He interrupted directly. I don't want to talk about face with you, I want to discuss business with you. Boss Chen was stunned. Business? Yes.
Lin Feng pointed to the surrounding equipment and venues, his tone as calm as if he was asking what the weather was like today.
I bought your gym. The entire gym fell into dead silence.
Everyone thought they had heard wrongly.
Boss Chen opened his mouth wide and didn't react for a long time. The sarcasm on Li Zhi's face froze. He scratched his ears, suspecting that he was hallucinating.
Zhu Xiaoxiao opened her beautiful eyes wide and looked at Lin Feng's profile in disbelief.
Buy this gym? Just because someone else took his things, he had a fight with his woman? What kind of magical operation is this? You are not kidding? Boss Chen asked stutteringly.
His gym is in a good location, has new equipment, many members, and makes a lot of profit every year.
He has never thought about selling it. Do you think I'm joking? Lin Feng asked back.
His eyes were serious, so serious that it frightened Boss Chen.
This is my ancestral property, I won't sell it. Boss Chen was still making his last struggle.
Lin Feng smiled. He held up 2 fingers.
20 million.
Now, immediately, in full.
Boom.
This number, like a bomb, exploded in everyone's mind.
20 million.
This gym, including the land lease, decoration, all equipment and intangible assets, is worth at most 7 or 8 million.
Lin Feng directly bid 20 million. This is no longer a business transaction, this is a naked use of money to attack people.
Boss Chen's breathing suddenly became rapid, his eyes were as big as copper bells, staring at Lin Feng intently, as if he wanted to confirm whether he was crazy.
Are you telling the truth?
His voice was trembling. Lin Feng was too lazy to talk anymore, so he took out his mobile phone and opened the bank app. He didn't even go to the VIP room, but made the transfer in front of everyone.
Card number.
Boss Chen's mind was blank, and he almost subconsciously gave out a string of numbers.
Byte.
A crisp text message alert sound rang out.
Boss Chen took out his cell phone with trembling hands.
When he saw the bank text message about the 20 million yuan deposit, his legs went weak and he almost fell to the ground.
Real. It's all true.
The property that he had worked hard for half his life, this young man bought it in just a few minutes while chatting and laughing.
Okay.
Lin Feng put away his phone and looked around, as if he was the owner of this place all along.
Now, I'm the owner of this gym. He paused and turned his gaze to Boss Chen, who was completely dumbfounded. As your new boss, I'm giving you my first order.
Lin Feng pointed his hand at Li Zhi, whose face turned pale and blue. Please get this man and his companions out of here. From today on, his membership will be revoked and he will be permanently blacklisted. Tell the security guard not to let him set foot here again.
Lin Feng's tone was calm and relaxed.
But every word was like a loud slap in Li Zhi's face.
Boss Chen, no, now you should call me Manager Chen. He didn't dare hesitate for a moment and immediately yelled at the 2 security guards at the door, what are you still standing there for? Didn't you hear what the new boss said? Get these people out of here.
2 burly security guards rushed over immediately.
Please. Chapter 48 completely submitted.
Li Zhi's face had turned the color of liver. He wanted to get angry and resist, but under Lin Feng's calm gaze, he felt like a clown.
Use money to hit people? He can too.
But there was no way he would spend 20 million just to prove himself. And the man in front of me did it. It was done so easily and casually.
This is no longer a contest of different levels. You just wait for me.
Li Zhi squeezed out these pale and powerless words from between his teeth.
Roll.
Lin Feng only replied him with one word. In full view of everyone, Li Zhi and his followers were invited out of the gym in disgrace by the security guards like dead dogs. During the whole process, Lin Feng didn't even look at him again. There is no greater example of overwhelming strength than this. When Li Zhi was kicked out, there was an uncontrollable burst of exclamations and discussions in the gym. Everyone looked at Lin Feng as if he were a god. Xu Xiaoxiao stood behind Lin Feng, looking at her man's tall and straight back, her heart pounding.
Handsome. So fucking handsome. This is a real man. This is what she wants, a strong man who can dominate everything and treat money as dirt.
All the quarrels and name-calling seemed so childish and ridiculous in the face of Lin Feng's dimensionality reduction attack. At this moment, her feelings for Lin Feng completely sublimated from liking and infatuation to fanatical worship. Lin Feng turned a deaf ear to the discussions around him. He turned around, looked at Xu Xiaoxiao with admiration on her face, and reached out to pinch her face, which was flushed with excitement.
Are you scared? No.
Xu Xiaoxiao shook her head vigorously, her eyes full of stars.
Lin Feng, you were so handsome just now. Let's go. Lin Feng took her hand. Don't you want to practice? No more practice today. I'll take you to eat something delicious to calm you down.
Xu Xiaoxiao obediently let Lin Feng lead the way and followed behind him. Lin Feng paused when passing by the newly appointed manager Wang. Let's renovate this place and replace all the appliances with high-end ones to improve the style.
Money is not a problem. I want to see the plan next week.
Yes. Mr. Lin, don't worry. Manager Wang nodded repeatedly. After saying that, Lin Feng took Xu Xiaoxiao and left in the awe-inspiring gazes of everyone.
Grand Hyatt Hotel, top floor revolving restaurant.
Lin Feng booked the entire restaurant just to calm Xu Xiaoxiao down. The melodious sound of the piano flows by my ears. Outside the window are the lights of thousands of homes in Donghai City, and under my feet is the slowly rotating city night scene. Xu Xiaoxiao sat opposite Lin Feng, holding a knife and fork in her hand, but seemed a little absent-minded. She was still thinking about what happened in the gym that afternoon.
It's so shocking.
The feeling of rubbing someone's face on the ground with money is more exciting than reading any exciting novel.
Why don't you eat?
Lin Feng cut a piece of steak and put it on her plate.
Lin Feng.
Xu Xiaoxiao raised her head, biting her lip, with a hint of guilt in her eyes. I'm sorry, it's all my fault today.
I caused you trouble. She was a little scared because that Mr. Li didn't look like a good person. He was a well-known rich second-generation local.
Since Lin Feng didn't give him face today, he would probably be in a lot of trouble in the future.
Trouble?
Lin Feng smiled and shook his head. This is not trouble, this is fun. He took a sip of red wine and looked at Xu Xiaoxiao with deep eyes.
Besides, you're not wrong. You are my people, and you cannot suffer even the slightest injustice.
If anyone dares to lay a finger on you, I will make him pay tenfold or 100-fold. Lin Feng's tone was calm, but the domineering and doting in his words instantly struck Xu Xiaoxiao's heart. A warm current surged from the bottom of my heart and instantly spread throughout my limbs. She always thought that Lin Feng liked her because of her figure, her enthusiasm, and her directness. She thought she was just one of Lin Feng's many women, a plaything that relied on his body to get him ahead. But today, she finally understood. She has a place in this man's heart. He would spend a fortune for her. For her, he would offend a powerful local rich second generation. He would tell her, "You are mine, no one can bully you." This feeling of being protected and cherished was something she had never experienced before.
Remember, Xu Xiaoxiao.
Lin Feng put down his wineglass, leaned forward slightly, stared into her eyes, and said word by word. Next time you encounter something like this, don't waste time talking to them, just call me directly.
If the sky falls, I will hold it up for you. Xu Xiaoxiao's eyes turned red instantly. It's not grievance, it's touching.
She couldn't hold it back any longer, and her tears fell like beads from a broken string. This girl with a hot appearance and strong personality completely took off all her disguises in front of Lin Feng and cried like a child. Lin Feng did not try to comfort her, but just watched quietly. He knew that from today on, this woman, this wildest horse, had been completely tamed by him. Her body and her heart will belong to him completely. After a long while, Xu Xiaoxiao stopped crying. She wiped her tears and looked at Lin Feng with an extremely firm look in her eyes.
Lin Feng,
She wanted to say something, but she felt that any words were inadequate. Finally, she stood up, walked around the dining table, came to Lin Feng, and then slowly knelt down in front of all the waiters in the restaurant. She gently rested her cheek on Lin Feng's knee.
This action is full of obedience and submission.
From today on, Xu Xiaoxiao will absolutely obey whatever you say. I just hope you can let me stay by your side forever. Lin Feng looked down at her, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a satisfied smile. He gently stroked her soft long hair, feeling a surge of pleasure in control of everything. In the harem, every woman has her own characteristics and needs.
To deal with Xiao Wanqing, you need to be gentle and romantic. To deal with Xiao Yi, you need money and sweet love. To deal with Xin Bing, you need to use your career and ambition. To deal with a woman like Chu Xiaoxiao who admires the strong, you must use the most direct and domineering way to completely break down her psychological defenses and make her admire and respect you from the bottom of her heart. Chapter 49. I'm tired of living here. Get up.
Lin Feng's voice was very soft.
Chu Xiaoxiao stood up obediently and sat back in her seat, but her eyes never left Lin Feng.
In those eyes, there was admiration, awe, possession, and 100% submission. The second half of this calming dinner ended in a subtle and harmonious atmosphere.
Chu Xiaoxiao stopped talking and just looked at Lin Feng quietly, helping him to pour wine and pushing the cut steak in front of him, like a most considerate little wife. After dinner, Lin Feng did not take Chu Xiaoxiao back to her dormitory, nor did he go back to the gym. The Panamera slid smoothly into the underground garage of Zifeng No. 1. Walking into the familiar top-floor flat, Chu Xiaoxiao's heartbeat quickened again. She knew what was going to happen tonight.
But unlike before, this time, she was no longer trying to exchange resources or compete for favor, but was willing to give up everything she had. Lin Feng didn't even need any words. He only gave her a look, and Chu Xiaoxiao took off her clothes on her own initiative, revealing the hot body that drove countless men crazy.
She walked towards him, each step was extremely firm. That night, Chu Xiaoxiao's passion was completely ignited. She used all the flexibility and skills she learned in dance to please Lin Feng, tirelessly and without any effort.
Lin Feng also let go completely. With the blessing of infinite physical aura, he transformed into a tireless god of war, galloping across the land and expanding the territory.
Until dawn.
Chu Xiaoxiao curled up in Lin Feng's arms, unable to move even a finger.
Lin Feng, I love you.
Lin Feng smiled and pinched her sweaty face.
Like? Maybe.
But more than anything else, it is the mark that is engraved into the bone marrow after the conquest.
Around noon.
Lin Feng woke up refreshed. Chu Xiaoxiao was still sleeping beside him, with even a trace of satisfaction in the corner of her eyes.
He picked up his phone and unlocked it.
Several WeChat messages from different people immediately popped up on the screen.
Xiao Wanqing, Lin Feng, good morning, cute, I don't have classes today, I'm reading in the library. When you're done, would you like to come see me? The accompanying picture is a carefully taken selfie with the library's bookshelves as the background.
She is wearing a white dress and the sunlight shines through the window on her face, making her look pure and innocent.
The Cartier pink diamond necklace on her neck sparkles with a low-key and luxurious light in the sunlight. Xiao Yi, brother Lin Feng. Acting coquettishly, you didn't come to my live stream last night, I missed you so much today. A brand approached me about a partnership, saying they saw my performance in the last PK and thought I had great potential, and it's all thanks to you. How about treating you to dinner tonight?
Xin Bing, the first week's operating report for the Mist Club has been sent to your email.
Please check.
Summary, turnover of 3.27 million yuan, net profit of 1.12 million yuan, exceeding expectations. Also, regarding your previous mention of replicating the club model at other universities, I've done a preliminary feasibility analysis.
Would it be convenient for me to present this afternoon?
Looking at these messages that were of different styles but all had clear purposes, Lin Feng raised the corners of his mouth with a playful arc. These women are smarter than each other and know how to demonstrate their value better than each other. Xiao Wanqing takes the pure route of being virtuous and kind, trying to prove that she is the best candidate for the main wife with gentleness and companionship. Xiao Yi is positioned as a sweet pendant, using admiration and coquettishness to satisfy men's desire for protection, while showing her increasingly strong ability to attract money. And Xin Bing has the highest rank. She never talks about feelings, only about interests and career. She positions herself as the sharpest knife in Lin Feng's business territory, using tangible achievements to prove her irreplaceable value. At this moment, Chu Xiaoxiao in his arms moved and opened his eyes in a daze.
Awake?
Lin Feng looked down at her.
Chu
Xiaoxiao responded lazily, then rubbed against his arms like a kitten, picked up his phone, and unlocked it naturally. When she saw those WeChat messages, her expression changed instantly. But this time, she didn't get angry or act sarcastic like before. She just put down her phone silently, then raised her head and looked at Lin Feng with an almost flattering look.
Lin Feng, I'm not going anywhere today. I'll just stay here with you, okay?
She paused, her voice lowering to a seductively hoarse tone.
Whatever you want, is fine.
Lin Feng smiled. He knew that the scene in the gym had completely changed Chu Xiaoxiao. She no longer tried to assert her sovereignty through low-level means such as quarreling, but instead learned to consolidate her position through obedience and pleasing.
Very good. This is what he wants.
There is competition and involution, but in the end, everyone must bow to him. The news of acquiring the gym quickly spread throughout Tunghai University through various channels.
Have you heard? Lin Feng bought the Strength and Beauty gym. Fuck, is this true? Just because that rich second generation took his equipment? Really? I was there.
Lin Feng paid 20 million right then and there, taking the full amount. And then he kicked those rich second generations out like dogs.
Fuck. 20 million? Just to vent Chu Xiaoxiao's anger? This is too fucking inhumane. What is a super rich man? This is a super rich man. To win the smile of a beautiful woman, he would spend a fortune.
On the campus forum, the post about Lin Feng was pushed to the top again.
He is no longer just the rumored Aquaman and upstart. He became a living legend, a walking hero in a cool novel.
His every move became the focus of discussion among students throughout the school.
When he drove his Panamera into the campus, students on the roadside would automatically make way for him and salute him. When he appeared in the cafeteria, the surrounding discussions would instantly disappear and everyone would subconsciously lower their voices. When he walked into the teaching building, countless eyes would come at him from all directions, some with envy, some with jealousy, some with awe, and some with curiosity. Even his former dormitory, room 404, became a famous dragon's birthplace. Many people would run down to the dormitory building, point at that window, and talk with relish about the story of Lin Feng's rise from here. The other protagonist of the story, Zhao Ziyan, had already been arrested for fundraising fraud and completely disappeared from everyone's sight, becoming a sad and ridiculous footnote. The other side.
Lin Xian was lying in the living room of a luxury apartment. This apartment, which once seemed extremely luxurious to him and a symbol of class advancement, now seemed a bit crowded and cramped.
300 square meters of space sounds very large. But after living here for a long time, it no longer feels new. Even a little greasy.
This completely goes against the core meaning of indulgence. When this thought emerged in Lin Feng's mind, the system's voice came as expected.
Ding.
It has been detected that the host is extremely dissatisfied with their current living environment and desires a more luxurious and private residence.
Now releasing the task, Happy Housewarming Part 2. Mission name, The Ultimate Indulgence Residence.
Task requirements, host, please purchase an ultimate mansion worthy of your status as Emperor of Bliss within 72 hours.
Task tip, this residence must offer absolute privacy, ultimate luxury, and ample space to accommodate all your hobbies. A villa is your only choice. The corners of Lin Feng's mouth slowly rose. The system is always so considerate. As soon as he gets bored of something, he is given a new toy. Villa. This word made the blood in his body begin to boil. Yes, he needs a villa. A super villa where he can do whatever he wants and indulge himself completely. Chapter 50. Look carefully, is that enough?
The next day, Lin Feng started looking for houses. He doesn't know much about real estate, but fortunately he has Xin Bing.
This woman is simply an all-round assistant.
When Lin Feng expressed his idea of buying a top-notch villa on the phone,
Xin Bing only asked 3 questions. What's the budget? What are the requirements for the location? What are your preferences for style and size? Lin Feng's answer was simple and crude. Budget, no cap.
It needs to be a quiet, private location, not too far from the university town, so it's convenient for me to go to court.
The style should be grand and luxurious. The larger the area, the better. Xin Bing on the other end of the phone was silent for a few seconds, as if she was trying to digest Lin Feng's unreasonable request. Understood, Mr. Lin.
There was a hint of excitement in her voice that was barely perceptible to King.
There is only one top-notch villa area in Donghai City that meets your requirements. Jutan Villa. Rosewood Villa.
Lin Feng had heard of this name. That is the real wealthy area of Donghai City, where the powerful and top wealthy people gather. It is said that those who live there are either rich or noble. If you don't have a net worth of 1 billion, you are not even qualified to view the house. The villa is built on the mountain, with extremely strict security and ultimate privacy.
Each villa is designed by a top international designer.
They cover a huge area and have different styles, but they all reveal 2 words: expensive.
Okay, let's go there and take a look.
Lin Feng made the decision.
I've already made an appointment for you.
Xin Bing's voice was always so efficient.
Over at the sales office at 3 p.m., a gold medal sales consultant will be waiting for you. Lin Feng was very satisfied with Xin Bing's efficiency. This woman always gets things done perfectly. 2:50 p.m.
Lin Feng drove his low-key and luxurious Panamera and arrived at the sales center of Rosewood Villa on time. The sales center is built like a magnificent palace, and all the cars parked at the door are luxury cars such as Bentley and Rolls-Royce.
Lin Feng's Panamera can only be considered entry-level here.
He parked the car and pushed the door open.
In the sales hall, the crystal chandeliers are dazzling and the smooth marble floor can reflect people's shadows.
Several tall sales consultants wearing exquisite suits were surrounding a few middle-aged men with big bellies, introducing the sand table with sweet smiles. Seeing Lin Feng coming in, everyone looked at him. When they saw Lin Feng's young face and the simple white t-shirt he was wearing, the enthusiasm in their eyes instantly faded. In their opinion, this was probably just some ignorant kid who had come with his family elders to watch the fun, or he had simply come to the wrong place. No one took the initiative to greet him. Not even a glass of water was offered. Lin Feng didn't care either. He walked straight to the huge sand table and began searching.
The layout of the entire Rosewood Villa is clear at a glance. The villas are built along the mountainside in an orderly manner, ensuring sufficient distance between buildings and good views for each one.
The villa located at the center of the mountain top, with the best location and the largest area, was marked out separately with a red model. It is like the Hall of Supreme Harmony in the Imperial Palace, overlooking the entire villa.
King of buildings. Lin Feng's attention was instantly attracted by it.
Just then, a saleswoman who looked to be about 25 or 26 years old, wearing heavy makeup and spraying pungent perfume, came over reluctantly. She looked Lin Feng up and down, with undisguised perfunctory and contempt in her eyes.
"Sir, how can I help you?"
Her tone was very flat, and she didn't even bother to say please.
"Let me introduce this building."
Lin Feng pointed to the king of buildings on the sand table. The saleswoman looked in the direction of his finger, and the contempt on her face became even stronger. She scoffed, a hint of sarcasm in her tone.
"Sir, you have good taste.
This is the top floor of our Rosewood Villa, called Heavenly Realm. It covers an area of 5 acres, with a construction area of 3,000 square meters. It has its own heated swimming pool, a private cinema, and a private garden in the Jiangnan style.
The entire house is made of top-quality Italian stone and African teak.
It was designed by the world-renowned designer Charles. The design fee alone cost over $10 million. She deliberately said these numbers loudly, just to make Lin Feng give up.
"So, what's the price?"
Lin Feng interrupted her bragging. The saleswoman curled her lips, stretched out 2 fingers, and looked at Lin Feng as if he were a fool.
200 million.
After she finished speaking, she crossed her arms and looked at Lin Feng calmly, waiting to see him get scared to death by this number. In her opinion, young people who dare to come to Rosewood Villa wearing t-shirts probably don't even have 20,000 yuan, let alone 200 million yuan.
However, Lin Feng's reaction disappointed her. There was no expression of shock on his face. There wasn't even a ripple. He just nodded, his tone as flat as if he was asking the price of a cabbage. "Take me to see the existing house." The saleswoman was stunned.
She scratched her ears, suspecting she had misheard.
"What did you say, sir?"
"I said, take me to see the house," Lin Feng repeated, with a hint of impatience in his tone.
Puff. Next to the female salesperson, another salesperson who was introducing something to a customer couldn't help but laugh.
Those customers with big bellies also cast mocking glances at him. "Sir, I'm sorry, but according to our company's regulations, you need to verify your capital before viewing a villa of this level.
If your assets don't reach 500 million, we can't arrange a house viewing."
The female salesperson who was responsible for receiving Lin Feng thought that after hearing this, Lin Feng would just leave tactfully. When Lin Feng heard this, instead of getting angry, a playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth.
"Capital verification, huh? Sure, let's do it right here."
"Sir, we need a special." The female salesperson crossed her arms and wanted to continue to act arrogantly. Lin Feng was too lazy to talk nonsense with her. He just took out his mobile phone, unlocked it, and opened the banking app. Without even making any extra movements, he casually turned the screen of his mobile phone towards the saleswoman Shirley.
"See clearly, is that enough?" Chapter 51 Purchase of the King Building.
The female salesperson subconsciously moved closer, and the sarcasm on her face had not yet subsided. However, when she saw the long string of dazzling numbers on the screen, the expression on her face froze instantly.
There were so many zeros after the balance that she couldn't count them in an instant. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100 million? 9-digit balance. Boom! The saleswoman's mind went blank, as if struck by thunder. Her mouth dropped open, the color draining from her face. Her legs gave way, and she nearly collapsed to the ground. What did she see? This young man in an ordinary t-shirt has several hundred million in cash in his bank card?
The commotion here soon attracted the attention of the sales hall manager. A middle-aged man in a suit and gold-rimmed glasses walked over with a frown.
What's going on? There's so much noise in the hall.
When he saw Xiaoli, who was pale and staggering, and Lin Feng, who was calm and composed, he immediately realized that something was wrong.
Manager Zhang. The saleswoman's voice was trembling.
Manager Zhang ignored her and his eyes fell on Lin Feng's phone, which was not yet unlocked. With just one glance, his pupils suddenly shrank and a layer of cold sweat broke out on his back. He took 2 steps at a time and rushed to Lin Feng.
Then, in front of everyone's jaw-dropping gaze, he bowed deeply to Lin Feng.
Sir!
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
It's my fault for not managing things properly and letting these blind creatures offend you. Manager Zhang's attitude was extremely humble, even with a hint of flattery and fear.
The entire sales hall fell into silence in an instant. Everyone was dumbfounded. Who is this young man?
Lin Feng put his phone away without even looking at Manager Zhang. His eyes fell on the frightened saleswoman Xiaoli.
Now, can we go and see the house?
Yes, yes. Of course. Manager Zhang bent even lower, glared at the saleswoman fiercely, and then personally picked up the key to the top-floor apartment Tianjing from the front desk.
Mr. Lin, I'll take you there myself.
This way, please. He was like the humblest servant, leading the way for Lin Feng. Lin Feng took a step forward and followed.
From beginning to end, he never looked at the salesman again. Ignoring is the ultimate humiliation.
Now he just wanted to see what the palace he was about to move into looked like. Manager Zhang personally drove a Rolls-Royce Cullinan, which was specially used for house viewings, and took Lin Feng along the winding mountain road all the way to the top of the mountain. Sir, please don't take Xiaoli seriously. Manager Zhang apologized carefully while driving.
Yeah.
Lin Feng responded lightly. He doesn't care whether a salesperson lives or dies. Soon, the car stopped in front of a magnificent villa on the top of the mountain. When Lin Feng got out of the car and saw the building called Tianjing in front of him, even he couldn't help but be shocked.
This can no longer be called a villa. This is simply a modern version of a royal palace.
The building is a perfect combination of Chinese and modern styles, with flying eaves and brackets, and is magnificent. The huge floor-to-ceiling windows offer a panoramic view of the mountain scenery below. At the door, there are 2 majestic stone lions. Manager Zhang used the key to open the heavy rosewood door.
Mr. Lin, please. As soon as you enter the door, you will see a huge atrium with a height of more than 10 meters. Under your feet is a mirror-like white marble floor.
Above the head is a chandelier made up of tens of thousands of crystals, as bright as the Milky Way. Passing through the atrium, there is a Jiangnan-style private garden covering nearly 1,000 square meters. There are small bridges, flowing water, pavilions, towers, rockery, and strange rocks. In the center of the garden, there is an open-air heated swimming pool with rippling blue waves. Mr. Lin, this villa has a total of 25 rooms, including 10 suites with private bathrooms and dressing rooms. Manager Zhang was standing by, introducing the matter diligently and conscientiously.
The basement level is your private entertainment area.
It includes an IMAX private theater that can accommodate 30 people, a professional wine and cigar room, a gym, and a large garage that can park 20 cars. Lin Feng nodded as he listened.
Very satisfied. Very satisfied.
This villa perfectly met all his imaginations. Privacy, luxury, and plenty of space. 10 suites were just enough for each of his women to have one room, and there was even some left over. The huge garage is also large enough to accommodate all the luxury cars he might buy in the future.
This is it.
Lin Feng had almost no hesitation. He only took one look around before making his decision. Manager Zhang was stunned for a moment, obviously not expecting Lin Feng to be so straightforward.
A villa worth 200 million yuan, and he decided to buy it without even bargaining for the price after looking around for less than 10 minutes? Is this buying a house or buying cabbage?
Swipe the card. Lin Feng took out the black bank card from his pocket.
Now.
Manager Zhang felt like his heart was about to jump out.
What else? Lin Feng asked back. Yes. I'll arrange it right away.
Manager Zhang's voice was shaking with excitement. He immediately called the financial staff on the intercom and rushed over with the POS machine.
A few minutes later.
It's in the luxurious living room of the Tianjing villa. Lin Feng entered the password without changing his expression.
Drop.
The POS machine spits out a long purchase slip.
Payment successful. 200 million. Just spent it like that. Lin Feng's bank card balance dropped significantly in an instant. But the next second.
In his mind, the system prompt sound exploded.
Ding.
Congratulations to the host for completing the ultimate mission, the Ultimate Indulgence Residence. The host has purchased a Heavenly Realm villa, which is luxurious, private, and spacious, far exceeding the mission requirements.
Task completion rating, SSS level.
Congratulations to the host for triggering the highest rebate rate 100x rebate.
Rebate amount, 20 billion. Ding.
Due to the large rebate amount, your account has been automatically upgraded to a UBS Supreme Black Card account, protecting you from all financial risks.
Ding.
Congratulations to the host for receiving the SSS level mysterious gift package.
Gift package opening.
Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, a God level butler team 10 people. They are the world's top housekeeping, security, driver, and chef team. With absolute loyalty and professionalism, they will take care of everything in your mansion, allowing you to enjoy the service of an emperor.
Boom.
At this moment, Lin Feng's brain also seemed to be in a state of turmoil.
100 times rebate. 20 billion. This is too fucking exaggerated. He originally thought that the maximum rebate would be 10 times, or 2 billion yuan.
Unexpectedly, the system gave him a big surprise this time. There is also the God-level butler team who solves the problem of taking care of the mansion. Lin Feng couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth. At this time, Manager Zhang, with trembling hands, respectfully handed the purchase order and property certificate to Lin Feng.
Lin. Director Lin.
From now on, this heavenly realm is yours. He even changed his name. It is absolutely not an exaggeration to call a person who can take out 200 million yuan in cash to buy a house chairman without blinking an eye. Lin Feng took the property certificate and flipped through it casually. He looked at his name on it, and an unprecedented sense of pride surged in his heart.
Chapter 52, Housewarming. Coming out of the Rosewood Villa Sales Center, Lin Feng drove the Panamera and felt extremely happy.
The rebate of 20 billion made his wealth surge to a terrifying number again. More importantly, he finally had a throne that truly belonged to him.
Tianjing Villa covers an area of 5 acres.
This is no longer a simple residence, it is his palace. The center of his empire. Taking out his cell phone, Lin Feng sent a WeChat message to Shen Bing.
We've secured Tianjing Villa, paying 200 million in full. We'll be moving in tomorrow. Almost an instant reply. Shen Bing. You're talking about the top floor apartment in Rosewood Villa? 200 million? Lin Feng, yes.
Shen Bing, oh my goodness, congratulations. I'll contact the best moving company right now and make sure everything is arranged perfectly.
Lin Feng, no need.
We just hired a housekeeping team and they will take care of it.
Come over tomorrow to take a look at the new house.
After sending the message, Lin Feng sent the same invitation to Xiao Wanqing, Xiao Yi, and Chu Xiaoxiao respectively.
Almost instantly, the 3 women's replies exploded. Xiao Wanqing, new home? Lin Feng, have you moved again? Where is it? Xiao Yi, wow.
Brother Lin Feng has a new house.
Is it even more luxurious than Zifeng number 1? I'm so excited. Chu Xiaoxiao, Lin Feng, you bought a house? Do you need my help to clean it up?
Looking at these replies, Lin Feng's mouth curled up.
Tomorrow will be an interesting day. The next day at 10 o'clock in the morning. At the entrance of Tianjing Villa. Black Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicles parked in an orderly manner.
10 middle-aged men and women in uniform black suits got out of the car. They are the God-level steward team rewarded by the system. The leader was a woman who looked to be in her 50s and had an elegant temperament. She walked up to Lin Feng and bowed slightly. "Mr. Lin, I am your chief housekeeper, Mary." She speaks standard Chinese but with a slight British accent. "Our team includes security supervisors, drivers, chefs, cleaners, gardeners, and other professionals.
From today on, we will provide you with 24-hour top-level service." Lin Feng nodded, very satisfied. Products produced by the system must be of high quality. These people are obviously real professionals, not just fancy people. "Thank you for your hard work. It's our honor to serve you." Mary smiled.
Soon, the housekeepers began to perform their duties. Some people are responsible for cleaning, some are responsible for security checks, and some are preparing lunch in the kitchen. Everything was well organized, professional, and efficient. Lin Feng walked around the villa and replanned every room.
The master bedroom was, of course, his. The other 8 suites can be used for women to live in.
But there has to be a first come, first served order.
Just as he was thinking about the room assignment, the doorbell rang.
Mary came over and reported, "Mr. Lin, there are 4 young ladies at the door who say they are your invited guests."
Lin Feng looked at the time, it was 2 o'clock in the afternoon. They were quite punctual. "Let them in."
Soon, Xiao Wanqing, Xiao Yi, Xu Xiaoxiao, and Shen Bing appeared at the door of the villa. When they saw the magnificent building in front of them, they were all stunned.
Is this your new home?" Xiao Wanqing's voice was trembling.
She had seen mansions on television, but never one of this magnitude.
"This is not a house, it's a palace." Xiao Yi was even more exaggerated and directly covered her mouth.
"Brother Lin Feng, this is too spectacular." Although Chu Xiaoxiao tried to remain calm, she could not hide the shock in her eyes. Only Shen Bing was relatively calm, but her clenched fist still revealed her inner excitement.
"Welcome to the heavenly realm."
Lin Feng stood at the door with his arms open. 4 women walked in slowly. When they stepped into the atrium with a height of more than 10 meters, they could no longer remain calm.
"Oh my God."
Xiao Wanqing tilted her head back, looking at the dazzling crystal chandelier above her head, completely speechless.
Xiao Yi has started taking photos crazily. "How much does this chandelier cost? It's so shiny and beautiful."
Xu Xiaoxiao walked to the white marble floor, squatted down and stroked the smooth stone surface with her hand.
"This floor is more expensive than my dining table."
Although Shen Bing didn't say anything, her eyes were quickly scanning everything around her. As the woman with the most business acumen, she was estimating the value of the villa in her mind.
"The more I calculate, the more frightened I become. This is definitely more than 200 million.
Lin Feng looked at their shocked expressions and felt proud.
This is just the beginning. The best is yet to come. Come, let me show you around."
He walked in front, and the 4 women followed closely. First, there is the living room, with its huge floor-to-ceiling windows, leather sofas, and valuable works of art. Then there is the dining room, with a long table that can seat 20 people and crystal tableware. Next is the kitchen, which is equipped with a full set of imported appliances and is more professional than a 5-star hotel. Every time they arrived at a place, the 4 women kept exclaiming in surprise.
But when they saw the Jiangnan-style private garden in the backyard, they went completely crazy. Is this in the city center?" Xia Yanqing couldn't believe it. "How can there be such a large private garden? There's also a swimming pool." Xiao Yi had already run to the pool. "I really want to jump in and swim a lap right now."
Xu Xiaoxiao stood on the small bridge, looking at the clear water flowing under her feet, her eyes blurred.
"Lin Feng, how much money do you have?" This question is also in the minds of the other 3 women.
They thought they already knew Lin Feng's financial resources. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng could refresh their cognition every time. From the initial Chanel bags, to the Panamera, to yachts, to the acquisition of gyms. Now, it is another top-level villa worth hundreds of millions.
"How many cards does this man have?"
Lin Feng did not answer Chu Xiaoxiao's question. He just smiled and said, "We haven't finished the tour yet. Let's go and take a look upstairs." Upstairs is a row of suites. Each suite has its own private bathroom and dressing room, and is decorated in a different style.
There are modern and simple ones, European classical ones, Japanese-style ones, and Chinese ancient-style ones. These rooms. Xia Yanqing hesitated to speak. "They are all guest rooms."
Lin Feng said calmly, "When you come to stay here in the future, you can choose the style you like." When the four women heard the words, "You guys come and live here from now on," their heartbeats quickened.
What does that mean?
It means they have the opportunity to live in this palace. Become the hostess here. Although not the only one, it is at least one of them.